Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. As always, I am Bezic, and tonight I am joined by regular Sultan, Second Plague, and That Oil Guy, as well as guests from the Discord, Anglo Jones, and Solomon. Hello.
Hello.
To the...
Hello.
Right. Yes. Hello to the guys in chat, Student, Primed, Robert Longshaw. Good to see you guys, as always. What a night tonight. Thought Patrol. Who am I going?
Yes.
Thought Patrolling.
Hi, yes.
It'd be interesting to see what HMRC thinks of this. This could seriously drop their revenue too, right? Because I'm sure all these thoughts have been paying their full tax requirements.
Well, I mean,
I'm
you would.
I'm 100% sure they haven't been putting it off to the end of the year and just plan to work the last 2 or 3 months of the year to save up the tax money. I'm sure they've definitely kept all the tax money that they need to pay the year, and this thing ending in October won't cost
Yes,
them any
I'm sure
trouble
they
at all.
haven't spent it all on clothes, makeup, and drugs.
Yeah.
Well, ain't
Yeah,
that a thing?
it is. I have had a request to put the podcast up as an actual podcast, so I'll be looking into sticking it on SoundCloud. So sometime through the week, when I stop being a lazy bastard, we'll get onto that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Ah.
So, other than that, shall we get straight into patrolling thoughts?
Yes. Let's do it.
Right. let's start with Rachel Dolezal and her foot pics.
Yes. Has anybody actually downloaded any of them? That's the real question.
For editing purposes only.
Yeah.
My first question
Was there
is...
enough time? One post.
Darken her foot like Sean King.
She just walks barefoot, getting dirt over it all the time.
Sounds about right, doesn't it? Oh, fuck off, I'm not signing up for your stupid newsletter. God damn it.
She's done any videos of her picking cotton?
Oh, dear. But does she really think that anyone's going to pay money to see her feet when there are attractive women on there, showing, other bits?
I was like, have you never used the internet before?
I don't pay for porn oil, that's the difference.
No,
Yeah,
you're aware that people do.
That's been the most confusing thing to me about OnlyFans is like paying for porn. Like, what?
That's not what you're doing. You're paying for access.
Yeah, that oil's right, and I believe the guys on the Lotus Eaters have talked about it before. The simps are paying essentially to have a line of communication to attractive women they stand a no chance with, either in real life or even their own fantasies.
Yep.
Imagine getting rejected in your own fantasies, my god.
The Spanish have a term for this, which is never pay for the Fanta.
Yeah, well, like,
Basically-
one thing that blows my mind is, like, sorry, go ahead, Oil.
No, it's okay. It was
Yeah, so the thing that really
But
blows my mind...
Fanta is good.
The thing that really blows my mind is how popular OnlyFans is in Australia and the UK and Europe.
Wow.
It's like...
Really?
Well, the fact that anyone at all spends any money on it blows my mind, because... And like, prostitution's legal. Like, fuck, if you want to fuck an attractive stranger, why not just fork out $200 for an hour or whatever and have a guaranteed shag, instead of fork out tens of thousands of dollars on OnlyFans to never get fucked?
Yeah, because it's an access thing. It doesn't work the same. They know that a prostitute is a prostitute. You can trick yourself into believing that the other girl is a girl.
I mean...
I'm I'd be really interested in seeing the actual demographics of the users.
Oh, it's all going to be lonely men who don't get much social activity.
Student of history
Yeah,
actually
but-
points out something that's ironic about the timing. He says, well, your governments have basically legalized extra household sex, which they almost literally have. But interestingly enough, the
Yes.
brothels are still open.
Wow.
So you can go to a brothel for a shag, but you can't visit your girlfriend if she lives more than 5 kilometers away.
No, brothels are illegal.
Well, in the UK they are.
Yeah,
I
in
swear.
the UK. In Australia, they're legal and regulated, as well as call girls.
Wow. My God.
Yeah.
How do you regulate a call girl? Do they have to be a minimum level of hot? Or...
No, you basically have to pay your taxes and get tested for STDs like once a month.
Fair enough.
Once a month?
Nobody's checking that they're not fat?
Mm.
Yeah, people are into that. Strange people.
Testing their BMI.
The smart thing for someone in Australia to do would be to know when the testing day is and like hire immediately after that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I would wait for the results, personally.
No, it can't take long to get the
Yeah.
results, surely.
Right.
Don't know. No idea how long
It's
an
like
STD test
a day or two, I think. I don't know. I don't need to get tested. Sadly, that's not for good reasons.
Yeah.
That's for fat loser on the internet reasons. But hey, it could be worse. At least I don't pay for porn.
Yeah. Well, you know, I am 23-year-old good Christian boy.
Raymond Lux says in the Discord that it's almost like they are encouraging the breakdown of families in reference to brothels being open but not being able to go see your girlfriend. And
This
Robert,
is 2030. I've exposed this on Infowars.com.
yeah. Robert Longshore says you either pay a girl to have a fuck or you pay too much to take a girl out to dinner to maybe get a fuck, but most probably not. That does remind me of the classic joke. You don't pay a hooker for sex, you pay her to go the fuck away afterwards.
The thing about going out for dinner is you get to eat as well, right?
Well, hopefully, yes.
Yeah, sure, but I could also go to eat without some potentially crazy woman.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a joke made in the South Park episode where Butters starts a kissing company. He's like, every man pays for kisses. Stan got kissed by Wendy, so now he has to listen to all her dumb motherfucking problems.
Okay, Commander Rollo's given us an article. Apparently, Rachel Dolezal's feet pictures have flies on them.
Oh God, no.
Yeah,
No,
literally.
Oh
Give me a copy of those.
no! No way! That is disgusting.
A fly on Dolezal's bare feet. Screenshot via WikiFeet, because of course that's a fucking thing.
Oh my God! Do you remember when what was it back?
Never heard of it.
The vice president, when the fly got on to him, like, oh, he's the devil, he's Satan. It's like, is this a sign really now?
Wasn't it Jen Psaki had one of them?
Wow, she is an evil bitch.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton's got flies on her. She's a demon, folks.
She smells like sulfur. I'm telling you, it's disgusting.
Silver?
Sulfur.
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 Yeah.
She's a demon. Ah.
I like, you know, it was actually kind of funny on a recent like PewDiePie video. He was reacting to some house tours, and one of them was Pokimane, and in one of the shots, her feet is visible, so she blurs her feet out in that shot.
Oh God.
Like very deliberately blurs her feet out, and that just had like, why is feet like seemingly the most common fetish? Like, somebody explain that to me.
Like,
Well, it just is, isn't it?
I'm a sick, twisted, disgusting internet pervert, and I don't get the full feet thing.
Yeah, like
There's so many
You've never watched
better
Vegas?
parts of women.
I mean, I know there's a neurological explanation for fetishes, but it has something to do with like receptors in your brain connecting to different body parts of what you find attractive, and I think like there's a like problem sometimes it will connect the bit that should be attracted to say boobs or vagina to feet.
I think it was just
no,
four
but
little Asian
str-
women.
straight
stupid and
people
wanking
just
over their
have a
feet.
breeding fetish.
I mean, there are some people that unironically do have a breeding fetish, but
Yeah.
fuck me. Yeah,
No, don't zoom in.
Yeah, so do gay people.
No, don't zoom in.
Some people have got a non-breathing fetish as well. So
Oh, take it off. Take it off.
We'll scroll away from the feet because pure second.
Ugh, that is disgusting.
it's still not as upsetting as Seconds drink that one time. So
Which time?
the American monstrosity.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, I have some Lefroy that I'm saving.
Well,
At least you don't drink wine.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
unacceptable.
I don't know if you guys have seen the more like this section on the Vice cycle I'm looking at. I'm going to read some of the headlines. OnlyFans suspicious activity reports mostly show that banks hate sex work. Right. Latin American sex workers are locked out of OnlyFans. Uh-huh. OnlyFans bans public sex.
Isn't that already banned?
Well, I suppose.
In what way do they mean? Do they mean
I-
as like on the main like non-subscriber part of their platform or in real life?
I think in real life, I
I
think what they're doing is
I
banning
think
things
they
that are
ban it
actually
because
illegal.
it's, banning things that are illegal.
Yeah, they're obliged to legally.
Yeah, can no longer share
not gonna be
images and
many
videos
Afghan,
featuring sex in public places. Yeah.
not going to be many Afghan accounts, then, are there?
Oh, that's haram.
Yeah.
No, it's all pederastry anyway. So.
Yeah. So,
Why do
meanwhile...
some
Oh man. According to Raymond Luxury Yacht, the best comment in response to the blurred feet was some guy saying, "Teasing just makes me more horny, you whore."
Yeah. Commander Rollo points out that it's not that straight people don't have a breathing fetish, but specifically breeding. It's also not breeding. That's Trim's problem.
You'll need some bread out of your ass.
So there's two things with the
Not
whole
keto.
breeding fetish thing. Is that there are unironically people who do have a breeding fetish, but also the concept of a breeding fetish is kind of stupid unless it's to a real extreme. It's not a fetish, it's mammalian nature.
Yeah, it's part of human instincts.
Oh man, I'm gonna drop a foot pic in live shows for everyone.
Oh,
Oh,
God. As Oil has pointed out
From
in
like
the Discord,
last year.
we disavow breeding fetishes because they're not keto.
Yeah.
Oh, God! Second, why?
What the hell? You're lucky I don't have any pictures of back when I had trench foot.
Oh,
That's not
yuck.
big enough for me. Like,
Is that your foot?
That was from like fucking October last year.
Was that when you got
What the
run
hell
over
did
by
you
your
do?
friend?
Yeah, that was like from like a burn on my foot from the off pipe or something of my
Looks-
friend's car.
That looks painful.
To be fair, you do. There is a company that sells a zombie foot with a vagina in the.
Oh,
God.
ankle.
What?
I think if you Google it, you'll find that very quickly. I can't do it. I'm driving, but if you Google it, you will find it.
I don't want to
Yeah.
Google it.
Have you heard of the thing?
Put it in the picture. Put it in the picture.
Have you heard of the thing with like in China, the fetish they used to have of where they would like cut women's ankles off to make their feet incredibly short?
No, they just used to. No, they just banged their
Well-
feet when they were
Well,
kids.
yeah, but they also there's
Yeah.
like things where they used to like actually like take off
well
bones in
done,
their
Roland.
feet. Oh god,
Jesus.
Rolo, that's terrifying.
God, I thought we had standards. Clearly not.
Oh.
Standards.
So, as the guys on the Lotuses were talking about the issues with the illegal... Oh god, Ned. That's
just-
even worse. Like, that's legitimately even worse.
Well, my point is that these things exist, and they exist because the market wants them to.
Yeah.
This is the price of free market capitalism, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Maybe capitalism was a mistake then.
No, it's not.
No, it wasn't. So, anyway, well, they were saying that there was an issue with illegal and underage content on OnlyFans. Well, thanks to Vice's related articles, Facebook reported 20 million instances of child sexual abuse in 2020.
Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Christy Halliday's a little bit yeah.
Oh, apparently Roblox and Reddit account for 2,000 reports each.
Why Roblox? What?
I imagine it's because predators are like, oh, there's kids here.
Yeah, but there's like half of the audience who plays Roblox now is either racist or a child.
Same thing.
Mm.
All children are naturally racist.
Oh god, Raymond luxury
Really?
yacht. That is like the most disgusting picture that has been posted in live shows like in the past like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, why luxury yacht?
Maybe he has
God,
high aspirations.
Just seems unlikely. Seems unlikely to me that anyone called Raymond owns a luxury yacht.
Well, we don't get the reference.
Oh, fucking Jesus. Okay, apparently 10.4 million of the reports were unique images.
Oh god.
So what have they done? Made some sort of vaginal recognition system?
You need a system to recognize it.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Unless they're
Facebook
throwing
has
acid.
created a system to identify underage vaginas.
Well, how can you tell if it's underage or not?
I
Okay,
don't
okay,
know.
okay. I've been thinking a lot about these things because
The ones
Whoa!
the ones with some hair on them are probably underage.
Yeah, but they all shave now.
No. I'm going to bring up a point. Listen, if these AI know how to recognize child porn, they would have needed a limited amount of child porn to start the algorithm off with.
Yeah.
Possessing such data, would that not be a crime?
Not for an AI.
Yeah, but humans would have to actually
Like
program
feed it in
to
there.
it. Yeah.
No, the AIs are just looking for it on the web.
Mm.
So
They just-
what
they
they're
just
saying
basically-
is we have a
basically what you
lot
do
of
is you-
child
No,
porn at
No,
Facebook.
no. What you do is you create a first generation AI, and then you sexually abuse it.
Oh,
Yeah? And then when it has its own child, it sexually abuses that. And then the third generation AI looks for child porn on its own.
So there's I've actually oh
Well,
god,
here's
I can't
the
even
thing,
fuck
though.
because
Well,
this is so
debate
fucked.
the
Well,
logic.
real quick, we all know it's like coming soon. Soon enough, we're gonna get the articles about how the child porn recognizing AI can't recognize black people as well because the AI is great.
No. The child. No. What will happen is that it actually is going online and grooming children for itself.
It's gonna start trying to
need
groom
more
all the
data.
micro penises.
It needs
become
more
a big-
data. So just
Peter
goes
Dick-
looking.
Yeah, starts creating his own child porn.
So,
Oh, or it's gonna be like considered transphobic AI because it can't recognize like transgender genitalia.
I think it'll
It'll
create
be like, hey,
it'll create a group of Johnny Five robots sent around to molest kids, going, "We must have input."
Look, the NWO, they're working to make transgenderism as a part of transhumanism forwards. They're, of course, going to take into account transgender genitalia in their AI.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, fuck it, why not? So, apparently, in another example of lockdowns ruining everything, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children said it saw a 97.5% increase in reports compared to 2019, and speculated the increase was possibly spurred by risks to children who are isolated at home with abusers and more online than ever during the COVID-19 pandemic. Once again, lockdowns hurting children.
But there has been
yeah,
some
but they
positive.
don't care.
There has been some positive news. There has been a quadrupling in the UK of children with eating disorders. So that's going to have a serious effect on our child obesity rate. So there's that.
Yeah, but remember, binge eating is a form of eating disorder, so it could actually worsen it. Because after all, they're not allowed to go to the local park and play anymore.
True.
Well, no, I mean you wouldn't want to with all those fucking AIs going around grooming kids.
Well, you certainly won't want to go to a park in London with all those... I might just leave that there.
Yeah, just leave it there. That's probably...
So, are we saying that Skynet in the future is just going to be a bunch of nonsense?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you mean in the future?
I mean that was always on the card, surely.
Well, of course, these were the AI that Jeffrey Epstein was into.
He designed these robots to go out into the
That's
world
right,
and
Rollo,
fetch him
it's
children.
Commander Rollo says we should call it Noncenet.
Yes.
Nonsense is the best word for a paedophile.
Yeah. Trim has apparently arrived on dry land and is getting absolutely hammered. He did say that if he's capable of operating his phone once he gets somewhere with decent internet access, that he might join us, but he'll be absolutely slashed at the time.
Yeah.
To be honest, a drunk Norwegian's pretty much the same as a not drunk Norwegian. There's not a lot of difference in them, really. In my experience.
Yeah, but you say that, but has anyone here ever met a sober Scot?
No.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
no.
Second, you have found something very rare then.
Yeah.
Who's sober now?
Student of History says, I'm just saying, Lord Miles says Kabul greater than Newcastle on violence. Yeah, Kabul safer than Newcastle. I mean, for a straight white man, it's probably unironically safer in Kabul than it is in London at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if Lord Miles had been surrounded by that many black guys in London, the chances of him not being stabbed would be much.
Brian Alleman says the only sober Scot is a dead Scot.
I don't know if that's technically true.
Well, it shouldn't be, because if they're doing it right, they'll have such a high concentration of alcohol in their body that they'll still be stoned. They'll be absolutely smashed when they're dead, anyway.
I mean, on any given day, I piss quite a good quality of whiskey, you know, so...
So what's going on?
Okay. So here we go. Facebook is apparently testing 2 new tools to prevent child abuse on Facebook. A pop-up shown to users who search for terms associated with exploitation, and a safety alert shown to those who share viral exploitative content about the harm it causes and the legal consequences involved in reposting it.
Mm.
So it's the same as Apple coming out and saying, we're just going to low-key scan every new image introduced to your computer or phone.
Well, that's it. And if they're scanning your phone for child porn, they've legitimately got noncenet that knows what child porn looks like. Which means that at some point, somebody has looked at child porn, so it can click a button on a computer that says child porn, not child porn.
Exactly. So what they're saying is, we got a lot of child porn over at Facebook. Come at us, feds.
Yeah, yep.
Well,
I mean, the
they're
feds
working
The
probably
real problem is,
feds probably should take a look at Facebook and, more importantly, Twitter in regards to their child porn.
So
Yes.
would any normal society under law make an exemption for a company to have illegal things in the greater scheme of preventing illegal things?
well, we do that all the time.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
yeah.
Please, but this is a social
Do it,
media
but do we
company.
openly admit to it?
Yeah, but it wouldn't surprise me that if, say, Facebook or Twitter had something going on with, like, the FBI, where a couple of forensic computer techs from the FBI go to Facebook or have Facebook come to them to train the AI on captured evidence. I mean,
No,
that,
morally,
I'm
the
just
issue isn't
thinking-
about the pedophilia, because obviously pedophilia bad, therefore somewhat good. However, the issue is that this program needs only a small increase of the scope, and it won't be just pedophilia. It could contain anything
No,
like
that's
an
all I wanted.
anti-vax, Q post, right-wing Trump image, memes.
well, that shit's even easier, I imagine.
Yeah.
And Jobs McGee's jumped into chat. Says, "G'day, fellas. G'day, Jobs McGee." And then he's like, people be like, OMG, where will these content creators go? Simple, Pornhub. Yeah.
Dude, I'm just like, oh god, you had me thinking of that South Park episode with the Toilet Safety Administration, where like there's that one like security guard who's manning the cameras. He's just got a bottle of lotion next to him, and I'll leave it there.
I'm gonna have to check inside your asshole.
Yeah. South Park
Yeah, I mean, why don't we just employ actual pedophiles to sort out where all the pedophile material is?
South
I
Park.
mean-
Oh, you mean like how
Because
the government?
there shouldn't be any pedophiles
But
left after we get the wood chippers out.
I mean, I mean, it might be safer than making AIs to do it. So just get some regular pedophiles, put them in a facility somewhere, let them find all the pedophile material, so that we can get rid of it. They get to have a quick look at it. And...
You mean like how the government will like hire hackers to fucking help
exactly
them?
that.
It sounds like the premise to an 80s TV show.
Yeah.
They took a pedophile.
I mean, hey.
Now he hunts pedophiles.
Yeah. This isn't Parliament, though. We can't have people wanking at their desks.
Use the resources that are available to us, you know?
Could I just add something to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, with at where I go to college, there's a lot of young women because of OnlyFans. A while ago, they decided, oh, as soon as we're going to turn 18, we're going to make OnlyFans accounts. But the only problem is, a lot of them started before then because they wanted money. So a lot of the users on OnlyFans are not very good people. Like, they'll just admit to trying to commit a crime just to get on there. Because you have to be 18.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But since when did women particularly worry about morality? It's not high up on their...
Fractal says white hat noncery. Is that what you're suggesting, Royal?
Yeah, white hat noncery, why not?
White.
The Justice Minister, white.
Free Lord
Just use the nonsense for what they're.
Protector.
Yeah.
Imagine a version of that, but instead it's black. So it's just like the set like it'll be like the Zimbabwe Parliament. It'll be like the Minister of Defense black.
Yeah.
Get the guy, the voice actor that did the demo man for TF2.
Oh yes.
That really should have been enough for him to get fired from his position. Really, just that rant should have been enough for him to
Yes.
never ever be allowed to.
You're fired.
It's disgusting people can talk in that way, though.
The only reason he does it is because he knows he gets away with it.
True.
Just like most politicians, pure evil.
Oh man, at some point in this podcast, we need to get into like the whole fucking House N-word is protected speech. Because I'm a critical race theorist thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we do.
That's something I love.
Where do the Taliban stand on CRT?
Who knows?
Yeah.
It really did become the meme of the Shiba dog saying, "Please give us time to evacuate our LGBT literature." 30 million in LGBT propaganda for the Afghanis. Totally not heroin, we swear.
Well,
Just-
they're gonna ban the manufacture of heroin again.
I was gonna say, how are they gonna get it shipped in now that they took their foot partially out? But yeah, might as well ban it. We'll give the media a new thing to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the Taliban are generally against it anyway, but it's going to destroy their economy. I mean, basically, their entire economy works on heroin, which is why their entire army was also on heroin.
Grant says g'day from Locked Down Under. Hey, that's a good one.
Oh, g'day, mate.
To be honest, locked up is the natural state of the Australian anyway. So you're just
Yeah.
returning to your historic roots, really.
Well, my British ancestry says that I'm a free man, and you'll never take my freedom.
Well, how's that fucking working out for you?
Not great.
Well, as if Britain's free at the moment as well.
I mean, how fucked up does the world need to be for England to look free?
Yeah.
Alternate
Oh,
universe.
Well, bear in mind, England's freer than Scotland is,
True.
which is even more ridiculous.
Yeah, well, neither of those places look free to me.
Yeah, lucky bugger.
Well, even under normal circumstances, you'd say that was true.
Yep.
But our votes are probably slightly more genuine. So
Yeah, what do you think of the SNP trying to keep their emergency powers indefinitely?
well, they did also just try to make 4-year-olds nonsense as well. So you know.
Well,
They
they've already
crossed
made
the
4-year-olds narcs, so it can...
Have they crossed the river yet? Have the orders been issued?
Oh,
I mean,
Sure.
any time a government keeps its emergency powers, it's either Palpatine or we're crossing the river with the army tonight, boys. Getting the drink across
Yeah,
the
it's
Rubicon.
not generally a good look, is it? It's usually a bad sign when emergency powers are put into permanent state.
Well, in the UK, a lot of emergency powers have still been left around from hundreds of years ago.
yeah.
Well, I mean, there's
How long
one for
until-
tipping.
How long until they mandate you to wear your facial mask even when taking a shit?
Well, that's one now.
Well, how long until they mandate? How long until they mandate mask wearing in your own home? I mean, they've already criminalized fucking hate speech in your own home.
True.
Yeah,
I'm
but
pretty
picked
sure
up on that.
if I'm not mistaken, I think the Scottish Parliament actually had a discussion about that at one point, like a while ago.
Oh, you're shitting me.
Wow.
I mean, not surprised in the slightest, but really?
I might be getting that mixed up with something else.
I will have a quick Google. Ned Jeffrey says, "Do you think the SNP even know what the Rubicon is?" I don't think the SNP even know what Scotland is.
I
At
think
this
they think
point.
it's a. I think they think it's a drink.
Just shitty iron brew. Actually, Rubicon, actually, no, that may actually be a drink. I swear it is.
That would explain a lot
Yeah,
about
that's what
Scotland.
it is. It's a soft drink.
No, yeah, it is.
They fucking
Oh,
think I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Let's see.
I remember seeing it in
Kill fruit.
shops a lot in Poundland.
What's a Poundland?
It's a place where the poor
Uncivilized.
people
It's a
go.
place where poor people go, Oil.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. Rubicon exotic juices. Speaking of OnlyFans.
Okay, I didn't think I was going to start quite such a thing, but yeah, okay. I thought this was a well-known brand, right?
There's a couple of interesting brands out there. Fanta, most of all.
Oh,
The,
yes.
Nazis' answers to Coca-Cola.
Mm.
Break out the Fanta.
Yeah.
It's such a fucked history, but it's so good.
It was partially based on a sour milk recipe.
Oh God.
They used it. There's this drink in Europe called Rivella, which is basically lactose plasma inserted into
Yeah.
soda beverage.
It's gross.
It's very dirty.
Once when I was tripping balls, I mixed 8 different flavors of Fanta together.
You.
Ugh.
Why?
I
The fact
don't
that
know.
8 different flavors of Fanta even exist is a bit bizarre.
Yeah, it was like a touchscreen soda machine at my dorm.
Yeah, ever since I switched to sugar-free soft drink, I can't stand Fanta anymore. Just straight sugar.
Well, let's be fair.
You can get sugar-free Fanta, to be fair.
I was tripping pretty hard at that point.
Okay.
I could taste each individual flavor in there.
Yeah, I think
Could
that
you
was more
see the
drugs than
flavors?
that.
No.
Right,
What
so
did the flavors say to you? Yeah.
I also went swimming at one point.
Well, that seems like a really smart idea. And
Well,
at
no,
what point
that
in the
was-
evening
that
did
was-
you get hit by a car?
No. Well, the swimming was on the come down though, so
Oh. I used to swim quite a lot.
yeah.
just having
Yeah, I'm
a-
probably gonna swim 2 kilometers tomorrow.
Nice.
That's pretty tough. Good.
Mm.
Let's see. Still trying to find what the OnlyFans terms of service has to say.
Oh, they included a section on tax.
Of course they would.
You're going to get audited.
The audit. I remember that.
The good old times of poll, those are long gone.
True. Things have changed a lot.
Well, the way that 4chan is structured,
Yeah.
you can't gatekeep it because everyone's anonymous.
Yeah.
So that oil guy being our resident hyper capitalist, why would OnlyFans do this?
That was Well, it's easy. They need to borrow a load of money. They can't because their banking partners won't do it because they're don't want to be seen to be basically doing prostitution. I mean, it's not fucking hard, is it? The guy, I mean, the guy who started it just to like be a small bit. You know, he was never expecting it to be the size it is. He's probably made $1 billion out of it personally in the years that it's been open. Does he give a fuck? I mean, he started it to do a specific thing, and it sounds very much like he's putting it back to doing that specific thing.
Well, yeah, he'd be rich now, so what does he care?
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're not really putting it back to that if they're still nudes. So, got the terms of service.
It depends. It says you're allowed nudes within the guidelines.
Yeah.
It was an artistry thing originally, and I mean there was very possibly still nudes allowed within their framework.
Quite possibly.
You don't know what. Possibly you're just not allowed to, fist yourself.
Yeah. So let's have a look at what's not allowed from the terms of service.
Do we know yet?
We've got the current ones. So you can't have firearms, weapons, or any goods whose sale, possession, or use is subject to prohibitions or restrictions. That's a bit much. Restrictions. Okay, that's basically everything.
Depends where you are. It's like
drugs or drug paraphernalia. Self-harm or suicide. Reasonable.
No more poo porn.
Well, how are they doing? No self-harm or suicide. How are they even making porn?
Yeah. No incest. No bestiality. No violence, rape, lack of consent, hypnosis, intoxication, sexual assault, torture, sadomasochistic abuse, or hardcore bondage, extreme fisting, or genital mutilation. So gentle fisting's okay.
What do you mean by
extreme fisting?
It's a book out of the. They did it in Britain.
Yeah,
extreme fisting is the reason it got banned.
What's the difference between what makes it extreme fisting? Is it when it goes up to the wrist or when it goes up to the elbow, or is it somewhere in between?
All the way for the shoulder and beyond.
Surely this depends.
I'm assuming till there's blood.
Surely this depends on individual. Surely this depends on individual capacity.
Yeah.
Well, no hardcore bondage either. So.
Oh.
Okay, so regular bondage.
Necrophilia.
Yeah, no necrophilia. Oh, here we go. No urine, scatological, or excrement-related material.
Why are people even paying then?
No revenge porn.
If I'm paying, somebody better be pissing on some hungry hippos.
How's that even going to work in a single consent state? The revenge porn part.
Well, apparently, yeah, it's interesting, but that's their terms of service, not necessarily law. They don't allow escort services, sex trafficking, or prostitution. Now, the one in the middle is the one of those that makes sense. But escort services or prostitution?
They're a service for prostitution.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Do not upload anything that contains unsolicited sexual content or unsolicited language that sexually objectifies another user or anyone else in a non-consensual way.
But it's clearly very solicited.
Yeah.
No dirty speaking. This is a Christian website.
Oh, here we go.
Like,
hate speech is banned.
If you ask for it. Oh, yeah.
The magic thing that doesn't exist.
So you can't even call your cam girl a filthy whore while you...
Well, hold on. Let's see.
I can't ask her to dress up as a gollywog then.
No, okay. So, race is out, ethnicity is out, national origin, immigration status, caste, religion, sex. So, yeah, you can't call her a filthy bitch. Gender identity or expression, yeah. Sexual orientation, age, disability, serious disease, veteran status, or any other protected characteristic.
Right, so what if I accidentally misgender her while she's making the video for me?
Well,
what sort of
that's
stuff
rape,
are you
isn't
watching?
I'm Nothing yet, but I'm considering commissioning a piece.
Please don't.
Might be my Magnus opus.
Yeah, okay. And either, in the case of content featuring public nudity, was recorded in or is being broadcast from a country, state, or province where public nudity is illegal, or in the case of content featuring sexual activities, was recorded in or being broadcast from a public place where members of the public are reasonably likely to see the activities being performed. Oh, here we go. This does not include outdoor places where members of the public are not present, for example, private property such as a private backyard, or secluded areas in nature where members of the public are not present. So, basically, anywhere.
The thing is, in the UK, most woods are private property, so
Yeah.
they could just go there.
Don't you have the right to roam or whatever is anyway, though?
If it's a public path, yes, but off the path, no, that's all private.
Right, so it's just trespassing then that's the crime.
Basically.
No, you could no.
Oh, no,
It's only legal if you. It's only legal if you own the private property. If somebody else owns the private property, it's still a crime.
Yeah. Here's one.
You
Do
can
not
do it
use...
You're allowed to do these sort of things on your own private property, not somebody else's, without their consent.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Do not use OnlyFans to engage in misleading or deceptive conduct, or conduct that is likely to mislead or deceive another user. Right, so the whole concept of thottery.
Hmm.
We do need legal statutes to destroy thottery, but it should be referred to as thottery as well. Should be quite fun.
The anti-thoughts document, 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we actually need is just some women to just reintroduce the concept of shame.
Yes.
Get the bell out.
Shame.
Ding, 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 ding.
This is not empowering. I really believe in empowering women. Oh wow. Probably stop making them sex objects then.
Maybe what we need is for the Queen to come out and disavow thottery.
Yes.
So, sex work is not empowerment.
No.
It's the opposite of that.
Somebody should pay Nigel Farage to, like, say, "Be gone, thought."
I mean,
Well, they can
doesn't
do
he
that
have
on
like a Fiverr account or some bullshit? Yeah, like
Yeah,
Vinny or
he
something?
does.
Yeah.
Also, I'm
Yeah.
just thinking, how do you get a pedophile AI into a wood chipper?
You put it in the
industrial
recycle bin.
shredder. Just
But how do you know where the AI can copy
knows?
itself to other places?
destroy the internet. Return to.
We might need we might need an EMP pedophile treatment
Weapon.
center as well.
Yeah.
Treatment center.
Oh. Dull. Man,
here-
imagine like you're a young kid, and then like we're all here now. It's like, what? How did it reach this point where OnlyFans exists? Like, it's ridiculous.
The degeneration of the entire concept of morality.
Mm.
Actually, when did it go to shit? When did women's liberation start again?
A long time ago.
Some of these lefties should be looking at what's happening in Afghanistan and go, yeah, it literally takes 2 seconds for this stuff to snap back if men decide that it does.
Literally. Like,
Yes.
stop
Because-
pushing men, because one day they might turn around and go, you know what? Maybe Islam was right.
That's
Don't fight Allah.
but like it's like the thing I sort of say to feminists all the time. Do you know how you know you don't live in a rape culture? And I go, huh? Were you raped today? If the answer is no, you don't live in a rape culture.
See, I would
Because
have
if
thought it
you
was
genuinely
even
lived in a rape
simpler.
culture, you'd be getting raped all day, every day.
See, I thought it was
Everybody
even simpler. How do you know you don't live in a rape culture? Well, is rape legal? No. You don't live in a rape culture, you fucking idiots.
Their point was that it was accepted, not legal.
Yeah, accepted
still
by
isn't
who
accepted.
in my... Oh, mate, I see the problem. I see why they think that there's a rape culture in England. It's because they're from London.
Well, Democrat politicians as well do a lot of that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what some of the things they found on OnlyFans include. So they found prostitution services, bestiality, and material one moderator believed to be incest. The BBC has seen examples of some of this banned content. In one video, a man is seen eating feces. In another, a man pays homeless people to have sex with him on camera.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah.
Bum fights involved.
Yep. Commander Rollo says, if I could earn as much as those was on OnlyFans, I'd give it a go. If I was guaranteed 10 grand upwards a month to release a few pics of my arsehole to the web, I'd do it. I mean, he has a point.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't really hold it against the thoughts. My problem is the simps.
I'd sit in a few cakes, I suppose.
Yeah. Like, it's all supply and demand. If there are idiots that will pay for it, it's not the capitalists' fault for giving them what they want. As Trim says, money is power.
True.
Yeah, I mean, it is the simps that you really have to deal with.
And honestly, I just don't care because a fool and their money are soon parted. It's not my fucking problem.
But the thing is, it has to be, it has to be adult men that are doing it.
It
Not
is.
teenage boys, is it? Well,
No.
where are teenage boys getting the money to? When I say, it's not like 14-year-olds, is it? It's got to be, like, are parents not looking at the direct debits of their children's bank accounts? Or,
Well,
You know,
they
like-
assume they're buying V-Bucks.
Hmm?
They probably are buying V-Bucks.
what are V-Bucks?
Some shitty Fortnite currency for terrible free-to-play.
Ugh,
All
God.
right, and can you spend that on OnlyFans?
No,
Oh,
but they would
why that help?
assume. Well, they would assume they'd be paying for games, not porn.
I mean, my first question would be, what
Well,
kind of
presumably it
fucking
comes up on
idiot allows
OnlyFans
the...
on your-
It's probably something like... They've probably got a different business name that they operate under with the payment providers. Something like Safe Family Friendly Incorporated.
Somebody in the Discord surely has used OnlyFans will know what the...
Yeah, have any of you simps used it? No.
Oh, well, I haven't.
Exactly, we're not stupid enough to
yeah.
pay for porn.
Hurry up, Jane Foster.
using
Get
it-
on.
Using it full stop is the problem.
Hmm.
Thou shalt not fap.
True.
I think I'm taking up Harry's position. All porn is bad porn.
Yeah.
Except stuff we spam him with.
Like, you can think about when I was sort of 12 or 14, you had to find pornography in its natural habitat.
What?
Ripped
Box
up
in the
pages
woods?
in a forest. Yeah. You had to find the individual pages and reunite them to get the full story.
So it was like looking for treasure.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. But that's how you got porn when we were. It was always just sort of like attack. I don't know if somebody was going around putting their pages on a bush, but it seemed to be the way you found it all the time.
Just some guy making a bread trail of porn to get kids to follow him in the woods.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. A bread trail?
That's not keto.
Bread trail. Little porn trail. Yeah, no, it's like one of those fucking things, isn't it? You just... I don't think porn and Tinder and things like this are particularly good for people.
There we go. The good
I think we're starting to
capitalists
see the.
are out there. OnlyFans rival Just for Fans has released a statement trying to attract users and promises they will protect their method of making money. I mean, that's good capitalism right there.
Yeah, it is, but it's also terrible.
Yeah, but not our problem.
You know, free market's great, but we still apply standards. You know, we still have laws, and perhaps we shouldn't let teenage girls become what are essentially prostitutes without any kind of
That's not very Islamic of you.
Without any kind of negative consequences.
Well, I mean, they are suffering the negative consequences. They're never going to find good men, are they?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, by the time they realise that, it's a bit too late. So you need to the negative consequences have to be front loaded.
Yeah, but
on things so that you know that not to do them.
Yeah,
that's sort of the
we've
point.
already got enough people women that are going to grow up to be lonely cat ladies. What's a few 100,000 more?
Oh, we could do something like increase the tax rates on being a fucking thought.
Now that does sound like a good idea.
So we could just put an 80% tax on income from being a thought. You know, but basically I'm up for this in general. I'm up for overtaxing anything that's not actually productive to society. So lesbian dance troupes, all their earnings up 80% tax. Gambling, huge amount of tax. Just anything that isn't actually productive or Daddist, essentially, huge tax rates. Oil, drop the tax rate right the fuck down on that. It's really good for everybody. What's there? All jobs that are productive to society should have lower tax rates, and all jobs that are vanity projects should have higher tax rates.
Yeah. Well, maybe like what Student of History is referring to, we should have tax breaks. Rather than having really high tax for stupid shit, we should have tax breaks for good shit.
No, we should have both.
Yeah, like that too. That's certainly an option.
If you really want to discuss, like if you go to Singapore has a couple of really fantastic casinos in it, right? Really, really top end, really nice casinos. And if you want to visit one as a foreigner, they are free to go inside. Doesn't cost you any money to go in. If you're a Singaporean, however, it costs you 100 Singaporean dollars, which is a huge. It's about £50. It's about £50 in British money, and it is more than a day's wages for most Singaporeans that are like in, unless they're in sort of finance jobs or something. Because they don't want the Singaporeans spending all their money in the casino, but they're quite happy for the Europeans to spend theirs. And that's what you should do. Anything that you don't want people to do, tax it. Tax it. People will either do it or they won't.
But that's hardly in the spirit of letting people do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, they're absolutely allowed to make as much money as they want to through thottery, but they'll just be taxed heavily on it.
Yeah, but again, you wind up with the problem of who decides what's good for society. Like, it's not every country's going to be ruled like you, Oil.
Well, that's the bloody thing. Who gets to decide?
Thanks, John.
The answer is always me.
Well, you go out and prove that.
Everybody's lives would be better if I was in charge. I say everyone. I mean, every normal person's life would be better. Maybe some of the more abnormal people might find their lives marginally inconvenienced. Yeah, just
Oh.
gently inconvenienced by a wood chipper.
Fuck no.
But a lot of people were getting classes on how to build wood chippers, so it's that.
Useful skill.
Well, briefly useful once you've finished constructing your own wood chipper. Yeah.
Well, how many wood chippers could you possibly need?
How many wood chippers could a wood chipper chip if a wood chipper could chip wood?
Not enough.
Well, you need one for every nonce, don't you?
Does
And that's
sound
growing.
kind of ineffective. But actually,
San Francisco's expanding that.
maybe we could save money if we impose the Gurkha solution. Instead of we just expand the qualification for voting rights and citizenship to not just include Taliban heads, but to also include nonce heads. So bring us the head of a nonce and you get voting rights. Open to all citizens.
I have a Gurkha-ish story, actually.
Mm.
Oh.
Where I'm going to go back to work is in Farnborough, around Farnborough, and just next to you've got Aldershot, and there's a big Nepalese community there because there's a military base there that the Gurkhas operate out of, and there are nightclubs that are sort of catered towards the Nepalese youth, So you've got like quite a lot of trainee Gurkhas and that around, and sort of young Nepalese guys. And I got invited to go into this Nepalese nightclub, and some other non-Nepalese people came in and started a fight, and it was not pretty.
Would have been fucking glorious, though.
Yeah.
Kind of in a lions and idiots in the Colosseum kind of way, but yeah.
Yeah. It was the interlopers were more urban than myself.
Yeah.
And they got their fucking asses handed to them in about 2 seconds. It was quite funny.
Yeah. Actually, an idea to add on to your suggestion of axing dumb shit is maybe we should expand that idea into the education sector. If what you want to study is something useful to society, we make it cheaper. If it's in the middle, it stays about where it is. But if it's something stupid like underwater feminist basket weaving, we make it like $1 million a fucking year.
Yeah, I mean, my take on this is that actually university places should be done more in the vein of sort of apprenticeships. So, companies would go to the local university and say, right, I'm going to need X number of engineers through the system this year, and so I will pay for 10 engineering placements, and then you basically go and interview school leavers that year and pick 10 people and send them to the university, and the company itself pays for the university places because it's the companies that benefit from them. And then you have a sort of indenturement system where basically once you finish university, you have to do X number of years at the company. The company gives you a slightly lower salary than normal to take the cost of your training back over a period of 5 years or whatever, and that's it. If you leave the company early or you don't take up the job, then you have to pay back the money that it costs to train you.
No, that sounds like a brilliant idea. I legitimately can't think of anything wrong with it.
Well, I mean, it does a number of things, right? So, one, you don't get huge numbers. I mean, like, the universities can still offer the courses. People can pay to go on them, but then it's up to you to finance it yourself. Right, so you could take a chance and say, right, I'm going to be an engineer and pay for an engineering course, and do it, but it's up to you to find a job at the end. What you don't end up with is 3,000 people in a town doing the same degree for a skill set for which the town only has 300 jobs. You end up with, across the country, you end up with roughly the university should do 10 or 20% more placements than the companies pay for to allow for some people failing and whatnot.
Yeah,
But,
and the government would save money because
or
the government could save money too because there'd be no government funding for that shit.
right, exactly. Well, it shouldn't be government funded. It's a nonsense. I mean, but what's it? But I mean, like, how many? I don't know. Fucking mechanical engineers are trained annually. How many are actually required? Well, the answer is no mechanical engineers are ever required. But they're all fucking idiots. But yeah, exactly. So, but I mean that's just true, right? Like, I mean, we all know somebody with a high-flying degree that's working in a call center. Everyone does.
When I was working in the call centers, I knew dozens of people with degrees that were there.
7-year degrees that they're not paying the money back for because they're not earning enough to hit the threshold to pay it.
Knew a guy doing
Just
history,
completely wasted
science, and he wanted to work for DARPA or Base Systems making weapons, and he works for Amazon now.
Yeah, I worked with dozens of people that had degrees, and I got promoted above them just for being better.
Because they're idiots.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the fact that they have a degree and they're working in a call center tells you that they're idiots because they did something that wasn't useful. Or they did an easy degree to get a degree and then realize that nobody actually wants that fucking easy degree because they know it's an easy degree. Oh, great, you've got a fucking degree in humanities. Excellent.
It also doesn't help that a lot of companies are wanting degrees for utter bullshit. Like, sorry, what do I need an MBA in business for to be your fucking receptionist?
No. Yeah, no, but what has happened there is that lots of women have ended up with bullshit HR degrees, and they've infiltrated all the HR departments of these bullshit places, and then arbitrarily gone, well, yeah, actually to be the receptionist you need an MBA in business. Because they wasted their time on stupid shit, and now they think everybody else should. Like, when I get these jobs with these oil companies and stuff like that, what do you think the fucking interviewing process is like?
Well, with your reputation, it's probably like, you that oil guy?
Generally,
yeah. Okay, let's go.
Well, no, no, in all seriousness, for guys, it's generally a 3 or 4 minute fucking conversation for what are 6-figure income. Do you know what I mean? It's not like when you employ a person to work at a company, they jump through all these fucking ridiculous employment hoops and stuff like that. When you're a contractor, it's just, yeah, well, you've worked on all these jobs. Yeah. Well, you probably know what you're doing then, right? Yeah. Well, will you do it for us? Yeah. Okay. That is pretty much the fucking conversation. But you employ an employee, it's like, we need to have 6 interviews and you need a dissertation and a fucking... It's like, let's be honest, for the vast majority of human endeavor, you could pick any person off the street, give them a couple of hours of training, and they could do most jobs.
Well, the thing that blows my mind is that somehow it's ended up in a state where the economy and middle management being fuckwits combined has led to where you need like 12 years of experience to be a fucking dickhead at a checkout. Like,
well, actually,
all super low level fucking service bullshit like that could be done by just about any fucking retard. Like you said, just lean out the door and go, "Hey, you want a job? Yes, okay."
No. The problem with this was right. Bizarrely, this is actually an immigration issue. So, if you think about a bar or a restaurant in the UK or a hotel or something like that, if you go back to when I was 15 or 16 or 18 or something like that, every single restaurant you went into, the waitresses would be 15 or 16 or 17 years old. Okay? Every single one of them, everywhere. And I mean, they were probably pretty useless, most of them. But that's what it was. That was everybody's first job. All the boys went and worked in a supermarket. All the girls went and worked in a restaurant or chip shop or something like that. What happened was you opened up Eastern European immigration to come in. Now what you've got is because no one in the UK was a professional waitress. You know, that was just a job you did when you were a kid, and then you went off and did another job. But now what you've got is a Polish girl or a Latvian girl or something with 16 years of experience. You know, he's now 30 with 16 years of experience as a waitress, and you can pay her the same as you would pay a 16-year-old girl who's never, you know, done it in her world. Which one are you going to employ for your nice hotel?
Well, money
Right.
alone, it only goes one way. If you're actually interested in your own country.
Yeah, but that's, you know, like your 16-year-old girl doesn't give a fuck, or this 24-year-old girl who is worked as a waitress for 10 years and is, you know, that's her full-time proper job. You're definitely going to employ, and because of minimum wage rules, you have to pay both of them the same. Which one are you going to employ?
Yeah, exactly. It's
As a
no
capitalist.
question.
Right. And that is why there is not any 16-year-old girls working in hotels or restaurants as waitresses, because there's lots of Polish girls, not necessarily Polish, but, you know, Eastern European or whatever, who are coming, who are now doing all of those jobs. You can't go to a hotel in the UK and find an actual British person working in it. You want, unless they own it, or because why would you? You're much better off employing somebody with 10 years experience. And so now when they write the job adverts, it's must have 5 or 6 years of experience working. Well, then how does a 16-year-old get a job?
They don't, and then we solve that with welfare.
Well, and by keeping them eternal students. But I mean, but it's an immigration issue. We've done that to ourselves. Because it's not that the labor's... People used to make the mistake of going, oh, well, it's because the labor's cheaper. It's not because the labor's cheaper. It's because the labor is better. It is better because we haven't given our own people a chance to get good. You just opened up a massive market of pre-experienced people and asked our youth to compete against them. It's a fucking arsehole thing to do.
Yeah, it reminds me of the issue we have in farming here in Australia. Like, all the farmers now with the lockdowns and the border closures are wanking themselves furious, going fucking, can't find any Australians to do the job, they're all lazy and worthless. No, you mean you can't find any Australians that are going to work for less than minimum wage, pay you back 80% of it to live in your on-site accommodation, to break their lease to stay with you in your bullshit for 6 months of the year, get sexually harassed, and treat us generally like shit, just drop everything they've got to move into bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah.
Because they just know they can abuse the immigrants. It's a massive problem.
Yeah, you'd be better off using criminals, really. Australia should just build like little prisons on all of these like farming places, and then just use, literally buy criminals from other countries. Like we'll house them. Like the UK would pay.
I mean,
to take our criminals.
Isn't that what the UK did to get this whole mess started?
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great plan and it absolutely works. So we send all our criminals to you. You work them on the farms for a couple of years and send them back.
I mean, look at the bank. The
Sounds like an excellent idea to me. Yeah, I mean, like America's. I think it's something ludicrous. It's like 60 or 70% of all of America's light industry is produced by criminals, by prisoners. It's absolute. It's like an insane amount of their light industry is done essentially by a slave workforce. It's fucking brilliant. That is peak capitalism.
Yeah, Billy Bloggs says the farmers already run little prisons for their foreign workers, which is essentially true.
But I mean, like, yeah, but just like legit, just do it. Just take the pretense off it and just literally import I mean, like, if I was a British criminal, given the opportunity of sitting in a shitty, drudgy, cold, fucking prison in, Basingstoke or something, or having the opportunity to go and work in a field in Australia for a few months, like, I would definitely take the Australia option.
Mm.
Well,
Well,
here's the
there's
thing.
giant spiders you
You-
have to deal with.
Well, you could probably get away with it and have them volunteering, not to just do labour, but if you paid them like $1 an hour, they'd be fucking fighting each other to get it.
Don't pay them fucking nothing.
Hey, look, we established that
in
using slaves cost
pay-
more than it was worth.
Pay them in fucking sheep.
Commander Rollo says the issue with this, what you were saying earlier about the foreigner compared to the young waitress, the older foreigner would have done this shit waitressing job for a long time, gone large experience, but have come from Eastern Europe and are used to living with a shit standard of life in their shithole country, and so simply expect low wages and are fine with living in the UK in a shithole. Brit girls are not fine with living in a shithole at all.
True.
Don't say
They
to me,
expect a lot.
Well, they expect at least minimum wage.
Mm.
And
You're guaranteed that in this country, aren't you? So.
Yeah.
And one thing with having massive amounts of immigrants is there's no pressure to raise the minimum wage.
Mm.
It's your whole supply and demand thing again.
Minimum wage as a concept doesn't work anyway, because all that happens is the prices rise around it, and you end up exactly where you were.
Essentially.
No one in the UK is better off now than they were when they were on minimum wage, but pre-minimum wage. Well, I'm telling you. So I worked pre-minimum wage. I worked in a McDonald's many years ago, and my hourly rate was the equivalent of a pint and a half of beer in my local. And I'm telling you now, minimum wage now is not a pint and a half. So everyone's worse off.
The thing is, as well, it means an employer can't employ as many people, which it reduces the work pool a lot.
Yeah, but employers are also cunts anyway and just go with automation.
No, but the McDonald's I worked in had 75 people working in it the week before minimum wage and 30 something the week after.
Yeah.
Just binned half the people. So everybody did because people were cheap, and so we had lots of extra folk, and it was very easy, and everybody, and then they just went, right, well, you can do this and this, and you can do this and this, and you can. So everybody just doubled their work. You got more money, but they basically just doubled the workload of everybody.
Yep, work harder.
Yeah. Well, you're getting paid more. You should work harder.
Wow. You're not getting paid enough more.
No. What's enough,
Well, I would consider enough to be where, I don't know, 30, 40 hours a week is enough to afford a small apartment with electricity and an internet connection.
Oh, so you can coom away.
Well, you sure as shit can't afford to go out on dates on the fucking minimum wage.
How much does a Nando's cost these days? They don't have any chicken anyway, so probably quite a cheap date now. They're all shut.
Well,
50 stores are shut. 50 fucking Nando's have had to close because of the lack of chicken. Nobody's even talking about it. Look at them.
Wow, that's a shame. By the time we have rip-off Nando's, it's funny. It's called Frangos.
What's that? A flamingo or something?
No, Frangos. It's just discount Nando's, and it's shit.
Oh, nice. What's discount Nando's like? I mean, Nando's pretty discount, right?
Yeah, they still do right food.
Speaking of giving people money for their work, where do we all stand on the Gurkhas and raise their pensions?
Yeah, I'd be for it. It depends what they're already getting.
Well, the guys said it was like £2,000 a year.
Oh god!
Oh yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, okay, they should get more than that. But there is a
Yeah.
simpler solution.
Okay.
Just deploy them all again.
What? Take the
But-
70-year-old
When they-
Gherkins and
when they
send them
say-
back to Iraq?
Rather death than rather death than cowardice. Okay.
Go on.
rather death than pension payments. Just give them a glorious death. That's what they really want. I think we should put more effort into immortalizing their culture and making them even more Chad. Then we just witness the logo and witness them Imagine Jones style, just going. Just send them all to Afghanistan to sort it all out.
Yeah, Afghanistan's pointless.
I mean, obviously they should be getting the same pensions as everybody else.
Well, yeah. At least they've actually done something, unlike the rest of the public.
Yeah, service guarantees pension.
I'd rather they got the money than the fucking NHS. Anyway, for that one.
Yeah.
Save the NHS. Except if they don't get the vaccine, then just throw them away.
Yeah. Also, we haven't saved the NHS. It's actually in much worse condition than it's ever been because now they're going to fucking huge amount of backlog work that they're never going to get it through.
Well, I mean, ever since Tony Blair, he tried to turn the NHS into a system to make money, which you just can't. Like, its bureaucracy is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of, I mean, you could just fire probably 2/3 of all the middle management. It would make no difference to the way it runs.
Yeah,
It's
actually, it would. I guarantee you it'd run better.
Well,
yeah, I mean, the amount of bureaucracy involved in it is just insane. Do you know they don't even have central purchasing or anything? So like they've got loads of different, so all the little subsets of it are all buying their own shit. So they're not getting the savings that they would get from bulk ordering and.
well,
It's just like there's so much nonsense going on. It's unreal.
it's funny. Most of my family members work in the NHS, and they mentioned to me a lot that with the wards they work in, some midwives or nurses are being put up to like management level to govern over the wards they work in. But this means there's a reduced amount of workers actually doing the jobs, and these people that are just they've trained to do midwifery or nursing or doctor stuff. They're not taught to do this, so they don't do it well, and it just goes horribly wrong each time.
Yeah, just put a couple of oil guys in charge of it for like 5 minutes, and it would be completely stripped to the fucking bare bones and efficient in about an afternoon.
The funniest thing is, right, in hospitals, in the hospital near where I live, they've had to remove coat hangers because apparently you could hang yourself on it.
Yeah.
Look, if you hang yourself on a coat hanger, you deserve to die. I'm sorry.
Well, I assume they're talking about doing it on purpose. Probably some sort of mental patient and tried it or some stupid shit.
Yeah. Billy Blog says, "What? You've got to be kidding me. No central purchasing, no economy of scale. That defeats the purpose of the NHS." Yeah, you'd fucking think so.
Yeah, it's true though.
The UK is not.
I remember reading something about that. I just remember reading something once about like the cost of purchasing hand towels and stuff like that. It was insane. They're doing an awful lot of nonsense, or we would call nonsense anyway.
I mean, a lot of the time, most big corporations or entities are sort of driven into the ground through just shitty governance and bureaucracy. I mean, look at British Rail.
Well, it's time. They just grow. The middle management phase just grows fatter and fatter and fatter, and the top management phase just can no longer see what they're doing. Because it's sort of like a pyramid, isn't it? Right. So you've got a few people at the top of any sort of business who were probably they're at the top of it because they were actually quite good at it. But because the scale of the things got bigger and bigger, you have to employ more and more of these people in the middle, who are supposed to be your eyes and ears watching a bit below. But if they're shit, they're not communicating up. then you lose control of it very quickly, and it's impossible for the guys at the top to regain, especially if you've got a middle management. I mean, this is what's happened in the BBC, I'm quite sure, which is that you've got sort of middle management who are not obeying what they're being told by the upper management. What does the upper management do in that situation?
Oh, the BBC was always a disaster.
But the NHS is the same. It's just like there's no control over it anymore. It's just too big.
That oil guy. I'm about to take a drink of Malibu Black.
That sounds pretty racist.
Malibu Black.
Well,
Malibu White.
If you use the black thing, then you're treating black people as slaves. If you use the white, you're saying white is superior.
I mean, white is technically superior.
Oh, for fuck's
sake. No, Malibu Black has a higher alcohol. No, Malibu Black has a higher alcohol content.
No, I'm just saying white's all colors, isn't it? So it's the most inclusive.
Depends on if you're talking about light or pigment.
It is the light, it is the way.
Ooh.
What's this article? First World War.
Yeah. So apparently the Gurkhas were in Kosovo in 1999, in Bosnia in 2001, and a bunch in Afghanistan, of course.
Wow.
In addition, so they awards in addition to 5 IBEs and 32 MBEs, some of which were for bravery. Gurkhas were awarded 1 Conspicuous Gallantry Cross, which is the second to the VC, a DSO, 8 MCs, whatever they are, 31 MIDs, 1 QCB, 12 QCVs, and 48 Commander Joint Operations Commendations. And that, I believe, was just for Afghanistan. As Billy Bloggs says, Gurkhas are tough little bastards.
Oh yeah. They are fantastic. I just find it hilarious, though, that we actually decided to join the war in Afghanistan. Like, how many fucking countries have won a war there?
Yeah.
Like, not many. I think it's like, still, no one.
I mean,
You
maybe
gotta go back.
maybe the
far.
solution is to just blockade the entire continent and let them leave them to themselves.
Well, it's annoying.
Or,
Like,
our
the,
focus should be saving Hong Kong,
yeah,
bringing it back under British rule.
it's annoying because there's this whole thing they brought up a lot, like, oh, think about the women and children and the inhumane stuff. It's like, well, there's inhumane stuff that happens all around the globe. Does it mean that it's the duty of another country to send their people to die to achieve a better way of life? It's for that country to sort itself out. It takes time. It took us time as Western countries to develop ourselves away from barbaric activity. Like, you got to let them follow their own story and develop as a country. You can't intervene. These moral developments took time to happen, and we're trying to skip the amount of time with these Far East nations by just invading.
And if anything, we're possibly being counterproductive, because rather than developing themselves out of being a shithole, they're just focused on getting rid of the invaders, which is honestly kind of understandable.
Yeah, I don't think we should be telling them how they should treat their women. Who says that we're right? I mean, you look at the state of our place. I don't think that we've necessarily done the best job. I mean, they don't have fucking thoughts all over the place, do they?
True.
They haven't got a generation of simpy beta males, do they? They've got nothing but chads.
Well, and policemen that rape children.
No, they're not the Taliban ones. They're the Afghan ones.
Yeah.
Sure.
The Taliban. No, that's because we've
Yeah,
been
well, the
soft on
Taliban. No, the Taliban still do rape kids, just girls.
Yeah, well, that's
That's
like, at
not
least
good.
better raping the boys.
So,
Oh,
no.
And it's not. They're not. I mean, they're not children in their situation. As far as they're concerned, they're marriageable age.
Okay. Well, in those countries, yeah.
Look, you can't impose our Western idea. You know, that's fucking.
I don't know. I can
That's
come up with
just-
several ways that we could make that entire continent just full of Western values. Sadly, none of them are particularly helpful for the locals.
Well, you just turn it to glass.
Pretty much. I was thinking more like, what is it, neutron bombs, so we can just move in straight away?
I think we should just glassify probably like 2/3 of the planet's surface. Really, it's up to me, but so solve all the carbon issues at the same time.
Well, there's such a problem with white supremacists teaming up with the pro-Israel lobby. I think we should just glass Israel.
Bush 2021. Did you bring him up because of the glass thing or because of the pedophile thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, all these people in the call claim to be against immigration for cultural reasons, but in reality, they just hate black people.
I did see a thing. I did actually notice that Vosh also enjoys drinking Malibu. So
You motherfucker.
no, you're thinking of Chris Chan.
Oh, dear. So, on the Chad Gurkhas, 4 days
I
into...
hope they do a Chris Chan meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
They should do a Solitude. If their next meme's a Solitude, I'm gonna think there's something going on.
Bro, I'm just not omnisexual. No, I'm pan drinker. Right? Like, I'll drink fucking anything except for straight tequila or straight gin.
Oh, then I'm a demi drinker. I'll only drink something I've got an emotional attachment to.
That's fair. Remember when demisexual wasn't a thing and it was just called being a person with standards?
I swear to God, it's all just for clout. I swear the whole thing. If we just got rid of social media, all of this would end immediately.
all these kids, all these young kids in schools that are like, yes, I am transgender. I want to be part of the cool kids as well. Like, they'll say they're transgender. It's like smoking at a young age. Oh, I just want to be part of the cool kids club. I'll smoke a cigarette. I'll call myself tranny.
Somehow we have to make conservatives cool. That's what has to happen.
I never got into I never did any of that shit for that reason. It was just kind of with smoking weed or vaping. I was just kind of oh, this is fun.
I don't understand how vaping's become popular. It should have. Like, I don't understand why it's not immediately the most faggoty thing that you can do. I don't understand how it's even because it's so. I mean, it just even looks absurd when people are doing it. It's not a cool act at all. There's nothing cool about it.
Yeah, but neither cigarettes in the first place.
No, not cigarettes.
They just want to enjoy their
That
flavor.
oil guy's like, they won't take my precious cigars from me.
Not from my cold dead hands. Although to be fair, I have enough of them that I could quite happily never buy another one and smoke one every other minute for the rest of my life. So it's not like a big problem.
Do I need to buy like a cigar for the eventual that oil guy impression?
Yes.
I would. Yeah.
Because when I do it, I have like a Glenlivet and some Lafroig. So
Yeah, these things are reasonable. I mean, champagne bottles are another very acceptable method of impersonating.
But only if they're comically large.
It was I don't know what Callum was talking about. It was a very standard bottle of champagne I had at the time. What's my favorite? Yeah, I was a little. I was a little bit drunk at the. I was extremely drunk. And yeah, I did say some fairly spicy things that got quite a good laugh, but I don't really remember too much of myself. Yeah, there is some. Definitely, it was videoed. The guy videoed it, so I don't know what happened to it. Definitely, the whole thing was videoed.
I gotta go to one of those events at some point.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Maybe meet up with my friend who lives in London as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, I say I'm going to both nights. So.
Unsurprisingly, said friend in London is pretty introverted and spends most of his time in the house or in his garden.
I mean, I wouldn't want to walk around outside in most parts of London.
South London as well. Yeah. It's yeah, I will be there. I'm going both nights because I want to spend Saturday sort of ruining it for everybody else by doing spoilers. just to be a cunt, really.
As you do. So the Gurkhas doing their hunger strike, they held out for 13 days and then the government cracked. 13 fucking days though, what the hell's the government playing at?
Well, if they find me, I won't pay it. And if they throw me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing it. And that's that. Legendary fucking interview.
Yeah.
So why though? Are they just trying to penny pinch on this?
Of course they are.
Is that it?
Yeah, I can't imagine there'd be any logical reason not to. Like, they served your military. You've recognised that they serve your military. You allowed them to immigrate because they serve their military. But you won't pay them for serving your military.
Yeah, it's literally because they're not paid directly by the MOD in that way.
Yeah.
Like,
it's no doubt just some middle
paid for
management
separate.
fuckwits just making stupid decisions.
Yeah, as you would fully expect for all things.
Yep.
It's bureaucratic. Just take somebody to sort it out, but nobody can be arsed. So.
Yep. Student History says the UK government needs to cough up the money. These guys deserve it at the very least. Fuckers should have to cough up all the money they're owed in back pay too.
No, I think they get paid. I think they get paid equally. I think that got sorted out years ago.
They'll get paid. I'm not all too worried about it. A big enough stink has been made. It just seems like one of those things where government does something in absence, where we have the program, we're supposed to do it, but we'll not do it as long as we can get away with it. We won't pay them.
Yeah, as long
And
as no
then-
one kicks up a stink.
It's just one of those
I say-
issues, like it goes forgotten. It's just nobody brings up the issue. The government gets away with it. Now that the issue's been brought up, they'll pay for it, and it's just one more of the things that they
I
scrap
think we
off
should
the
just
yearly budget.
we should give all the Gurkhas nice retirement jobs. So we'll just get some small boats, some machine guns, and just put the Gurkhas on the boats and just have them, sort of
Coastal
hang about the
patrol.
channel.
Sounds like an excellent
let
way to
them
deal
do
with
their-
it.
Just very low level of management required.
Well, is it the Russian approach
Just-
of navigating the sea around Somalia instead of NATO, which picks up a bunch of pirates and sets them ashore and is like, "Go away, shoo! Don't be bad boys." The Russians are more of the lines of, "Hey, mate, you got a hole in your boat right there, there, and there," and they just unload the magazine and then leave.
Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
We drink and we pillage and we do what we please. We get all we want for free. We'll kick your ass and rape your last Somalian pirates. We.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why anyone puts up with any of that shit, really.
Right.
That might actually be a cool thing as a summer job, like Lord Miles. Just become a PMC, work for private military security, like I don't know, like a gunman on an oil tanker going through the Somalia Strait.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I don't even understand why we even bother using people. I mean, like, at least we just put some fucking gun pods on the fucking ship, use some cameras, do some pixel tracking, and just fucking have anything, anything even sort of remotely fishing boat size just annihilated if it comes within,
I remember a
Like, why,
story of
why even bother waking up the crew? That's what I say.
well, I remember a story of this one incident where they had to open fire on pirates, but they didn't want to call in an airstrike. Their task group had a couple destroyers, but the Tomahawks are quite expensive. So they were like, what's the cheapest gun that's relatively accurate and we can actually do? So they just drove a Bradley up to the elevator going up to the launch ramp and used the Bradley's autocannon to take down a bunch of pirates from the deck of an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
It was the cheapest munition they could use at that range.
Yeah. I mean, you really don't need to be. I'd either use the tank's main gun actually just for fun, but yeah, you probably couldn't get the elevation on the phalanx systems to do it. Yeah. I mean, like, just send out a rib. You know what I mean? It's just
Dinghy boats.
Well,
you can just send a rib. I mean, most of the ribs have got fucking mounted.
Oh, they've all got gun 30.
762 Vulcans. No, sorry, no.
yeah.
556.
I mean, honestly, what the civilian vests could probably do to solve the problem is be like, hey, who wants to come on the voyage with us, bring some guns, and take pot shots at pirates?
You know, right? Some cargo ships now put Royal Marines on them as defense while going through Somali territory.
Oh, yeah.
An
Yeah.
adventure of a lifetime.
If I
Yeah.
can crack in summer job, what do you do in your summer job? Shot pirates.
Just
I mean,
advertise.
that'd be so fucking legendary.
Well, to be fair, the elevation of that, all you actually need is one decent shot, sat on top of, just spending his afternoon lying on top of the containers at the highest possible elevation, with
Just
Barrett, like 50,
just a
like-
guy with an esky and a deck chair.
You've
Yeah,
heard
just-
of roof Koreans. Prepare for boat Koreans.
Yeah, prepare for boat Korean.
But like, unironically,
but yeah, I mean,
you
it's-
could probably get people from all over the world to be like, yeah, I'll pay for my meals if you let me shoot at pirates.
Well, yeah,
you
you
can,
know,
go on cargo ship, actually.
Well, if you just give them something, if you just give them something in a sort of anti-material range, you just fucking hole the hull.
Well,
You know,
you aim for the pirate, and if you've missed, the boat sinks anyway.
Yeah,
Alright.
no,
It's been real, but I gotta dip, my dudes.
All right, second. Good having you. Catch you later.
Shut.
Well, actually, one of the jokes I've got with a friend of mine is we keep saying that one day we'll go hunting in Africa. Oh, hunting for what? Poachers.
fair enough. Save those rhinos.
Yep, just hang around near the rhinos and then, oh, poacher. Bang.
There's a lot of Africans now doing that, like guarding rhinos in the wild.
Yeah. I wonder if they could turn it into an economy thing, though. Like how they have people when they need to cull an animal from a herd, like they'll auction it off. I wonder if they could actually charge people to be part of anti-poaching efforts.
Nah, the poachers have
probably.
been known to shoot the people that are anti-poachers, like open criminal. Like they're not just killing animals; they'll kill
Oh, I
people
know.
protecting the animal.
Well, we give them more guns.
More guns, bigger guns.
attack helicopters.
You know that picture of the two orangutans and the black dude posting on whatever Instagram? It was a picture came out last year, and it was one of the dudes that would sit with the gorillas, keeping them safe. He got killed by a poacher.
Well, he wasn't hiding very well, was he?
That's a shame.
Here we go. This is what we do. The old Ace Ventura in the Rhino.
Oh, that's a great film.
It's like the only good be the Rhino. Yep.
I remember in the first Ace Ventura film, they made fun of one of the characters about something to do with transgenderism.
Yeah, wasn't the bad guy tucking their dick between their legs or something?
Yeah, Ray. I think it was like Ray Finkel.
Yeah, it was the
Einhorn.
same mirror.
Yeah.
Einhorn is Finkel.
Oh yes. Brilliant film.
We're going to see a merger of the American left that is pro-Islam and the Taliban supporters. Too many of their views coalesce.
True.
Yeah.
I still maintain that every white Christian man should convert to Islam.
That's a ram.
No, I think it's a good idea. Because the problem is we're fighting too many fronts. We're fighting feminism. We're fighting wokeism. You know, too many fucking things. So, you know, just get on board with Islam. We'll all do it. We'll just, you know, do what they require. I don't want to, but we'll just have to throw all the fucking homos off the roof.
So what if
It's,
we let
I don't want to.
all the people from the Middle East into Europe, and we sort of do like a house swap where we move to the Middle East, and then in the span of a single generation, turn it into an arid green just a lush landscape of agriculture.
Well, they
turned
do have
into
my
a new
they do have my favorite
basket.
thing.
Oil.
Yeah.
Well, if
Um,
we glass the surface, then we can just go hunting for oil anyway.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, I think it might be easier if we all just join Islam and then change it from the inside. Thus ending feminism and wokeism in an afternoon. Sorry, blue-haired weirdo. I don't want to do this, but we have to throw you off the roof.
Inshallah.
Yeah, I don't want to. These are the rules.
Well, are you sure you don't want to?
No, I genuinely don't want to. I want to put them in a wood chipper, but the rules say off the roof.
But what if
It
you
just
put
feels
a
like-
wood chipper below the roof?
That
It
would
just
just
feels
that,
like
that would,
Salem witch
that would
trial.
only be by happenstance.
It
That
just
would be a
feels
happy
like the Salem
coincidence.
witch
I
trial. We gotta kill you, and if you don't die, then it means you were a witch.
We don't want to
Yeah,
do
and
this,
then we
yeah,
burn you
whatever,
for
I'll do it.
witchcraft.
And all
Yeah.
thoughtery ended in an afternoon. Drugs are bad, okay. Fucking, you know. Lots of things fixed. You know, we all just have to basically swear off bacon for a year or two, and then we just.
Oh,
We
that's
just sort
it.
of like.
No, can't happen.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's
we
not
just-
a
we just,
sacrifice I'm willing to make.
We just, and then we fix it from the inside out. You know, there's lots of us, so we just give it a.
Mate, I'm not giving up. What's it called?
Bacon.
Pigs and blankets. I'm not giving up pigs and blankets. No.
It's like 2 Christmases
No,
I have it every.
to,
Like, I have it.
fix all the world's ills. That's not lifting the heaviest
Well,
rock you
I'm
can
not
find,
have
is
pigs
it?
and blankets.
You can have
I
vegan
am not
pigs and
your
blankets.
strongest soldier. Why must you give me your most difficult battle?
Speaking of Islam and idiots leftists, imagine being so self-centered that you think you understand what Islam and Sharia means better than the Muslim scholars in the Muslim countries.
Ah, that is because she is a entitled woman.
Well,
She's
the-
a colonizer rewriting Islam for
The
her
good,
own
the
benefit.
good thing about Islam, though, is we can just disregard everything she has to say out of hand.
Yes, that's the best thing about Islam. So basically, you'd be on board with full-on
زي
Islam
شبنم
if we
دوراني
just eat bacon. That's the that's the Rubicon for you. If we could just get them to accept bacon eating,
Mate,
we could all move forward together. Or we could
I've
all
met
move forward
Muslims
and
that drink
repress women
beer.
together.
Yeah, if we can get them to accept bacon, I'm there.
Yeah, okay.
5 prayer a day. Beat my wife. No pork. Simple as.
You don't actually have. I mean, you're not required to beat your wife.
But it
Only-
is strongly encouraged.
Yeah, the incentives are there.
Well, she's behaving herself. You don't have to.
And you know the marital practice, the one from Turkey, right? Where if the male refuses to offer coffee to the female whenever she asks for it, she is legally allowed to divorce him for that very reason.
I mean, that again seems reasonable. My wife doesn't even drink coffee, so I'm okay.
Coffee's American.
Well, I mean, it's not like even at all. But yeah, I mean,
I know, but it's
Right.
culturally American.
South American and
shit
really
coffee.
Spanish, but
Let's be clear. Shit coffee is an American thing. Yes. I mean,
Good coffee from the continent.
the fact that Starbucks uses mostly Italian words to name their coffees suggests that coffee is not American.
yeah, but they
Oh, yeah.
use such weird words. Venti is 20. It has no like 20 ounces. Duh.
Yeah.
But then grande is just a different language altogether.
been
Spanish.
Yeah.
But you know, things like espresso, which is the only one that you should drink. You know,
Fair enough.
good coffee, not American.
Yeah.
I think I should do some sort of like maybe I might have to do some sort of vlog for the Americans of just like how to actually be sort of classy.
Civilized.
Yeah, yes.
Royal Guy's masterclass on how to be a civilized gentleman.
How to spend your money, where to spend your money, the things that you should own to be manly, things like that.
Like a fight club, but without the fighting.
We can do the fighting.
The fighting's optional though.
When and where to fight and how.
I mean, it's not a proper night's
When to
entertainment in
to
Scotland
throw a
without
chair.
fighting, right, Will?
No, that's true. It's a different kind of fighting though.
Yeah.
Very sort of casual, relaxed.
Yeah. So
It'll be great for after the live meet. You can teach us all how to make TNT out of liposuction bio-waste.
I mean, I literally could. Seems like a complicated way of making explosives if that's what you want to do. But anyway, that aside.
so
That's a reference to the movie.
Yeah, it's a Tyler Durden reference.
So our resident dumbfuck Western feminist Muslims apparently cited in one of their books, because they've all got a fucking book, that there was a survey where the majority of female university students in Egypt agree that Sharia law should become the law of the land. And then she says that she doubts that these women had any idea about the injustices and brutalities towards women that are espoused by political Sharia. They live in Egypt, you daft cunt. I'm pretty sure they know better than you from your fucking safe gated community in America.
I would just point out that virtually every fucking gold tier member of the LE have a fucking book to shill as well, so, you know. I'm getting fucking very annoyed with the amount of shilling that's going on.
We're all very entrepreneurial. I'm just a salary worker, slave away in a kitchen for 12 hours.
No, but it was like I didn't pay to watch some shit adverts for shit.
No, instead you pay to mock people for their beard or lack thereof.
Yes.
But Phoebe, I mean, what a result. I mean, you do realise I'm like, fully responsible for that happening.
No one's surprised that you are.
In that I literally dared her in a DM during the last gold tier chat to I think the direct quote was to fully life of Brian it. So I'm very proud of her effort.
No, here we go. Is this saying what I think it is? No, it's not. God damn it.
Shame.
Oh, here we go. Biden News Live. Impeachment threatened with... So, the president threatened with impeachment if any Afghan aides left behind ahead of TV address.
Wow.
Even if Americans and our Afghan allies...
And
Oh,
they threaten
fuck off,
impeachment
independent.
at every turn now.
Yeah.
It's become meaningless. It means nothing anymore. Get impeached? Well, Trump deflected it twice.
Yeah, because Trump was innocent.
Yeah. Biden's
Well,
gonna
that's
get
them trying to make sure that this cannot be used as a tool in the future, because they're going to be like, oh, but you've already tried this twice and nothing happened, therefore it's now meaningless.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's just
Biden's not going to get him.
poisoning the well on the future of this.
No, it's like people are saying that Biden's going to get impeached. Biden's not going to get impeached. They're going to use the fucking whatever it is, amendment to
The
26.
fifth was like, yeah, the continuation of government and the capacity of the president to actually function liably.
Yeah, he's gonna get pushed out shortly with that, I'm sure. And then they'll just put Kamala in, which was always the fucking plan anyway.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
oh God.
Look,
the
we
guys
did it.
in
We
chat
put
are
a
saying the
female in
25th.
presidency.
Is it 25th or 26th? I think it's
25th. The guys in chat are saying.
It's the one that Pelosi was talking about all the other year for using for Trump. That obviously they were just getting. It's an Overton window thing, right? They're just mentioning it constantly. They've never had any plan to use it against Trump. The plan was always to use it against Biden later, but they needed to get it. They needed to get it into people's minds that it existed.
Yep.
So they just repeated it and repeated it and repeated it and repeated it. And now when they pull it out, they'll be, oh yeah, that's the thing they were going to use against Trump.
Remember impeachments? They're a thing. Yes, I've taught you well.
Yeah. I mean, it's so obvious what they were planning to do.
They got to put a concept or an idea in the mind of the people, so people actually know what the word even means.
Exactly. Who knew that was a thing until they started talking about it for Trump? But I guarantee you, it's how Biden ends his office.
It's the exact same thing that they're doing against the the word for lobbying for a very long time in the Senate, filibustering.
Yep.
Like I recall years ago watching the filibuster Trey Gowdy, Ted Cruz against Obama in regards to drones and surveillance. Yep. And now they want to get rid of it. It's just a method for a senator to occupy your entire day as long as you're willing to listen to him ramble. They did it in Rome all the fucking time. It lasted for weeks.
Yeah. So here's another article about the old Taliban. The Taliban plans to ban drugs in Afghanistan. That could change the world for the worse. How far up your own ass do you have to be to believe that?
No, well, it's basically because the Afghanistan's economy would just tumble into ruin.
Yeah, but how's that the rest of the world's problem?
Well, because they'll fall into terrorism to pay their way.
So how's that different now again?
Well, I think it'll be different.
God, The Independent is a trash fucking website.
No, all journalism is shit.
Well, it's because there's no journalism.
Yeah, true.
Journalism is deed.
Hasn't existed for a long time.
When you can have like late night showmen, late night funnymen, I'll call them, asking, just
funny-ish men
on stage, asking Biden, what can we do as a media to help you? Like, supplicate, bend over, and let me unzip. Jesus Christ, what can we do as a media for you? I'm like, we are offering our services as a propaganda instrument. Please take my hand.
Yeah. Student of History says it just means the Afghans will have a reason to firm up their spines and beat the Taliban. Ah, well, maybe.
Is it?
Please just attack Pakistan just to get it over with.
I mean, what I find hilarious is it's a weird idea that I mean, first of all, there were never 300,000 troops. There's only like 170,000 troops. There were never 300,000 troops. That's just lies. In fact, the 170,000 of them, none of them actually are sympathetic to the Taliban cause, is ridiculous. I mean, who is it you think ends up in the Afghan army? They're all fucking rural. They're all super religious rural country boys. That's who's in the fucking army. Some of the people who weren't able. I mean, there's a reason why they can't do jumping jacks. They're not the fucking intelligentsia. You know what I mean? These are the guys who would otherwise be working on a fucking dried out farm using their fucking sandal to dig the. You know what I mean? These are guys who've got absolutely nothing.
Like,
And
how
they're
did they
they're
ever even come up with the number 300,000? Like the German Bundeswehr,
That's-
200.
It's easy. It's easy. That's what the Afghans. That's the number of soldiers the Afghans have been charging the American salary for.
Oh,
It's the Witchfinder General Army private plate.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone gets that reference. Maybe?
Yeah,
probably
I remember that.
It's a good Omens reference.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
So
I think it was. Might have been included in the TV series version, was it? Maybe.
Yeah, it was in the book and the TV show.
Well, yeah, it's the book I'm talking about.
Still both great.
So I've had a quick read through the article by this idiot that reckons the Taliban banning drugs will ruin the world. It's like 20 paragraphs just to say that, if the drug trade stops there, it'll start somewhere else. It's like, okay, thanks. That was value to fucking read.
That's just a guy who's really worried about his supply of black or heroin, isn't it?
Sounds that way, doesn't it? He does look like the
sound
kind
that
of
way.
person that'd use heroin.
He's a journalist, so there's a good chance.
Yeah.
I'm just
Journalist.
microdosing, I swear.
Yeah.
Student of history says they're opiate-addicted, illiterate sheep herders. Let's start with, can you handle written instructions, and go from there.
I mean, the video with the bumper cars, it was so funny. It's like they've never been in touch with like entertainment industry on such a
Well, they literally
physical
haven't.
level.
They literally haven't. I mean, like
Bumper cars.
You see them in the fucking gym. They've got no idea how to lift, how to use any of this stuff.
Yep.
Because they've never seen a fucking film with anybody doing it. Like you take any child and put them into a gym, they've got a rough idea of how to use the machinery. Because you've seen it on TV,
Yep.
like kids here know how most stuff works because they have seen it. They haven't used it. I mean, most children would have a good idea how to drive a car. They could get it to move.
I could as a kid.
No, because they've seen hundreds of hours of TV of people driving cars. These guys have never even, if you put those guys in a room, most of them wouldn't know how to turn the fucking TV on.
Yeah.
Like
So-
when I lived in Singapore, when you were getting a maid, if you wanted to get a maid, you had a choice, and the scale of pricing depended on the country that they came from. And India had the lowest pricing. Okay, and the reason for that is when you came, you would have to teach them how to use. You'd have to teach them how to use every single thing in your house, because they would never have seen even. I mean, the concept of a washing machine to the women that were coming to work as a maid, never have even heard of a washing machine, let alone seen one. You know.
Yeah. So
Whereas if you got like one of the Filipino girls, you pay them a lot less. Pay them more because we're familiar.
So the idiots at the Independent are telling us that the Taliban's haul of US military gear includes 2,000 armoured vehicles and 40 aircraft, which includes Humvees, Black Hawks, Scout attack helicopters, and Scan Eagle military drones.
Fucking hell.
I wonder if I can buy one of those.
Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't mind a Black Hawk until
I mean, I wouldn't mind any of it. So between
Oh,
2002,
Apaches.
yeah. So between 2002 and 2017, the US provided the Afghan military, now the Taliban, with around $28 billion worth of weaponry. Fuck me, for that price, we probably could have just eradicated the Taliban. Like, just take a line of soldiers, spread them across the entire country, walk forwards, and if it moves, shoot it.
If only it were that easy. I could.
Yeah, they do hide in them.
Alternatively,
I mean,
for
like, to
28
be
billion,
totally
we could
honest-
probably airstrike the whole fucking country.
Yeah, I was gonna say for $28 billion, I mean, I could have removed those ranges from the planet without too much trouble.
It's absolutely ludicrous how much money they've spent on basically just funding the fucking Taliban.
Well, no, I mean that's not what the money's been spent on.
No, it's
Hey,
gone
where
via
do you think that $28
Afghanistan
billion
back to the American government. Well, back to the politicians
Yeah,
anyway.
Well, into military contractors and
Yeah,
the military-industrial complex as a whole.
yeah, and then when
Well,
you
people
trace
like
the
me-
kickbacks, it goes back to Sleepy Joe anyway.
Yeah, we've got shit to pay for, you know.
Yeah. Cigars and whiskey by the sounds of it.
Well, they're not free.
So that's all we've got from the Lotus Eaters. We now have an interesting little article from Japan.
Ooh.
Researchers in Japan use soybean compound to make catfish 100% female. So, a team of researchers in Japan has succeeded in making catfish all female with the compound found in soybeans.
Why? First the frogs, now
The
now
fish.
the catfish. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is why they're doing it. As female catfish grow faster than males, by making them all female, production efficiency will rise.
Right. Look, we do need an InfoWars animal sanctuary to protect the animals that have been turned either gay or into a different gender.
Yeah. It's utterly insane. But it just goes to show what we've all known, that soy eaters are all just bitches.
It's eugenics. Nobody sees it though. It's in your face. It's right there. The whole culture of eat lots of soy, simple eugenics.
Well, it certainly
It'll
seems
make-
to be that way at this point, doesn't it?
It'll make a class of humans that are supplicant to the government less willing to revolt against it, more compliant. It's simple genetics. Make them more docile. It's the same reason why they keep putting the fluoride in the water. It was never about tooth enamel strength, like the Dentist Association says. When they found out the side effect of additional fluoride in your system is a compounding effect of psychotropics and antidepressant medication, it makes their effects stronger. So Vicodin, clozapam, Xanax, it's all intensified by the fluoride that's in the tap water.
Huh. There we go.
And whoever got the no normal people got the choice on that matter, whether it was put in.
Nobody gives a shit. That's why they don't take it out.
And then on top of that, it's a
There's this
private company,
reporting on
so
it,
it can do
is,
what it wants.
Yeah, whenever they do add it, because it's a water supply, they have to add a very purified version of it. It is very chemically deadly, fluoride.
Apparently, they've done the same thing with sturgeon as well as the catfish.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This is from December 2019, so let's see how they did that. Oh, they were fed female hormones. Okay, well, we knew that. Sadly, the left will probably use shit like this to say, oh, it makes taking hormones makes humans real women. No, humans aren't fish.
Yeah, we're not like any sort of. We're mammals. We're very different genetically to that of other species and types. It's why the whole clownfish changing gender, like a lot of transgender activists point that out, but they forget that we're mammals.
Yeah, point to one mammal that does that.
None.
Exactly, because it's impossible, because there's like a million reasons I can imagine, but one of the defining features of being a mammal is the part where you produce milk.
Mm.
Well, I think inevitably, because most mammals have that part of their DNA where they have an ultimate size where they will grow to and mature. And there's some animals, the cold-blooded ones, that seem to grow endlessly. Like, for instance, a Galapagos tortoise. There's nothing stopping it apart from it not being able to support its own weight and dying of decrepitation.
Yeah,
But
like
which time they're
the
usually
same
100
seems to
years
apply
old.
to like sharks and crocodiles. They just don't die unless something kills them.
Mm.
None of this old age crap.
Yeah.
But it's almost as if they're nothing like humans.
Oh, but not. Which the specifically cherry-picked leftist articles will not mention to you about is the fact that they're completely different in the way their genomes are and their bodily functions.
Yeah. But that's not the right kind of science, TM.
Yes. Do you not know there is a consensus in science which is not scientific at all?
Yeah.
Listen to the experts. The government are the experts.
Yeah, they have like fucking minimum IQ. I can't ever see them as experts.
Midwits. Goddamn midwits.
Oh, that's the thing. I can't remember where I saw it, but there was an article they did of like an IQ thing of people that work at Westminster, and it's really average. It's like 109 or like around that or lower. Like it is just like the peak. Oh, middle IQ thinks they're intelligent, not really.
I wish that surprised me in the slightest.
Mm. There's like there was that article as well. There was like study finds that journalists are not have a lower IQ on average.
Yeah.
Nobody's surprised.
Speaking of midwits and being stupid as shit, Salon. Republicans claim to fear left-wing authoritarianism, but there's no such thing. Yes, dictators sometimes cloak themselves in socialism, but tyranny here and elsewhere is always right-wing. Ah, yes.
No.
Stalin, Hitler, and Kim Jong fuckhead are all right-wing, are they?
I refuse
What
to believe
about
Hitler's
Mao?
right-wing.
Well, Hitler's a socialist. A national socialist.
I'm sick of the narrative that he's right-wing because he's not.
No, he's left.
If you read large literature, you can tell he's left-wing or just middle.
Yeah. Well, there were very few authoritarian right-wing cultures. Because
Yeah.
right-wing tends to favour individualism.
Pinochet was the one that springs to mind. There's none of these four people are any bit right-wing.
Well, tell me more about
Well,
Mao and
Pinochet
how
was a
right-wing
right
he
wing.
is.
In comparison to other dictators, Pinochet is kind of weak.
Oh, here we go. The meaning today of the big lie almost always refers to Donald Trump and the election campaigns. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. No it doesn't. In fact, lying is the only way the right wing can win elections. Are you fucking shitting me?
Wow, how many people voted for Trump? Was it 74 million?
Yeah.
Are there even 81 million voters left after that point? I doubt it. Like,
That's an interesting question.
Pretty sure there's no more registered voters after the 74 million. At least it's not 81 million. It might be along the lines of like 50 or 60 million.
Yeah. So here's where it gets dumber. How in the world could 1% of the population ever win elections over the 99%? Simple. The 1% bamboozles the 99%. To win elections, the right must conceal its true intention from the voters and instead engage in manipulative tactics like lying and fear-mongering. I'm sorry, what the fuck was the media doing?
Replace the word right with left, and there you have it.
Like, that's literally what the entirety of the media was doing. Let's pretend for
Rule
5
one,
seconds that the election process itself was actually correct. The only reason people would have voted for Joe Biden is because the entirety of the fucking mainstream media lied about Trump.
Dude, it's politics. Like, accuse your opponents of what you are doing.
Yeah.
It is.
Makes it look even worse when they claim that Trump cheated.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. In fact, during and after the Cold War, the right undertook a relentless campaign that rages on to this day of falsely, smearing Democrats and the left as the cause of authoritarianism. Like the horrendous dictatorships of Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Fidel Castro, and Hugo Chavez, you know? Famous right-winger Hugo Chavez.
Like, was the French Revolution right-wing? Because I doubt it fucking was. And that's where the majority of this stems from.
He's an austere capitalist. Look, he's got his face on every shirt in the world. He must have been right-wing.
Clearly. In fact, the right so maligned the concept of socialism and the profoundly influential thinker Karl Marx that socialism remains a poisonous word to this day, often wielded as a weapon against Democrats and liberals. The fuck do you mean by liberals? Karl Marx was a racist.
Yeah. Well, when they mean liberals, they mean socialists. Actual liberals are either centre-right or centre-left.
Yeah.
They're not left. They're not far left or any form of Marxist at all. That's not liberal.
No. And Republican candidates accuse Democratic candidates of being diabolical socialists, true, and claim that Democratic policies such as Medicare for all, childcare, or taxing the rich are evil socialism. That's a straw man. Republicans allege that electing Democrats will turn America into a failed socialist state like Venezuela. That's true.
How though? They would never accept it. The reason socialism doesn't work in America is because there's too many people with their hands on the purse. A socialism can only thrive if it can blindly spend all the money it has to make it all look very comfy and good. And then as soon as they run out of money, be like, all right, we got bread lines. That's what I can offer you now.
Student officially says, well, we have a US case study called California.
I remember them fawning about Venezuela like this is the perfect example of a working socialism as long as we keep funneling money. And then they ran out of money and suddenly it's like, well, this is not really a good attempt at socialism because they ran out of money. And that's not how socialism's supposed to work.
Most oil-rich country in the world runs out of money.
Yeah.
Mm.
When people
Meanwhile, countries that have less resources are richer.
Venezuela could be, Dubai rich, but no.
They could be even better than Dubai because they've actually got things that are green in Venezuela.
Yeah,
I remember speaking to a dude on a different Discord, and he was telling us at the time about the toilet paper crisis, how the money bills that they were getting issued were so hyperinflated that it was cheaper to wipe your ass with money bills rather than toilet paper.
Yeah.
But money's not good toilet paper generally. Let's use Australian stuff because you can wash it and use it again.
I prefer sandpaper.
Yeah.
At $70 a roll of toilet paper, you're looking at
Australian money in general, yeah.
Or you're looking at like, I'm just gonna spend like 5% of my salary this month just on one roll of toilet paper.
Yeah. When people hear socialism, they often think of Stalin and Hitler. Yes, they have been incorrectly conditioned to associate Stalin and Hitler with the left wing, and wrongly conclude that left-wing policies lead to totalitarianism. This idiot can't possibly
It's all
really
true, though,
believe
right?
that.
Well, I really believe that does happen.
Well, it's demonstrably true. But apparently there's never been a left-wing politician in charge of a country.
I was going to say there's empirical evidence, but it's almost imperial.
Yeah. So this idiot says that the truth is that left-wing policies, broadly speaking, are popular and beneficial to society, while dictatorial regimes are right-wing with policies that are unpopular and horrendous for society. Are you legitimately fucking brain dead?
Beneficial to society. You cannot talk about socialism without ever having to mention the death tolls.
The bread
It always
lines,
comes
the
up.
starvation, the cannibalism.
Don't eat your kids, please. Please don't eat your kids. We'll offer you anything. Cadavers, we don't care. Just don't eat your kids. It looks real bad.
But they are delicious.
Yeah. But are you fucking insane? Like, what the fuck do you think the polling on the Jews was in fucking Germany in 1938? Do you think do you think they were fucking in favour?
Actually, is that how we get all the blue-haired communists to give up on abortion? By letting them eat the children?
Possibly.
Interesting idea.
This is gonna be so bad, man. There's like the replacement rate for white people in Europe is like 1.3 kids per household, and it needs to be 2.1. Oh, God.
Holy shit! It actually gets dumber.
No, we need less white people.
Yeah, but you just don't want competent competition, Will.
No, we need less white. The thing is, because the way technology has improved, we need less white people to do all the ruling and things. So it's fine. What we need is more factory workers and cotton pickers and things like that.
So
they can be anybody. That's fine.
Yeah. So they say, keep in mind the two basic forms of government that are opposite to each other. One form of government is monarchy, which is ruled by a king or a dictator. No. Dictatorships are not a form of monarchy. The other is democracy, which is ruled by the people through popular vote of their elected officials. Monarchy and dictatorship are...
We've got democracy, and it's ruled through our monarchy.
Yeah. Monarchy and dictatorship are right-wing, while democracy is left-wing. No.
No.
What about our democratic monarchy? Are we just in the centre then, is it?
Sorry, guys, I just need to go off on a tangent on a second. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'm walking through the fields with my dog in the farmer's fields, and I find a whole fucking packet of masks, and these things don't biodegrade, all scattered across these crops. This fucking means tons of this shit is just getting littered and all over the place. These things don't degrade. Why do fucking morons think they're one use? They're not.
No, they're not. Oh.
Well,
fucking disgusting.
If you believed that it was the most deadly virus in the world and the masks stopped them, you would treat the thing as a fucking biohazard, wouldn't you? You wouldn't just be fucking dropping them in the middle of the street.
Have you seen the shit in the ocean of like fucking tons of these packets all over? They don't realise they're not biodegradable because of the microfabric and plastic in it.
Yeah.
Fucking disgusting.
But what's the crop?
Just a bunch of beet.
I think it's a fuck about beet.
Yeah, I know that it's not that. It's just the fact that you shouldn't be throwing this on shit people will eventually eat. It's not good for the system.
Well, is it sugar beet or beetroot?
Sugar beet.
Well, it doesn't get eaten. It's used to make sugar.
Well, true, but you don't want stuff being like this. This is only just what the harvest is now. They usually grow wheat up here, and just other stuff. You don't want to be throwing anything into the field. Just bad for it.
I designed some control systems for a sugar beet factory. Do you know how easily those things explode?
No.
Yeah. Well, sugar, it's just energy, right?
Yeah. Oh no, I have heard of like we have a sugar factory in our town that set on fire and exploded once.
Yeah, they're quite keen on exploding.
Well, powdered anything. I've seen sawdust
but-
explosions,
yeah, but
milk powder
sugar especially.
explosions.
You see what sugar does to concrete?
No,
Yeah.
sounds interesting.
Caramel
Yeah, if
burns really hot. It's got a ton of calories, so
Yeah. If you basically pour sugar water on concrete, it just destroys it over time.
Who would have thought? Okay, here we go. Along came the liberal age of enlightenment in the 17th and 18th centuries, which celebrated liberty of the individual and emancipation from the strictures of monarchy. These new ideas led to the political revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, including the American Revolution of 1776, in which the United States declared its independence from the King of England, thereby giving birth to modern liberal democracy. Excuse me, have you ever heard of the Magna fucking Carta?
Yeah, it originated from that. It was more about responsible governance rather than freedom itself.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure fucking England had a parliament long fucking before America came along.
Yeah, oh no, back there was a parliament system back ever since the 1500s. It's just that it wasn't very democratic. It was the House of Lords instead.
Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
It was only until during the Victorian period that the House of Commons sort of comes around.
Yeah, it's so insane though. Here we go. Unfortunately for the working class, however, even the elimination of monarchies. Remind me again who the leader of England is? Did not improve their plight as they had hoped. From approximately 1850 to 1880, Karl Marx came along and explained the problem. Even though monarchies were receding, a new oppressive force was emerging. Capitalism. No, capitalism has existed longer than fucking England.
Yeah.
Like, the fucking ancient Greeks had capitalism, for fuck's sake.
What do they think was going on in the River Nile all the time?
Yeah. Like, why the fuck did they think the River Nile was a thing?
What's a trader? What does a trader do? Like, honestly.
Like, fuck me.
Before. No. They traded. They traded fairly. It wasn't intended to make anyone any money. They exchanged goods of equal value.
Right, which is why money has existed for tens of thousands of years.
Traders traded. They didn't use money. They traded for gold, which had equal value. Gold isn't money. Gold is a thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Tell me more about how
did
4,000 years
gold.
ago the Romans were using coins made of gold.
No gold. It wasn't money. It was just.
It takes time for
just the
coins
weight
to
of gold.
get made. Like, it would take a long time for currency to get made.
Yeah.
There's no production.
Yeah.
Fiat money is a different thing.
Yeah. And if they were all trading fairly, then there was no reason for countries like 4, 5, 6,000 years ago to execute people or chop hands off for using incorrect weights.
Mm.
Based though, by the way. Just
Oh yeah, here we go. The world was shocked as it watched Marx's theoretical idea come into actual fruition in the Russian Revolution in 1917.
briefly.
Yeah, when the working class united in the Bolshevik Party led by Vladimir Lenin. Then Lenin died and Joseph Stalin seized control and ruled the Soviet Union with an iron fist for 3 decades. Stalin is now justly regarded as among the worst dictators in the modern era. He created a deplorable totalitarian state, waged a campaign of murder and imprisonment against millions of political dissidents, as well as imaginary enemies, and repressed human rights, free speech, and any version of democracy. So what is the assessment here? Was the Soviet Union left-wing? Was Stalin left-wing? Are dictatorships left-wing? Is totalitarianism left-wing? Yes to all of them. The truth is different, though.
Was it?
Yeah, but apparently the truth is that the communist movement in Russia began in 1917 began as a left-wing movement that was positive and beneficial for society. That's a lie. Unfortunately, it was hijacked by a right-wing dictator in Stalin. No true communist.
you
Thank you so much.
So what I'm to read from this is that the actual genuine communism that was started. Lenin is the only true communist.
Yes.
He was immediately defeated by capitalism.
Yes.
In the guise of communism. So it only took 3 years for true communism to be completely destroyed by Chad capitalism. Is that what she's telling us? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, exactly. But it's okay. Hitler wasn't a socialist either. Yeah, because despite the name of the party being the National Socialist Germans Worker Party, the socialists and workers don't prove that it was somehow affiliated with the left. Hitler was the perfect example of a right-wing dictator, and the Nazis were a right-wing fascist movement. They co-opted the language of the left to some degree. The left didn't exist, you fucking illiterate.
He created the language of the left.
Yes.
Yes.
They use his now.
I mean, literally, a lot of the terms they use now were created by Hitler in Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
Of course, none of them have actually read Mein Kampf. So, you know.
Yeah. So, but they say the Nazis copied the language, and then they're like, this is exactly the playbook followed by right-wing dictators. They falsely pretend to represent a leftist movement that favours the working people, because left-wing policy is the best way to win popular support, liar. Once in power, dictators abandon left-wing policies and instead implement right-wing authoritarian policies.
I mean, Hitler wasn't particularly authoritarian to the Germans.
No.
Beyond the Germans, the German population's natural authoritarian leanings, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't make it more authoritarian for the actual indigenous German Übermensch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They then go on to say, Castro in Cuba and Chavez in Venezuela are often cited as examples of left-wing dictators, largely because they implemented various left-wing policies designed to benefit the working class, including widespread public education, citation needed, public healthcare, citation needed, and income redistribution. Yeah, to themselves. But implementing a few left-wing policies... Yeah.
I mean, Castro would literally call himself a dictator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd also call himself a communist.
He definitely called himself a communist. Yeah. I mean,
but because
when I met him, I didn't ask him,
but because he was evil, that means he wasn't a real communist, and in fact, he was a dirty, filthy Republican.
Right, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
See.
But yeah, implementing a few...
But he did pay everyone the same, so...
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, no, like...
Functionally nothing.
$5 is a lot. You can get a lot done in Cuba with $5.
5 Cuban dollars or 5 American dollars?
$5.
Well, everybody uses American dollars in Cuba.
Yeah, because their dollars are worthless. But here we go. But implementing a few left-wing policies does not magically convert a right-wing dictatorship into a left-wing democracy. The societies ruled by Castro and Chavez were never left-wing democracies. And cannot truly be considered socialist. Are you fucking shitting me?
Socialism doesn't have democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were overwhelmingly defined by right-wing attributes, including strongman rule, a one-party monopoly on power... no, that's communism. Suppression of free speech. Communism again. False propaganda glorifying the regime. Communism. Persecution of political dissidents. Communism. The restriction or elimination of democracy. Communism. And so on. AKA more communism.
Again, just remind me of a country where socialism's active, where there's more than one party.
Well, that's not real socialism.
I have to say, these socialists are pretty shit at doing socialism.
Well, apparently no socialist has ever been in charge of a fucking country, in the way this article reads.
Yeah, but why are they so... if it's such a good system, why are they so bad at getting it involved? You know, if they're saying it's never been tried, why have their arguments never been
sufficiently, if it's so good, why have the arguments never been sufficient to get them in power?
Well,
I mean,
maybe
there's a lot of people that have been in power that would call themselves socialists, but if they're saying that that's not the true version of socialism, why is the true version of socialism not capable of getting in power when these abstract versions of socialism are capable of getting in power?
yeah. But
I'm
I
hearing
don't think
I'm
this
hearing a lot of coke.
like this idiot keeps banking off about Marx would be upset. Like, have you ever even read a book by Marx? You fucking brain dead lunatic. Of course they haven't.
He'd be really upset that the brown people were doing so well. That's for sure.
He'd be really upset that the Jews have their own country.
Yeah. I mean, Che Guevara would be pretty pissed off about all the gays.
Yeah. Student of History says, if it's so good, why did Lenin need privatization to up the economy?
Yeah.
Well, give it 5 minutes, hit student, and they'll change it so that not even Lenin was a fucking communist.
I mean, even Stalin had to offer bonuses to some of the workers to work harder.
Yep.
Not very communist of him.
Yeah, it's utterly insane.
There's a bonus scheme for hard work? How does that work? But we're all getting paid the same.
Yeah. It's almost as if capitalism encourages people to work harder when they're actually paid more for more work.
It's almost as if you pay everybody the same, a system of social loathing occurs that's been well studied and documented. I mean,
well, I can point to direct personal experience of this from working in call centers, where like they offered like a $500 bonus a quarter if you hit some arbitrary target. $500 a quarter in a job where we're earning $2,000 a week. So people wouldn't bother. They just do the minimum they needed to do to get through. They didn't care about improving their skills because get promoted 3 times, you're making an extra $1 an hour. There's no fucking value to working harder. So people not being
there's apparently no value to Australian money either. I mean, if you're making $2,000 a week, $8,000 a month, that's quite a lot.
$2,000 a fortnight, sorry. Did I say, if I said week, I was wrong, but I meant fortnight.
All right. But even then, that's you make like $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Quite a lot.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's pre-tax.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, not many people in the UK make 5,000. I mean, I don't know what the difference between a Aussie dollar and a pound is. Do we know what the?
Yeah, it's about 50%.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But the thing is, like, people weren't encouraged to work smarter financially. So, not being complete psychopaths, they worked as hard as they needed to, which was just enough to make them useless.
Yeah.
And not to mention that when they were going for the bonus, they were encouraged to just hit, take this many calls a day. Okay, that's fantastic. You took 40 calls today, but you didn't help a single person.
Yeah. Good form of measurement. Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes a good call center worker? Somebody who answers lots of calls. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you get people that answer lots of calls and then achieve jack shit.
How many resolutions did you make? Yeah. Well, that's not how we're being counted.
Like, legitimately, a resolution was not part of their KPIs. I know this because one part of my job was making sure they met their KPIs.
Yeah. Smart stuff.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think the whole concept of KPIs is fucking stupid. KPIs are just another example of incompetent management.
No, we use them in the industry. We use them a lot, but
yeah, but they're not kind of I'd say they're slightly different. They're not just raw numbers. They're actually based on useful things.
They are raw numbers, but they're not arbitrary anyway. They are. I mean, like we have a whole string of professional engineers whose job it is to figure out exactly what to measure and how.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just like, yeah, it's not like how many calls did you answer, because
Yeah.
what figure? How is that useful to anyone ever? Nothing, there's no data behind that at all. It's like,
Yeah, exactly. A student of
it
history
would
says,
be more like,
dude, if I bust my ass and make the same amount as the lazy fuck playing with themselves in the corner, then I'm gonna fuck off and screw around in a live stream chat. Exactly. People will only work as hard as the most useless person getting paid the same as them.
Yeah.
that's why literally no one who works for me gets paid the same.
Yeah. Billy Blogs asks what a KPI is. It's generally a
Key point
complete...
indicator.
Yeah, or as sometimes they call it, a key performance indicator. Usually, in most shit-kicker level jobs, they're completely arbitrary numbers that are based on some middle management's complete misunderstanding of what you actually need to do the job successfully. So, like in a call
it's pretty
center,
well, I would say.
so in a call center, for example, it might be something like you need to answer 20 phone calls a day, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you consider that you've got to deal with crazy things like a country's welfare system, which is completely fucking broken and based on 40-year-old technology. And yeah, like resolution is not even part of the metrics. So you just get people who are taking lots and lots of phone calls, but not actually helping people. So the person has to call back again later to hopefully get someone who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Whereas a more useful indicator of a person doing a good job would be perhaps of the percentage of calls that they answered, how many did they actually close?
Yes, that would be far more useful. Like, I'm probably not a good call center manager, but I would have thought that if someone was on a phone call for 3 hours, then actually solved the problem, and it legitimately took 3 hours to solve it, that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, we have a lot of work goes into ours to rationalize exactly what is worth monitoring and exactly how it should be monitored.
Yeah.
Then it is done very carefully.
Yeah. Student of history says, surprised you haven't outsourced those to India yet. Oh, they'd fucking love to. But because it's government shit, there's all sorts of laws that say that the citizens' personal data cannot go offshore. So that's the only thing keeping those jobs in the country. So instead we have the Indians coming to our call centers. Like, and one of the issues that you seem to end up with, like, at least in the company I was working for, is due to some monumental fuck-up. It felt to me like they were taking the numeracy and literacy tests that they made every employee, every interviewee do, and then they went to the people who failed and hired them. Like, I legitimately had to explain to people why you times someone's fortnightly income by 26 to estimate how much they earn in a year. Like, people couldn't even manage basic math. Like, on a computer, with a calculator built into it, they couldn't do basic fucking multiplication.
Wow. 26 seems a bit high. I would have probably... You guys seem to have got some weeks off, didn't you?
You'd assume not, because if you're getting paid leave, which you're actually allowed to have, then it's the same income anyway.
Staff jobs.
Yeah.
You know what stands out to me? The amount of ads you just scrolled past.
Yeah, like every 2 paragraphs, there's fucking ad.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely, it's appalling. And I think that's why they pay fucking they probably pay they pay fuck all for idiots to just write like a massive page of utter fucking trash, And then they stick ads in every fucking paragraph. But hey, that's Salon for you.
Makes sense. I still can't believe somebody would actually write that article. Like, I know there are people that genuinely are that retarded to believe that shit, but still. Like, it's just so intellectually dishonest, it's disgusting.
Yeah. And not just did some absolute nut job write this. Like, nut jobs write stupid shit all the time. But usually you only hear about it when they staple their manifesto to the side of their head before going on a shooting spree. No. At least two people, the writer and the fucking copy editor, who did a shit job anyway, had to look at this and go, yeah, that doesn't make us sound like lunatics. But yes, Stalin, not true communism.
As if.
Chinese Communist Party, not true communism.
Well, it's never been tried.
Well then, Trump, not real right wing.
Yep.
Yeah, if he is
The
Hitler.
golden boy. The lefty golden boy. Lifelong Democrat enters the race, Conservative Party. Because he knew he had to bet on a horse that was going to win.
Well, how's it go? Democrats can't win if they don't lie. Oh no, wait, that's what this nut job said about the Republicans.
Don't worry, boys. We'll have Bernie Sanders. He's still going to save us. He just needs a quick injection of some hard cash currency.
I like boobies says, haha, just do what the Swedish government did and outsource security overseas and driver licenses to Poland or some other Baltic country, and the person responsible for this just got a fine of £6,000.
What?
Euro?
Only? Wait, is...
Only got a
Oh,
fine of
£6,000.
£6,000. Yeah, probably made more than that in bonuses for decreasing the fucking cost.
That's disgusting.
It is. It's utterly appalling. So one thing I was thinking of doing today was going through all the fucked shit from the Australian news cycle about COVID.
Yes.
Yes. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. You got another 3 hours?
Sure. I got the time. Don't worry. Let's start off with the most extreme case. Well, I say that very reluctantly. One new case lockdown.
Are we talking about one new case lockdown of an entire state or one new case lockdown of an entire country? Because New Zealand does have a speed. So what I did was I actually went through and picked everything I could find, because I've been posting daily updates in our news channel. So I went through and just pulled all of those. I've got like 30 articles here, I swear.
Well, the more recent one about martial law being implemented, not in those words, obviously, but whenever they say the police can let themselves into your property at their own behest. Yeah.
Do whatever the fuck they want. So, just before I get started on all those, pulled up an article that's the conservative woman.co.uk reckons. So even they seem to agree that this is insane.
Good.
So there are two supreme ironies in play this week in the COVID Commonwealth of Australia, where we have most of the population housebound, lockdown mania creeping from the seas into the back blocks is typically a single wayward spreader visits a region, a dogged determination to keep digging the zero COVID hole ever deeper, and ritual condemnations of wrong thought now reaching the national parliament. The first of the ironies is that the Sydney Morning Herald, hardly a skeptical source on matters COVID, has republished a hugely significant article by the London Daily Telegraph's Sarah Napson titled AstraZeneca Lead Scientist Says Delta Makes Mass Testing Pointless in UK. It is rare that the Australian corporate media allow COVID realities to get in through the cracks. Yep. In particular, the mass testing of the asymptomatic, the zero COVID objective, the efficacy of lockdowns, and making vaccines compulsory. Vaccines which their own inventors say do not work. That is, automatically prevent transmission against the Delta variant and other vaccine-proof variants of the virus that are inevitably coming down the road. These form the interlinked, never-to-be-questioned pillars of government COVID policy that have caused such political, media, and public hysteria in Sydney and elsewhere. Pollard stated... Sorry, go on.
It's just that that's going to be the new talking point then. Vaccine resistance. It's going to be the hot buzzword that they're going to hit you with. Well, it's vaccine resistant.
Well, that's why you need a booster shot. Because they're already working on those. Like Pollard stated chillingly for heavily invested in COVID class, we don't have anything that will stop transmission. He might have added, following Steve Templeton of the Indiana University School of Medicine, humans need to do human stuff. Likewise, the virus must not stop doing what viruses do. Yeah. The second and larger irony is that a Senate committee in Canberra, chaired by a loopy Green, aka Progressive, looking into media diversity, has hauled into one of its hearings executives of Sky News Australia for having the temerity to, wait for it, publish diverse views on Australia's political and policy responses to the COVID virus. Yes, we mean here views routinely regarded as misinformation by those who should and often probably do know better.
Yeah, it's just their new euphemism for saying differing opinion.
Yep. Billy Bloggs says, if it is already resistant to the vaccine, what is the point of a booster of the same vaccine? Profit.
Yep.
Profit and kickbacks.
€15 per booster.
Yeah.
Like, just put it into scale. My country is a country of 18 million people times free boosters. So that's 18 million times 15. It's a whopping load of money to just be wasting. And don't forget that, was it Australia recently ordered 85 million new dosages? That could inoculate...
For a country of how many?
25 million?
Yep.
So that's 85. Even if people get 2 shots, that's going to leave 35 million dosages that are just included in the sum, probably spoilage.
Yeah, so like 3 doses for every Australian.
Yep.
For this year.
Yeah.
What about next year's purchasing?
Yeah, well, we'll need boosters every, 8 months according to the CDC?
Right, lads. I'm going to have to head off. If you guys are still on, I'll join back. But I'll probably have to dip out for quite a while.
Alright, Anglo. See you later.
Later.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know they've signed these crazy contracts that basically mean they have to buy shit tons of it and pay for it whether they use it or not.
Yep, and can't tell people the facts about it.
Yep. We know, and like, you know, you got to assume that everyone's got that same bullshit contract.
Yep. And then they
all did.
Yep.
It's the contract was written like you're in the fucking episode of The Sopranos. Like, this is what you would sign when talking to the mafia.
No, I don't know. I think the mafia give better fucking deals. Yeah, so they then go to say that the senator should have mentioned Australians who are rightly worried about COVID totalitarianism, police brutality, public health mission creep, lost freedoms, trash economies and the like, but to each their own.
The mission creep is unreal.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
I mean, it is really only a matter of time before a group of people rise up and throw their government out over the top of this. Whereas
Yeah.
one country or another will do it eventually. And if one country does it, it'll be like the fucking Arab Spring. every government in the world will be fucking kicked out on his arse.
I'm looking at France.
So, what? Eventually, one country or another is just going to execute their fucking politicians over the top of this. They're going to keep
Oh, yeah.
pushing it and pushing it, and they're just going to. It's just somebody will eventually drag their politicians out of their fucking. Parliament, and that'll be it. And once that shit starts, every country's been under the same rules, man. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's utterly insane. So some of the articles are basically updates on previous things. So let's go back to August 15th. So last Saturday, I believe that was, or Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday. So further lockdown extension looms as Melbourne hits COVID tipping point. Yep, and so what's the COVID tipping point? Well,
25.
25 cases
No.
reported on Sunday. Yep. And
No.
and this is after their 6th lockdown, because lockdowns work.
We're locking down, and yet it's still spreading. What can we do? Just kill them all. Just kill the population. Doesn't matter. But North Korea did. They had one case, and then they had none.
Yeah, and then they're
then
talking
they have
about
one again.
massive clusters where it's like 10 people.
Massive clusters. Like,
It's utterly insane. So that article, the rest of that article is not terribly interesting. So the next article from the 16th, Monday. The Canberra COVID-19 cluster grows to 28 as ACT lockdown extended for 2 weeks. So total, and they extend it for 2 weeks after already being in lockdown for several days. "28 cases, 2-week lockdown. Which is still more reasonable than some of the shit that's been pulled.
they couldn't possibly be not aware of the morale dampening effect this is having on the populace.
Oh, they just
I'm
don't care.
Sure, that's the purpose of it.
I mean, it's been a coordinated campaign since the fucking 80s, if not earlier. So that's Monday, with 28 cases total, expanding it for the lockdown for 2 weeks. Then we have New South Wales recording their worst day of the COVID-19 pandemic, with 478 cases and 7 deaths. Fuck me. There are all across the world, there are places wishing that their worst day was that bad. So let's have a look at those 7 deaths. Let's see. 6 people who died were aged over 70. Oops. And then there was a 15-year-old boy who contracted pneumococcal meningitis and COVID-19. Now, a federal government is not considering him to be a COVID death, but New South Wales is. According to the federal government, we still have not had a single person die under the age of 20. So, yeah. 7 deaths, 6 of which were over 70. And then later, on that same day, Monday, the Northern Territory records new case of COVID-19 triggering snap 3-day lockdown. 1 new case. So there we go. A recent international arrival who had been in 14-day quarantine in Sydney. So, looks like
They're
the
being so reactionary with this. Like, it's one case lockdown. Like, maybe you're already too late. It's already one case. You're fucked. Just
yeah.
lay down. Give up.
Yep. And then, of course, Melbourne goes completely insane, so they extend their lockdown, which is already their sixth lockdown for 2 weeks, with a curfew and closure of playgrounds.
Because the kids are the issue, not the old people.
Yep. Also, COVID only affects you at night.
Yeah, it's
Well,
definitely not for any other
The whole
reason. That
inside-outside thing, it wouldn't have mattered. If it was a highly contagious disease, there's a miasma in the air where it just sits on every single surface you come across. The whole
Well, no, it doesn't.
6
It
feet
sit on
distance-
every surface. It floats through the air at exactly 5.5 feet.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because remember, when you sit down to eat in a restaurant, it can't get you. Like, but even the fucking Victorian police. So the Police Association of Victoria's secretary has raised concerns about already stretched police resources. He said he did not believe the curfew was a necessary measure. Yeah, no shit.
Because it's an exercise in control. It's not about stopping you getting COVID.
No, anyone who still thinks it's about COVID's a fucking idiot.
Yep. This is about you doing what you're fucking told.
Yep. But wait, it gets even fucking dumber. Mark McGowan keen to pursue a zero COVID policy in WA, Western Australia, even after 80% vaccine threshold is achieved.
You see what's going on here is actually your local government folk. You know, they're looking to be prime minister, and they want to be able to go, well, look what I did. I got mine. They're competing with each other to have as few COVID victims as possible, so they can go forward and try and be prime minister later on. This is entirely political. It has nothing to do with saving lives.
It is completely insane. So, the piece of shit Premier has told Sky News he's not afraid to implement mandatory vaccination for certain industries in Western Australia, including the mining industry. And that he said that despite...
That's a great way of never getting back in office, isn't it?
Yep. And he's going to retain a zero COVID policy and not tolerate any COVID cases or deaths in his state, even after the state hits 80% vaccination. So even when we hit 80%, one breakthrough case of COVID, bang, lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, you always get the sort of slight feeling that when it comes time to, vote again, some of these people are just going to go, no, we can't, it's pandemic-y.
Yeah.
Can't be doing any voting. No, postal votes are no good. You have to vote in person, and because you have to vote in person, we can't have votes.
Yeah.
I'll just have to stay in power and under emergency powers for the next
forever.
Ever. Honestly, I
20
wouldn't
years.
be at all
Yeah.
surprised.
So the idiot said, our preferred option is zero COVID, obviously, and that's what we'll attempt to do. And we don't want to have deaths, and we don't want to have spread of the virus. But there can be some easing of the rules. When you get to 70, perhaps 80% vaccinated, that is, if there's a lockdown, it might be a lesser area rather than the entire metropolitan area. It might be a country town rather than the entire region. We retained the right to put in place border restrictions. That's understood, but some of the measures we put in place might ease once we reach that level of vaccination. I'm looking forward to getting over 80%. Apparently no country in the world has got there yet. Completely fucking insane.
The UK's way over 80% vaccinated of the people that were supposed to be vaccinated. If you take the children that don't need to be vaccinated out, the UK's way over 80%.
Yeah, but at this point, these fucking idiots will start vaccinating dogs for COVID.
Yeah, maybe. Anything just to use up. I mean, what they don't want to do is because they've spent so much money. I mean, it's like I was saying before. They're fucked over a barrel with these contracts to buy the vaccine, and now because they've had to buy it, they need to use it. Just need to use it. Doesn't matter how it gets used. Just needs to be used so that nobody can say panicked and bought hundreds of millions of pounds worth of stuff we didn't need.
Yep, here we go.
That's all it is.
Latest reported vaccination update for the United Kingdom. 87.4% have received their first dose and 76% have received their second dose.
Yeah, but of an ever-increasing number. That's of the people that they're now currently trying to jab. So that's of down to 16-year-olds.
Yeah. But that's
Right,
okay.
but
It'll be down to 12-year-olds by the end of the week.
What I'm saying is, if you go back a couple of weeks, it's more likely 100%, because they were never going to, they were never talking about doing that before. It was originally they weren't going to jab anybody under 30, and they've all been, that's 100% double jabbing from the people that can get it probably months ago.
Yep. So
We're not talking about that.
We now have the article from Sydney Morning Herald that they talked about previously, which is the AstraZeneca lead scientist says Delta makes mass testing pointless in UK. Yeah, I bet it makes it pointless here too, you fucks. So let's go view the archive, because it's behind a fucking paywall. Cunts. So, yeah, Andrew Pollard, who led the Oxford vaccine team, said it was clear the Delta variant can still infect people who have been vaccinated, which made herd immunity impossible to reach. But that's okay. Even once we get to 80% vaccinated, we'll still keep doing lockdowns.
So you're just going to reset the vaccination thing back to 0% every single time a new variant is found, and you're like, well, we have no coverage against this one.
Yeah, almost literally.
Yeah. What other bullshit?
Yeah, and then, like they say, we need to move away from reporting infections to actually reporting the number of people who are ill. Otherwise, we're going to be frightening ourselves with very high numbers that don't translate into disease burden. Yeah, we've known that since fucking April 2020.
Yeah, but it's always been like that. Like, I remember from the olden days, you get your flu shot, but it was always lagging behind 1 year because you could not preempt a virus that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. And, oh, here we go. On Tuesday, Sajid Javid, the health secretary, confirmed that third dose booster shots would be given from next month. Cool. So, yeah, it's literally going to reset to, 0% have had the booster shot. Therefore, we need lockdowns again.
Have you had your Delta booster? No, I've had my Lambda booster. What? You've only had 6 boosters? What are you, a Trump supporter?
Fucking grandma killers with their only having 6 booster shots. Yeah, so what a paediatrician at the Imperial College Healthcare Trust told MPs that choosing not to vaccinate children would be unlikely to cause problems in the health service. Yeah, no shit. What matters is the burden of patient hospitalisation and critical care. Oh, Billy Blogs is telling me to Google Marek's disease. Okay. Why am I Googling Marek's disease? Ah, yes, it's the disease in chickens, where it all went to shit after they vaccinated. So, Clive Palmer, one of our rich people turned politicians, says he's going to sue over the mandatory vaccine requirement for travellers. Because in order to go from one state to another, you have to have been received at least 1 dose of the vaccine. But it's okay, we still don't have any mandates. It's just in order to travel to a different state, you need to have had the vaccine.
We're not talking different countries, because I can see the argument being made in Europe, like, they won't let you travel to another country if you're not been jabbed. Or at least you have to do the check before you leave, and then upon arrival you do the check again. But yeah, straight up not letting your own citizens travel within their own country?
Yeah. Cannot travel within your own country. And that's not even the most ridiculous one. It's going to get dumber as we keep going through the weeks.
How's this not social credit score? China denies you public transport if they hate you enough.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
at,
sort of like in favor.
at this
credit
point, China's been mocking Australia about being totalitarian. And I fucking agree with them.
You got the Taliban earlier this week when they were asked about what you're going to do against internet censorship. And they were like, well, you should talk to Facebook about internet censorship. They have a lot of experience with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
The Taliban.
So,
Chat memers.
obviously, we're still... So, going back to the Melbourne issue. Yeah, curfew's back. 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Cannot leave your home. There'll be a heightened police presence. You're not allowed to travel to meet a person in your single bubble during the curfew hours. But here's where it gets really dumb. Professor Sutton says the evidence around curfews is not dissimilar to evidence around a whole bunch of other interventions. Sure, that sounds good until you realise by which he means there's absolutely jack fucking shit to prove any of them to be effective. No evidence whatsoever. And now you can only exercise with one other person. Previously, you used to be able to exercise with your household, but now you can only do it with one other person. And you can only exercise for 2 hours a day. Outdoor playgrounds, skate parks, basketball courts, and gym equipment will all be closed.
cheers.
He said he was concerned that there have been lots of gatherings at playgrounds, including not just children but parents as well. Oh, God forbid kids leave the house to get some sunlight.
I remember something earlier this week about a guy leaving his house, and then the police were driving past houses and noticed that he wasn't at home, so they tracked him down, and he was going for some fresh air alone in his car, masked, alone in his car, and they detained him, and he got arrested and charged for leaving his house.
Yeah. Well, that's it. In Melbourne, if you're an authorised worker, you'll need a permit, just like you did last year. Right. So, in order to leave your homes, you need your papers. Going full papers, please.
You get the neighborhood Stasi are reporting on your whereabouts. Like, my neighbor isn't home right now. You better send some cops over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of in favor of all of this.
Just because you think you're going to be the Ubermensch.
Yeah, well, I am.
Just remember, you'll be the first one against the wall.
Can't take your mask off to drink alcohol. Well, I consume it through osmosis. Thank you very much.
Yep.
You can't put me up against the wall if I fucking retask the task sets to
Yeah.
look after me.
But yeah, the authorities have applied mask rules to state that face coverings can only be removed to eat and to drink non-alcoholic beverages. Yeah, sorry, I've met boozers before. They'll just drink through the fucking mask.
Wait a second. Hang on a fucking second. Whoa. Wait a second. You can remove the mask to drink a non-alcoholic beverage?
Correct.
You can't remove a mask to drink an alcoholic beverage.
Correct.
So effectively what he's doing is trying to ban alcohol through a back door.
Yes, because people are going on pub crawls, and how dare they?
This is helping the restaurant business.
But you could presumably put a straw on the inside of your mask, right?
Who knows? Probably.
Like liquid MREs, we're talking astronaut food from now on. We're all just tubed up in our still suits because we're not allowed to.
Enema? Just the alcohol enema?
Yeah. Basically.
Just run a drip IV. Just tie it to your backpack.
Yeah. So here's the title of one article for you. A 15-year-old Sydney boy has died after contracting COVID-19 and pneumococcal meningitis. Yeah, one of those is more deadly than the other.
I feel like I have an idea which of those two killed him.
Well, funnily enough, hidden inside the article, guys, he was just 15 years old and has become Australia's youngest COVID-related death since the pandemic started. Yeah, COVID-related. Right, okay. And then the chief health officer said, I can confirm that there is someone admitted to hospital. There's 15 and that the cause of their admission, whilst they're COVID positive, is related to another health condition. Oh, but they're a COVID-related death. No, they are fucking pneumococcal meningitis, you fucking brain-dead cunts.
Trim's obviously quite drunk because he's texted into the chat whether we're still on instead of simply listening to the fucking audio.
Yep. Yeah, like Fractal said, man dies from COVID and being hit by a bus. Holy comorbidities, Batman.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically speaking, being hit by a bus is not a comorbidity.
So who's giving him corona after he enters the... Is it just like some dude at the doors, like shaking everyone's hand? Well, hi, welcome to the hospital.
Well, apparently they... Yeah, oh, here we go. He was initially admitted to hospital for pneumococcal meningitis, itself a life-threatening illness. Yep, cool. Which would have not...
Really?
Is it? Is it fucking really?
Itself, life-threatening disease. Like it's equally life-threatening as
the
COVID,
sniffles,
right?
yeah.
The way they've written that, you know, so life-threatening. Oh, is it life-threatening? Is it? What's the death rate for fucking congenital meningitis?
Well,
let's fucking look.
I'm thinking it's pretty fucking high.
Among children, 8%. Young adults, 22% death rate.
Well, he's a young adult, isn't he? 19.
Oh, here we go.
22%. So you had a 22% chance of dying of that. And
17% chance of death on the average, but it can go as high as 30%.
You said 22% for young adults. He was 19.
Yeah.
Okay, so 22%. 22% chance he died of COVID. Could have died of that, or a 0.0 fucking 4% chance he was going to die of COVID. Yeah, those are equally deadly.
Like Fractal says, 12-year-old dies from cancer in a paper cut.
Yeah.
Rawr.
Must have been a very infectious paper cut.
Yep.
Fucking. I mean, the journalists who write this shit should be put against a fucking wall, because those two things are not comparable, and it should not be written in a way that is comparable. Because what you're actually doing is what you're trying to do is upplay the scariness of COVID, but what they're actually doing is downplaying the concerns of fucking meningitis, which is a false narrative, and that shouldn't be allowed either.
Yeah, here we go. Case fatality ratio of bacterial meningitis. Yeah, here we go. Up to 50%. Depending on how you measure it. Compared to 0.02%.
Yeah.
It's just a flu. It's just a flu.
Yes. Like, it's Delta. Which, actually, if you look at believe the numbers, COVID's like 0.2% fatality rate. And then if Delta is like 6 times less deadly, that actually puts Delta exactly level with the flu. If we believe the COVID fatality numbers.
Yeah, I think the Delta variant is just actually flu. But it's not actually even COVID. They've just renamed flu the Delta variant.
I mean, quite possibly.
Now we're gonna have the Lambda now.
Yeah. Well, apparently Lambda's older than Delta, because that makes fucking sense.
Yeah, it just depends on where they named it for.
And Lambda's gonna be the one where they're like, well, it's a vaccine resistant. You gotta get your boosters.
Yep. But it's okay. At least Australia isn't as retarded as New Zealand. New Zealand announced a snap lockdown to avoid dire consequences seen in neighbouring countries like Australia, as it happened. Yeah, neighbouring countries with less than 1,000 fucking cases.
Wait, what? Did you say slot walk?
Yeah, sure. No,
Oh,
snap
really?
snap lockdown to avoid dire consequences.
I thought you said slut walk. That's like, what? Really?
No.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was prepared to believe it. So it's
Yeah,
just...
but even the fucking ABC sounds kind of incredulous. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinta Ardern Hitler announces a snap 3-day lockdown after a single case of COVID-19.
Yeah,
Funny
well, pretty
face.
much. From a port town. Any surprise?
That's all we need. We'll get to pre-crime soon. Like, we have none cases. Shit. We need to do something. Stop that first case.
Exactly. Okay, so
Got enough people on the left already talking about we got to put them in camps.
So the New Zealand one is the first bit of Tuesday's news. So we literally just got finished talking about Monday. And we're only now getting on to Tuesday. So, Tuesday, New South Wales records 452 new COVID-19 cases and 1 death as virus spreads to Broken Hill. Let's have a look at who that one death would be. Go ahead, Oil.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Woman aged in her 70s died in Westmead Hospital. Really? 70-year-old? It's funny that, how it always seems to be 70-year-olds. But she wasn't vaccinated, so clearly that's why she died.
Oh, yeah. Being old, she wasn't on a priority list for having it already.
Well, she would have been, but she may have chosen not to because she's not a fucking insane person. So then we have the Tuesday update for Victoria. Victoria records 24 new local COVID-19 cases as they wake to their new, tougher lockdown rules.
It's already decided. You just wake up to it.
Yep.
Start your day and you're like, what's the lockdown like? It's even worse. Wow, that was quick.
Yep. So here we go. Again,
voted into office.
From Tuesday, Royal Melbourne Hospital sacks worker over gas chamber comment. A female clinical assistant from Royal Melbourne Hospital has been sacked after a disgusting comment about Jewish Orthodox revellers. The Royal Melbourne Hospital has sacked a female clinical assistant for suggesting Jewish Orthodox revellers from an illegal engagement party. Yeah, because those words make fucking sense. Illegal engagement party in St Kilda should be put in the gas chamber. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm honestly surprised. No, bad oil.
The world would be a nicer place if there were more gas chambers, I think.
Yeah, but it's not the Jews we want to put in them.
No.
Yeah, student, that's a really fucking spicy take. I'm honestly surprised that the hospital sacked the bitch.
Oh.
There we go. Police Minister says public tip-offs needed to stop COVID-19 outbreak. New South Wales Police Minister David Elliott Goebbels is urging the public to tip off police to illegal family gatherings and household visits, saying it is one of the most effective ways for the state to bring COVID-19 under control. As a 21-day police blitz begins across the state on people flaunting public health orders, Premier Gladys Berejiklian warned New South Wales could reach 1,000 cases a day if people keep ignoring the rules. Oh God, 1,000 cases a day. Ooh.
They use the word blitz, though. Oh my God, like, could you lay it on any figure that this is about fucking Nazism making a comeback? It's just masqueraded. They don't see it. They don't see it. They are on the top of the Nazi food chain, and they don't see it.
Yep, here we go. Crime Stoppers is receiving between 1,300 and 1,500 calls a day from the public about COVID-19 breaches. Jesus fucking Christ, you lunatics!
Yeah, it's great.
But it's okay
What was
because
the ratio back in Russia? Like two out of 3 family members were telling on one another to Mr. Government.
When I worked in I worked in Kazakhstan I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, and because I'm Scottish and the way I sort of look, a lot of the Kazakh people I was working with actually thought I was a Russian military intelligence officer because of the way. Sort of because I mean they're not a million miles off, but because the way I sort of hold myself, the way I sort of talk and things like that, they just were super paranoid that because they, the Russians had controlled them so much, they were super concerned that I was a Russian intelligence officer.
Wow.
Everyone thinks I'm a glowy of some kind.
Well, are you?
Yeah.
But I'm not a Russian one. But yeah, no, it's like they were really paranoid because I was like, but I've got a British passport. Why, that doesn't mean anything. I was like, but it does. I'm obviously British. I can hear my accent. Oh well, you can learn it. Just
Yeah, so speaking of dictators, the Premier said Monday's case numbers were disturbingly high. Yeah, numbers below 1,000 are disturbingly high, and warned too many people were not taking the situation seriously enough. They don't think it's a serious illness, but as Dr. Goebbels and myself and the ministers have said every day, it's a horrible disease with horrible consequences. It's not fucking Ebola, you daft cunt! Jesus fucking... Oh, here we go.
The thing is, Ebola is actually quite difficult to catch. To get Ebola, you basically have to ingest body fluids from the person who has Ebola. It's not like touching somebody with Ebola gives you Ebola.
Sure, but we're talking about lethality, not contagiousness here. Yeah. Honestly.
It wasn't because of the funeral practice that Ebola spread.
Yeah. But... here we go. The Premier conceded the state would not achieve substantial freedoms if daily numbers remained at present levels, even if New South Wales reached an 80% double-dose vaccination rate. The extent of your freedom depends on the case numbers. If you have 500 cases a day at 80%, that is still dangerous just to say to let it rip. You can't let it rip. Fucking Christ! The extent of your freedom depends on the case numbers. That could be on her tombstone after we hang her for treason. Yeah. The Australian Defence personnel and police will help authorities supercharge their contact tracing, which has been one of the saviours for us until Delta. He won't seek any additional powers from the Premier until the end of the 21-day period. Every strategy takes 7 to 14 days, whether it's a police strategy or a health strategy, to see what impact that has on COVID numbers. We all want the same thing, but we need a circuit breaker from a law enforcement perspective. Filthy fucking lie.
Do we all want the same thing? I'm not sure we all do want the same thing.
I'm 100% certain we don't all want the same thing.
This is the problem with creating hype around a certain thing because of coronavirus. The numbers will be ignored because it's got that magic word to it that it is deadly.
Yeah, in much the same way that the flu's deadly. In fact, in almost exactly the same way. And I'll remind you that this is still Tuesday.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. A student of history says, as an American, that sounds utterly disgusting, you won't get your freedom back. Yeah, fucking oath. To paraphrase Fractal, yeah, if you're a good little surf and you're lucky, you might get to go out in the sun this weekend. And then, of course, some more on New Zealand. Oh, the authorities cannot confirm yet whether the case involved the Delta variant. Ooh.
We should have a special. We need like a tone to play when they dump, like a proper
Soundboard.
sort of like thing.
Yeah, one of these days I'll have to try and set that up. Oh, here we fucking go. Under New Zealand's toughest level 4 lockdown rules, schools, offices and all businesses will be shut down and only essential services will be operational. Vaccinations will also be suspended for 48 hours to ensure vaccines can be administered in a safe environment. Jesus fucking Christ. Under level 4 restrictions, New Zealanders can only leave their homes for physical exercise in their neighbourhood, visiting supermarkets, dairies and pharmacies, and necessary medical care or getting a COVID-19 test.
Oh, that sounds alright. Nothing on the cinema anyway.
Play tubular bells anytime COVID is mentioned, says Fractal. Yeah, maybe. We need one for Delta as well. Okay, so what day is this? Still Tuesday. Supreme Court rejects Victorian anti-lockdown protesters' legal challenge. Dismissal of Kerry Cotterell's case is the latest in a string of defeats for opponents of COVID public health measures.
That'll be a Supreme Court one.
So, here we go. On Tuesday, Justice Richard Niall dismissed Cotterell's case, finding the act was valid even if it impinged on the right to political communication due to the legitimate purpose of preventing the spread of coronavirus.
Yeah, but this is the problem. In time, it's going to be found. In time, it's going to be proven that lockdowns didn't help stop the spread, didn't save any lives, and so all of these conditions will be retrospectively illegal, and a lot of people are going to be proven to have known that it didn't work. And a lot of people are going to go to jail eventually. All around the world, lots of institutions.
Yeah, well,
going to be decimated by this.
See that'll you'd be right, except for the fact that in Australia they'll just arrest you if you have any evidence that all this is bullshit.
But only has to happen. Only one place in the world has to go like this was definitely bullshit, and you have abused your powers and start arresting their MPs for doing it. And it's going to happen everywhere. Every single regime will, every single political institution will have to answer the same question ultimately.
Yeah.
If one country goes, no, you've abused your power, all of the countries have abused their power.
Yep, which is why they're just going to band together and fuck us all. So the dumb fucking judge said that the case had a false premise that public health orders themselves had to be consistent with the implied freedom of political communication. But even if that were correct, he would still reject the challenge. So even if public health orders had to be consistent with freedom of political communication, he'd still reject it.
Because he's ideologically decided that this is more important. It's not because he's not doing it on the merits of the case.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
His personal ideology.
Yeah.
So when that goes to a Supreme Court, that's going to be flipped.
That was the Supreme Court.
A what?
Yes.
And a single judge gets to make the decision.
Yes, because remember, we don't have rights in Australia. That's not hyperbole or exaggeration. But you're right though, because it goes to say that he then goes on to say that is because stay-at-home orders were consistent with the maintenance of constitutional government. That's a filthy fucking lie, and he needs to be hung for treason after a fair trial. And they were rationally connected to the public health purpose, and alternatives were not equally effective, he said. Imagine being that fucking stupid.
Hang on a second. How does he know the effectiveness of alternatives? He's not
because the health minister.
Did he commission any?
Well, he knows because the health minister, who this person is fighting, told him that it was true.
A
that
biased
sounds-
source told me this was definitely true, so
Yeah,
therefore it is.
That sounds like he collected the evidence. Yeah. It's,
Yeah. Oh, no, the essential defendant in this case told me that their position was correct, so...
no investigation required.
Like, legitimately, we need fucking Nuremberg-style trials when this shit is over.
But I genuinely think that's what will happen, though.
I
maybe not for-
truly hope you're right.
Maybe not for 20 years, but all these look, the people who've been most put upon are the teenagers, right? Little kids don't really fucking care about whether they went to school or not, right? Teenagers have had the absolute fucking worst of this. Really.
Yeah, when you're
Genuine.
getting barred from seeing your friends for almost a year, we did get pissed off.
But their educations will have suffered. Their future, the economy troubles and stuff for the next 10 years are going to affect their lives. They're the people who are going to be genuinely most affected by this. And you think they're just going to fucking forget about it when they're lawyers and barristers and things like that? Or do you think they'll fucking come after the people who fucked their lives up? Because I'm pretty sure the people who become MPs and the people who become the barristers and stuff might have a fucking axe to grind against some of these people who will still be alive and will be potentially held criminally responsible for this. Well, it's just a thought. It's not like it's never happened before. I would be very fucking nervous if I was one of these people in about 10 or 15 years from now.
Well, the narrative has been pushed so hard, though, that some young people do think it's alright.
Yeah, no, but a lot of 80s paedophiles thought they got away with it too, right?
The one problem with that theory is that the teenagers you're talking about have lived their entire lives under the boot of the government.
No, not in this country. No.
In Australia they have.
In the UK.
Yeah.
But not in the UK, they haven't.
Well, I still think America needs to invade and bring democracy to Australia.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I do hope you're right, though, Will. Because
it's not a terrible idea. It probably can happen.
It is reliant, though, on people actually standing up and being counted.
And I'm saying, but it only has to happen in one Western country.
Well,
once it happens in one Western country,
actually, true. If it happens in America, then cascades to England. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll cascade to Australia.
Seriously, I think it could end up being some sort of world, sort of like organized, sort of like pushback for this in 10 or 15 years. Especially when the real death data comes out. Like how many people actually died of COVID and didn't just die of their comorbidities. That data will appear eventually. In the cold light of day 10 years from now, historians will dig back through this. They'll get the real data because the current governments won't give a shit.
Well, that's it. And actually, doesn't the UK have the 20-year rule now, where all government information automatically becomes public? God, that'd be nice. Yeah. I think you might be. I think you might be right if you're suggesting you'll start somewhere other than Australia. Yeah. Okay, I'm on board.
Yeah. But people aren't just going to forget this happened. People are going to want to dig through what really happened. And when that data is available and stuff like that, and it's be forensically done, people will do books and stuff. Won't have the rhetoric. It'll just be the cold data. It'll be fucking carnage.
Well, Robert Longshore actually brings up an interesting point that might actually accelerate things. He says younger kids have missed a year of social interaction and will be socially stunned for life too.
Yes.
Yeah, in 5 years' time, when all these kids are entering primary school and are completely shafted, a class action lawsuit by the parents against the government might be fucking interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, there'll be independent inquiries and all sorts of shit. But I mean, there's gonna be ultimately,
there's going to be, there could be decades of lawsuits after this of people suing the NHS. I mean, like, there's a good chance the NHS will be simply destroyed by by people suing them for having not treated them.
Well, that's it. Anyone who's died because their essential treatments were fucking postponed, their families should be filing unlawful death suits all over the place.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm fairly certain that will happen in time to come.
You're right.
Yeah.
Once the panic
it'll be
resides...
I mean, there'll be TV adverts. Did your father die from untreated cancer? Call 0800.
Have you or a loved one been injured by the Moderna or AstraZeneca vaccines? You may be entitled to compensation. Please call.
There'll be fucking tons of this shit. It'll be the next 2 decades. And that's without there being actually any unexpected side effects that we haven't seen yet.
Well, a sin of history also adds another point that might support that. In 15 to 20 years from now, that's when all the transgender 5-year-olds are going to be hitting their 20s and wanting to fucking come for blood. In 20 years' time, assuming we don't go full 1984, which is a possibility here in fucking Oceania.
We're already getting the now sort of starting to be adult children of gay and lesbian couples.
Yeah.
Fucking suing, going, what the fuck why did you deprive me of a fucking father? You know?
But yeah, like Sin of History says, it's like the idea of the transgender kids of today when they realise they were ruined by all that bullshit. Like, in 15 to 20 years, again, assuming that the Prime Minister doesn't come out on fucking Monday and say that we're renaming Australia to Oceania, the anti-woke backlash is going to rip through the world. Like, purges you've never fucking seen. Not death purges.
I genuinely believe there's a possibility of actual purges because of wokeism.
Like Nuremberg, not just killings in the street, but like legitimate Nuremberg-style purges, where it's like, oh, why did you commit this crime? I was just following orders. Not good enough. Get in the noose.
Yeah, genuinely. Because I think these people are so bad. I genuinely think that people, almost a whole generation has been so badly damaged by the, some of the things that have been done that they just won't ever be able to. They won't ever be able to live with just the normies. You know, they're just the re is too deep.
Yep, at some point it's got to fucking break, doesn't it? Right, let's look at Wednesday. New South Wales records 633 new COVID-19 cases and 3 deaths as Premier warns the state has not seen the worst yet. Oh, fuck me, God, I'm so concerned about a day worse than 3 fucking deaths!
Be afraid.
Yep. Chief Health Officer Kerry Chant said she wants school children over 12 to be vaccinated.
It doesn't even stop the spread.
Based on what?
Pfizer's contracts that's just screwing the country.
Yeah.
Here we go. A man in his 60s died after being infected with COVID-19 at Liverpool Hospital. And then 2 men, both from Western Sydney and in their 70s, died at Nepean Hospital. 1 in their 60s, 2 in their 70s. It's not exactly fucking athletes in their 20s. Look at this evil-looking cunt. Yeah.
See,
Yep.
Say Breitbart have got a article
Taliban beat and gas Australian citizens trying to reach Kabul.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, like, honestly, I'll convert to fucking Islam if I can at least leave the fucking house. So, Chief Eugenicist Dr. Chance said she wanted to see the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation approve the vaccines for younger children. Right now, Year 12 students aged 16 and up in Sydney's LGAs of concern are eligible for Pfizer jabs. She says, I firmly believe that we need to get in and vaccinate our 12 to 15-year-olds at the moment. We vaccinated the 16-year-olds. I'm keen to get into the 12 to 15-year-olds personally. Jesus fucking Christ, phrasing, woman. Oh, it gets even fucking worse, though. New South Wales Health Minister Brad Hazzard said there's no plan to reverse the decision to suspend the state's breast cancer screening concern due to the risk of COVID-19. Who fucking wrote that? But they've suspended breast cancer screening because, ooh, COVID. Yeah, student of history, it says, we've only made it to Tuesday in Australia and we're talking post-second triumvirate level of self-prescriptions. And then he says, you just, right now, oh, you fucking what? Yeah. Right, Thursday.
Hello.
Hello, Trim.
Hello, Trim. How drunk are you?
Not really. Ended up sleeping most of the time on the plane, actually. Kind of disappointing of myself, but hey, I'm rectifying it as I speak.
Right, excellent. So, Trim, I've got some news for you.
Go on.
Once you've had a nap and then you've gone out and done your essential business, you need to get your ass back here on the line with me so we can edit like 10 episodes of the fucking clips.
Yeah, I'm into that. And I've been hoping for that a long time, so don't put all the blame on me.
Oh, dear.
Well, fuck me, it's good to be back home. Nice
Yeah.
job, but good God, you start missing your own couch.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to do some of that 3-on, 3-off kind of stuff.
When Trim says couch, he means body pillow.
Okay, you can make a lot of jokes, Oiled, but we're drawing a fucking line.
Look, it's fine as long as the body
Fucking
pillow
weeb.
isn't Trim. It's fine as long as the body pillow doesn't have a stolfo on it.
As
That's
long as
just
it has
not
a picture of
acceptable.
Carl Benjamin on it, it's allowed.
Well,
There we go.
yeah, okay,
Someone do a gold
kinda.
Oh dear. Somebody do a gold tier comment asking Carl to do body pillow merchandise.
Oh, man. Lotus Eater's body pillows would be lit.
They should accept it.
You have a Carl body pillow with a Callum on the other side.
I offered when I offered to do their merch. I quoted them 2 weeks to be up and running. That was 9 months ago.
Hmm.
And they said, "Oh, we're gonna use this. We're gonna use this other guy. It'd be totally awesome."
Where is it?
Let me guess.
When it comes, you know it's gonna be fucking t-shirts
Oh.
and hats.
Do you remember when they first started the website and it didn't work on like the first few days?
What are you
Does it work
talking about?
now?
That never happened. That never happened. It all worked flawlessly, don't you remember?
Oh, actually, speaking of websites,
Right?
what happens if you type Sultans of Shadilay into DuckDuckGo?
A lot of results.
You see my glorious rant work?
Yep.
Oh, man.
Now, entirely by fucking accident, we've managed to fucking nail the whole fucking concept of fucking search engine optimization.
We're awesome.
If you go to images as well, it just has a episode 16, just the only image.
Yeah. And if you go to old Google, of course. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Top 5 results.
That's impressive.
Oh man.
Entirely
days.
accidental Chad level search engine optimization.
Oh man. Honestly, can't be happier.
It explains why people are able to find our stuff so easily when I was like, just come join us on Sultans of Shadilay, or type that into Google. Oh, which one of the first 6 links should I choose?
Spoiled for choice for fucking once. But we should enjoy it while we can, because if we ever get bigger, we know how the fucking Googleati are gonna fucking go at us.
Yep. Speaking of
NWO can't
completely
stop us.
accidental search engine optimization, if you go to YouTube and type in notes on nationalism,
Oh yes. Yeah, it comes
Yes.
up straight with Bezek's video. It's
or
brilliant.
misspell it entirely, second video. And what's the third video? Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, we're above Lotus Eaters. Yes.
It's fucking beautiful, boys.
The biggest flex that you can have on Carl.
I'm tempted to buy you guys an office.
Really? Okay, that would be fucking cool. I'm into that.
Oh man.
You're all in the right. If you're all in the same place,
yeah.
I might do it just to dick with Carl.
Yeah.
Just
Student of
There's
history
money
says,
in it, I'm in.
yeah.
If it's a meme and I get paid, I'm in.
if everybody's willing to move to Swindon, we can
Have it right opposite Carl's.
See if we can get it in his building.
Oh yes.
The floor above. Yeah, fucked, Carl.
Oh,
Everybody's sitting around eating bread.
Oh.
No,
Yes.
we'll install an oven and I'll bake bread every day.
Oh.
I swear to God, if when we see them at the thing, if I can get them to tell me where that fucking office is, I'm gonna have a fucking bread delivery made to it every fucking day.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
I just constantly send them fucking bread and pies.
Yeah.
And shit.
Yeah, student of history says wave bread out the window at him.
Yes. The only thing we need to do is evacuate Bezek out of Australia.
Well, he's a political prisoner. He can't come out.
We'll airlift him, but we'll do it better than they did in Afghanistan.
No, we'll do it exactly the same. You have to get on the roof of an embassy.
I might make myself an enemy to the fucking to my workplace, but I could take over one of the ships, maybe.
No, I could airlift you off. I could get you airlifted off the ship as well. That'd be quite fun.
We'll steal
Oh,
a ship, get it most of the way there, and
I
then
mean, you steal a ship.
do the
You
rest.
don't just steal anything. The Afghans are selling cheap Black Hawks.
Got too much, and they don't know how to fly them.
Yep. Student of history also said that's a gold tier comment. Yeah, someone should screenshot that and send it into the
Yeah.
as a gold tier comment and be like, ha 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 ha.
Get fucked.
Get fucked. Suck on this with some search engine optimization.
Just saying.
Oh, this is good. I mean,
Spoon,
this.
I haven't heard anything out of Spoon for a while.
Oh, Spoon's been carrying on like an absolute fucking chad.
Look at his
It's
channel.
beautiful.
It's massive.
His channel's insane. 546 subscribers. Like 2 fucking videos a day. His lowest fucking like percentage is 97%. Like, this shit's crazy.
Yeah,
He's gone gangbusters.
I
It's
just
got-
love how
it's got-
this is
it's got
because
ways
we've
to
managed
go
to
for
bully him.
monetization, though. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, this
and
is all because we bullied him.
Yeah, Spoon was all like,
Everybody does-
oh, nobody will want to listen to me. And we're like, no, start a YouTube channel, you fucking wanker. He
Yeah, but do you
does,
think
and then
anybody actually... The question is, are people listening to him for his material or just for his voice? That's the
a
question.
little bit of both, I think, is
Both.
the answer.
And there's just a lot of fapping going on to this.
Well, who cares why they're listening as long as they're generating views?
No, I prefer.
Number go up.
No, I'd literally prefer it if they were listening to me for the set. I'd find that more amusing. Just read out shittier. Won't bother making any material. Just read out loads of.
Student of History says, cyberbullying him into a channel, lol. Yeah, cyberbullying him into internet success and stardom.
He is growing fast. It is good to see.
Yeah,
I'm really happy about that.
I'm both
Also,
happy
it's a-
and mildly miffed that he's doing better than we are.
Yeah,
Just a little.
But I'm also kind of happy that it's my drawing. Thanks.
Yeah.
I said to Spoon I'd drop past for a drink at some point, so I'll have to get that organised.
You'll have to get him a really nice bottle or something. He's done well.
Yeah.
No, he should be getting me a fucking bottle or something. You guys have got completely the wrong attitude about this sort of shit. I keep explaining to people that they should really be buying me drinks, not the other way around.
You're rich. You can buy your own.
Yeah, but that's the point, isn't it?
That's
I've
why
got
he's
something
rich,
that
isn't
you
it?
Want. No, I've got something you want. You haven't got anything I want.
Fair enough.
You should be ingratiating yourself to me, not the fucking other way around.
If you steal a ship, you can get something he wants.
No, I will definitely go and see Trim. If Trim can make his way to Oslo one weekend or something, that might be good.
Yeah, I'm into that.
So
Or London.
I've got an idea.
Or
What if
London,
what if I hijack an oil platform somewhere? Then will you come visit?
You'd become Norwegian public enemy #1 if you start touching our oil.
Who said anything about
I mean,
poaching your oil?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then it's okay. Everyone else is okay.
To Norway.
I hope you're not talking about taking my oil.
Well, no.
Yeah,
What I'm going to do is I'm going to get myself a frog avatar, and then I'm going to do a deal with the Taliban to open oil wells in
yeah.
Afghanistan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
it's lithium mining. I think we'll be doing next, but it looks like the Chinese have probably cornered the market on that one.
Yep. Oil. Robert
Big surprise.
Longshore would like to know if you've got a plan set out for the Cigar Saturday yet.
I've got some musings. It depends on how many people. Basically, it'll depend on how many people want to go, and venue sizing. But I mean, I'm in for the. Basically, whoever wants to, I'm in for the whole day. So like, I'll start at 9 a.m. and we can do the whole fucking thing if you want.
Yeah.
Because that's very much how I roll.
Nice.
So there are places that we can start at 9 a.m. if other people. I mean, I will be starting at 9 a.m. Anyone who wants to join is more than welcome to.
Well, there you go, guys. If you want to hang out with Oil, get your asses into the Discord and into the SS Cigar Club channel and tell me if you're going to be coming along.
Hell yeah.
Bring loads of money.
Yes, Oil
Taxes
has
to pay off.
expensive taste.
Now you know why I was saying people
No,
should buy
no,
more.
no joke though. No joke. I really want to meet up and hang out with you.
No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Yeah. Awesome.
I can come to Oslo at some point. Well, I will definitely have to go to Oslo at some point this year. And but also I'm going to be basically I'm going to be in London as of the end of the month. So if anybody is in London and wants to go for a drink at any point, I'm in the Discord because I will go to the opening of a fucking envelope.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, that was an excellent interlude. Let's go back to
Oh,
The
Jesus Christ, do we have to?
tyranny. Yes,
What?
damn it.
Okay, so basically we're just starting off with joy and happiness, and now you're just gonna.
Oh no, we started with
Great.
misery, then we took a break for joy and
I just-
happiness.
I know, but it's like how much time can we talk about Australians living in their natural state?
Imprisonment.
Hours, I'm sure.
I mean, it's basically what you're used to, so.
Hey, I've never been a prisoner. I was born a
Nah.
free man and on.
Well, now you're a prisoner.
Yeah, sadly. A very pissed off prisoner. So, getting back to Thursday's COVID. Student of
There's
History
one for every
says,
day.
dude, we started talking about a liberal revolution within 2 days of this damned week. Yeah, and we're at Thursday now. So, New South Wales records 681 new COVID-19 cases and another death as regional lockdown extended. Who'd like to guess what age group the death is in?
86.
185.
86.
Trim was closer. The state recorded its 61st death of the Delta outbreak after a man in his 80s who had underlying health conditions died at St. George Hospital.
See, he's the perfect image of health. Totally like he's one of us, you know. Fucking.
Yep, and the regional lockdown has been extended until August 28th. I'm sure it'll go longer than that. Yep, Student of History guessed 80s as well.
Fucking hell.
That's basically guaranteed, wasn't it?
If and when COVID burns out, are they just going to drum up some bum from the street and be like, cough on the camera, do your duty?
Yeah.
Look, this man is coughing. We need to lock down again.
Yep. Yeah. God the Chaotic Evil Narcissist says, what the fuck, you were still streaming? Oh, this is just a short stream.
Yes.
I mean, how long have we been going?
Only
Our
4
personal
hours.
best was,
Oh,
I mean, that's bullshit.
well,
Our
that's
personal
short.
best was like 11 hours or 9 hours. It was 9? It was like 9 or something, wasn't it?
No.
No, it was like 6 and change.
I thought we did one that
yeah,
was
like-
proper long ones.
The last one was 5 hours and 7 minutes long.
No, but I thought we
As
had
it
done
should.
a really long one once.
There was once.
Yeah, we've done some really long ones.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Did we like do a 7-hour one?
when
I
how?
think the first one I did was the longest, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Harry was right for once when he said that if you want long form content, come to the Sultans of Shadilay.
Yes.
I mean, he's right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Emphasis on the long rather than the content.
or the
Yeah,
form.
Yeah.
Porn?
No form.
Oh. I might be a bit tired, you know.
That's all right.
Just saying.
Tired, read, drunk.
Not that much. I'm barely breezy. But I am working on it.
God, the Chaotic Evil Narcissist says, I hope I can handle such a long and dark stream. We have.
Many times.
Yep. Maybe one day Trim and I will get round to clipping these things.
Sooner or later.
Yeah.
Though
It'll take you
preferably
forever.
sooner. Don't jinx it.
Yeah, so I have the next article up is a lesson on statistics from yesterday. Unemployment rate dropped early in lockdown as people gave up looking for work. Yeah, because these, yeah, because to be counted as unemployed, you have to be actively looking for work. If you've given up and are just waiting to die, you don't count as unemployed.
But how do they count that?
I'm not sure. I think they just randomly survey people and then make stupid fucking guesses.
Well, but you don't have to sign on to get benefits.
I mean,
Yep. But remember, only if you're on one specific benefit for the just unemployed are you counted. If you're receiving a payment for popping out kids every 12 months, then you're not counted.
who gonna pay for my kids?
Stop fucking! Get a job!
I mean,
Get a job holding
you're asking a
dicks!
bit-
Whatever you do, just get paid for it!
You're asking a bit too much, lad. Let's see.
Yeah.
I think,
So Australia's official unemployment rate dropped early on in the latest round of lockdowns. No shit, as the number of people looking for work fell. The unemployment rate dipped from 4.9% in June to 4.6% in July, even though only 2,200 extra people were employed. The main reason unemployment fell, according to the Bureau of Statistics, was that many people gave up looking for work during lockdowns, with the participation rate dropping 0.2 percentage points to 66%.
I'd love to know how. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand where they get those numbers from, because
They do random
presumably-
surveys, presumably.
I know, but I'm saying in the UK they work out how many people are looking for jobs by the number of people who are on job seekers allowance. If you're not seeking work, then you're not getting any benefit money. So
Yeah, it is strange because we've got the same thing here. Like, if you're on the job seeker payment, which is pretty much exactly the same as your job seeker benefit, you have to look for X many jobs a month and then report them to the government so the government can audit them. Like, they fucking know if you're looking for work or not.
right, well that's my point though. But then to give up on looking for work presumably means you give up your benefit. Which
You'd
seems
think so.
retarded.
But a lot of it is, a lot of the numbers would come from women who are either single or in a relationship, who normally do the part-time work in things like retail or hospitality, who are going, fuck it, every time I've tried to get a fucking job, 2 weeks later they've shut the country down. Fuck it, I might as well give up looking for work, stay home, look after my kids on the government benefits, and then they drop out of the participation rate.
But they can still get the seeker benefit.
Well, no, they can't, because if you've
Why
got
would you want
kids,
to
you're
give out?
ineligible. Because there's a different payment if you don't earn enough money, but you're a parent, and if you're doing that, you don't count because Australia's weird.
Okay.
Makes
Yeah,
perfect sense to me.
Yeah, if
Slightly different
if
story.
you're married and if you've got a partner and you earn less than a certain amount of money, but combined, and you've got a kid under 6, one of you can receive a government payment for being a parent, plus an additional government payment for having a kid in the family. So then you're pulling in all this money off the taxpayer, off government benefits, aka welfare, but you're not counted as a job seeker because you're not on the job seeker payment, and if you additionally to not being on the job seeker payment aren't actively looking for work because there's no point trying to get a part-time job in a lockdown, you're not counted as unemployed because you're not looking for work, so they can fudge the statistics.
Right.
Yeah, that seems like a fucking retarded system.
I mean, the Australian government came up with it.
Doesn't. I mean, that makes sense. Unfortunately, yeah. Australian-wise, it does make sense.
Yeah, like
If you just cancel all benefits, people very quickly move to the right number of jobs.
I don't know. You keep talking about this Australian's natural state. I'm pretty sure most Australians' natural state, according to your logic, is just turn into crime instead.
They just starve. They starve, and then that kills the population very quickly.
Yeah, so they actually give us some numbers. There were big falls in New South Wales in both employment, minus 36,000, and unemployment, minus 27,000, with the labour force reducing by around 64,000 people. So 64,000 people drop out of the labour force, and that causes a reduction in unemployment.
Well, yeah, because well, depends on how you work your unemployment figures. If you work your unemployment figures based on jobs available, there's no jobs available, so you don't have an underemployed population.
Well, our jobs have been shit for years. Like, we've had 10 times more unemployed than job openings for the last, 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, and in addition, hours worked in New South Wales fell by 7%.
It's something like 1 million available jobs in the UK, just now.
Yeah. Well, in Australia, there's... I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's something like a factor of 4 to 10. More. No, I think it's almost exactly 10 times more unemployed than jobs. Fractal says, can't be unemployed if there are no jobs, taps forehead. You'd say that, but the government begs to differ. But yeah, so the labour force counts for all people who are working, looking for work. So that's how they can fudge the statistics. If a bunch of people suddenly stop looking for work, the labour force figure drops, therefore a larger percentage of the labour force is employed.
Yeah. Okay.
So lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Of course.
That's a pretty good metric. Yeah.
Well, if you're interested in lying about unemployment, it's a fucking great metric.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a sales and event planner for a Melbourne catering company is worried about the long-term effects of being stood down for the 6th time. The more lockdowns you're going through, the less money, the less revenue coming in. No shit, I could lose my job because of that. No shit. She's been with her company for a little more than 2 years and is constantly supported by the government's disaster payment. The money helps her manage the basics, but does not make up for the full-time hours she normally works. It's better than nothing, but yeah, it's not the same as what I would normally be earning. Equally, she does not see much point searching for other work while the city is in lockdown. You wonder if you should be looking for a job, but at the same time, are there any jobs out there? Sarah Hunter from BIS Oxford Economics said the July figures are reporting of a big rise in unemployment to come in next month's data, especially in Sydney. In a sign of what's to come in the August data, unemployment in New South Wales fell by 36,000. The underemployment rate spiked to 9.3%. Okay, so there's an interesting statistic. If underemployment is 9.3% and unemployment is 4.6%, that gives you over 14% of the country who are not getting enough hours from work.
Yeah, Australia sucks.
Yeah. So let's do some super ultra basic number crunching, if I can get my calculator up. And we are going to cast in some big fucking numbers. Let's take 25 million and times that by 0.15. 3,750,000 people are either unemployed or not working enough hours.
Bloody hell.
That's disappointing and depressing.
And there's approximately 400,000 job openings.
Oh my god.
And so yeah, it's a factor of about 10. And student of history's... sorry, I'll start with Fractal. Fractal says, they are hiding them in the disaster payment. Can get the benefits without looking for work. And then student of history says, like I said, Trim, 2 days in Australia and I'm thinking Western Spring. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, that 3,750,000 also doesn't include the disabled or the aged. So if you include those, that's something like, I would estimate between 5 to 8 million people who you can just reduce from the amount of people in satisfactory employment.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's just weird.
Yep, so here we go. The structure of the COVID disaster payments, this is going to prove Fractal 100% correct. The structure of the COVID disaster payments means that all these trends will be even more pronounced in the August data. Anyone claiming the payment who has not worked at all will be counted as unemployed, and likely not in the labour force as they will not be actively looking for work. Boom. While workers who have had their hours cut will be classed as underemployed. Oh, here we go. They've actually got the statistics. So, of the labour force, about 16% is included. Includes unemployment, so 0 hours, and foreign participation. unemployed and those employed on 0 hours, and the reported employment rate. So yeah, it's fucking abysmal. And then it says in big bold text, if you can't look for work, you're not unemployed. In order to be considered unemployed in Australia, you need to be actively searching for work and also available to begin work.
Okay.
Fractals asks, what is that of population? 16%? Yes. 15 to 16% of Australia is either unemployed or underemployed. And if you work more than 1 hour a week, you are counted as employed.
Oh.
Yeah. And you're only counted as underemployed. It is. And you're only counted as underemployed if you actively want more hours. So if you're employed for 1 day a week, but you're happy with that, you don't count as underemployed or unemployed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying what I've been saying. Australia's fucking stupid. Jesus fucking Christ.
Australia must be rough.
1 hour a week constitutes employed. Fucking unbelievable.
That is.
You have to work more than 16 hours a week in the UK to be considered employed.
Yeah. That sounds a far more reasonable fucking number.
Yeah.
Under 16 hours a week, you can still claim full benefits. Which is also a stupid thing because that's what lots of people do. They work 16 hours a week and then get a council house and everything, you know.
Yeah.
What you get is you get young couples. They both work 16 hours a week. They both live in separate houses. They both have separate council houses. They move into one and rent out the other. Completely illegal, but it happens all the time.
So yeah, after our lesson in lies, damned lies, and statistics, let's have a look at the ACT. 16 new cases of COVID-19 from yesterday. Whole new 16.
And how many of them are actual fucking cases?
Good fucking question. So the Premier said he was... sorry, who was this? Yeah, the Chief Minister, rather. Said he was encouraged to hear the New South Wales government had extended the lockdown for regional areas. He said in the same way his government was not yet ready to ease restrictions in the national capital and that it was crucial Canberrans obeyed the lockdown rules. We either stop this virus now or we live like Sydney for the rest of the year. They are the choices that we face. He is saying that if the cases don't decrease, that they will live in complete lockdown for the next 4 months at least.
Oh. Okay.
And here is the snapshot. 94 active cases. This is from yesterday, of course.
94 active cases, and entirety of Australia shuts down. I mean, not even Nazi Germany was this bad.
I don't even know if it was that bad in post-war Berlin. On either side.
Weimar Germany was better than this shit.
Yeah. Student of history says, more important question, why does any of this require human rights be abolished? Because it's never been about COVID, student. Sure. Yeah. The answer is, good sir / madam / unidentifiable non-binary idiot, please face the wall.
God damn it.
Oh, that's a bit for later on the other degeneracy in Australia. Here we go. So this is also from yesterday. Campsie apartment block.
I've seen a guy go absolutely fucking... Oh, I just saw a guy do an absolute face plant.
Oh, nice.
Well, no, it wasn't nice. It was pretty brutal looking. I was driving. I was past him by the time and I couldn't stop to help him.
You didn't catch it on Dashcam by any chance, did you?
No.
Oh. Damn it.
He's pissed. He's obviously pissed. He's just fucking what?
Yeah.
I mean, probably about 60. He's just on an absolute fucking face plant.
Oh, it's not funny when old people face plant. When
But
when young adult idiots faceplant, though, it's the funniest thing in the fucking world.
no, I'd say he's broken his nose there. There was a lot of
Oh shit, that sucks.
he had a guy with him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something.
But he
Okay.
went down hard there.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Campsie apartment block forced into 14-day lockdown after 9 COVID-19 cases. And a teenager is being forced to isolate for 14 days after unwittingly entering it. 9
I
people.
saw that.
Yeah. 9 people across 5 apartments, the unit complex on Hill Street, Campsie, have tested positive for COVID-19, and now all residents are confined to their apartments for 14 days. They are not allowed to open the... You're talking to us or your friend?
No, see, that's not me that's making the noise. Do you think it was? Do you think the block had like a swingers party or something?
No. I doubt it was even that. So these people are not allowed to open their doors except to put their rubbish out, receive food and medicine, and for COVID-19 testing, because we've got to get those numbers up. And so this 14-year-old must now isolate in the complex, despite the fact that he doesn't live there.
Where's he staying?
I don't know. Oh, okay. The 14-year-old arrived at the block on Thursday morning to drop a mobile phone to his cousin and said police didn't tell him the building was in lockdown. He was halfway into the building when police approached him and told him he couldn't leave. He now has to quarantine in his cousin's flat for 2 weeks without his laptop or a change of clothes.
Oh, I super hope he gets molested.
Fuck.
By the police or his cousin?
Your words are mine.
Well, whoever, somebody in the block, gets molested, and then he can sue for being. I mean, how is that? How can they possibly make him stay there
Yeah.
in somebody else's house? It's like
I mean, it's the police in Australia. Like, fuck me. The fucking the Gestapo and Stasi are like, go on Australia, show us how it's really fucking done.
I mean, you got levels of retardation in different countries. I mean, look at Germany. They actively fucking had pedos take care of orphans and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they'd been tricked into that by a pedo,
Yeah, but they were still fucking stupid enough to go with it instead of using common sense.
No, but this is much more like directly deliberate, is what I'm saying. Like, this is the actions here are very, very deliberate.
Yep. So, this student of history says Hitler is utterly blushing at Australia at the moment. Yeah, Hitler would be fucking impressed.
Imagine if all the Jews if just Jews had COVID, Australia would be absolutely smashing this.
Yep. I mean, fuck me, Hitler would be like, those bastards, it took me 10 fucking years, it only took them 18 months.
I should have gone to Australia, not fucking Austria.
Yeah. So, the article also says that the police didn't tell him he couldn't go into the building. Like, no shit. Despite the fact that the police have apparently set up a tent outside the place to monitor the residents for the 14 days.
All right, so read that as policeman reading a book, watching TV, fucking around with his phone. Boy walks past him, goes, "Oh fuck!" Boy gets inside the building and he goes, "Well, you're in there now." Clunk, door shut.
Yep. And that's exactly what it is. This whole thing will be to stop the police officer having to admit he wasn't doing his fucking job properly.
Absolutely. Guaranteed.
Yep. I guarantee you're right. So residents will be regularly tested for COVID-19 and receive welfare checks from New South Wales Health. So they'll be regularly tested despite the fact that they're isolated. Jesus.
Will the 14-year-old boy get a welfare check? He would be eligible, surely.
No, he would have to pay. Oh shit.
Right, it's there only for adults.
Yeah. Right.
Look, if I was stuck in one of these apartment blocks, I'd be refusing the tests. It'd be like, fucking try and make me cut.
Yeah, come in here and try it.
Yep. Wedge the door shut and be like, fucking come get me. Yep, like standard history says, politicians / government officials would rather look good than actually do their damn jobs. 100% true. Meanwhile...
Well, everything's about optics.
Yep, meanwhile, in the Northern Territory, the COVID vaccine is now available for children aged 12 to 15.
Really? How progressive.
Yep, and of course, it's Pfizer.
Yeah.
If it was my apartment block, I'd be going full Leon.
Pfizer is the Nestle of the medicine world, it seems, at the moment.
Like, literally, largest ever fine for corruption, bribery, and lying about side effects.
Based.
And people still want me to take that fucking jab. Oh, not again. Sorry, I'm playing a game while I'm talking to you guys.
That's alright.
Oh yeah, so that's nice of you to give us all of your attention, fucking asshole.
Hey, don't give me that.
Says
I
oil.
give you my full, I'm giving you my full mental attention here. I'm literally playing a fucking puzzle game and I'm screwing it up because I'm talking to you guys.
Fucking Norwegian
Look,
farming.
Trim, if this is your full
Norwegian
mental
farming
attention, we're
simulator.
going to have a problem.
Slightly inebriated, okay? Fucking.
Yeah.
Norwegian farming simulator.
Norwegian farming
Doesn't
simulator.
even
It's cold
exist.
work.
Yeah. So meanwhile, in Queensland, apparently, their music festivals are going to require COVID-19 vaccination for 2022 events. Yep.
Okay, just won't be going to any.
Well, that's it.
Boy.
Like, oh, shit, the last 2 years have been crazy. We've lost so much money from the lockdowns. Okay, everyone must have had the stab to fucking get into our shitty little community.
Oh boy.
Sure that'll have no negative consequences.
Not at all. I mean, what are you? A fucking anti-vaxxer? How dare you?
Well, it seems the people that wear masks are the anti-vaxxers now. I mean,
Well-
does the vaccine not work? Why are you wearing a mask indoors then?
Yep.
Mm.
I
Careful, you're trying to make sense.
well, remember,
Gosh.
Anglo, you need to get the vaccine so that their vaccine protects them.
The logic is ridiculous.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, in Melbourne, a vaccination hub in Melbourne's southeast was listed as a COVID-19 exposure site after someone who was vaccinated on Monday later developed symptoms and tested positive to the virus. Gee, I wonder if that's fucking spike proteins, you fuckwits.
Oh, that's fucking retarded.
Yep.
I'm saying this. I mean, I think it's fucking retarded. That's fucking low.
Yep. So, here we go. We're going full into setting the populace on each other. Students who tested positive to COVID during Brisbane's school outbreak bullied. Calls to break down stigma of virus. Yeah, no shit they're getting bullied if one person tests fucking positive and then everyone else is put under house arrest.
Yeah, it's almost as if that sort of shit isn't very popular.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yep. Oh, Queensland COVID-19 snapshot. Confirmed cases so far, 1,962. Deaths, 7. Active cases, 71. Trim, how long has it been 7 deaths? Hasn't it been 7 deaths for, like, the last 7 episodes of the fucking podcast?
I think it's been for several fucking months, yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Actually, I can't remember a single time when it's one just 7. 7 has always been the number I can remember.
Yeah. It's been 7 as long as we have been paying attention.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Highly disappointing.
Yeah, I wish more people had died.
I mean, at least they would have more reason to fucking freaking out like a bunch of rejects.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah.
That well,
Definitely.
we're not going to talk about the other reason, but hey,
Yep.
hey, we're just thinking about like late stage abortions, right?
The real question is, of those 7 people, how many of them were from the LGBTQ plus?
Not enough.
Exactly.
Because they're the only ones that really count.
Yes, and since we haven't heard any shrieking about it yet, it means there was enough of the LGBT people.
The alphabet agency people.
Yeah, the word
People who
soups.
really count anymore. So.
Whatever. I mean, ever since they were like, we're gonna have a P on that one. Yeah, right. And the P does not. That P does not mean penis
Yeah.
or pan.
No, it means wood chipper pass
Yes.
Nice.
in Minecraft.
No, of course.
Well, they've caught on to that.
In Roblox.
Yeah.
Yes, in Legos.
In my imagination.
Imagination.
If the government had any idea what goes through my imagination.
Oh god, they'd
boy.
be terrified.
But to be fair,
I don't think I have enough words.
If the government knew what went through my imagination, they'd license it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you'd hear instruments of destruction every now and then.
Yeah, and then they'd build it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in ACT, businesses say they need to access premises during COVID-19 lockdown to set up online trade. Yet, no shit. Canberra businesses unable to stay open during the lockdown are pleading with authorities to allow them to access their shop fronts so they can fulfill online orders and keep their heads above the water.
Of course. Of fucking course.
Yeah. They say you can order your bubble tea and your avocado toast, so I don't understand why we can't do contactless delivery. It's heartbreaking and it's not fair. What's the difference between me and the McDonald's delivery guy?
He doesn't make avocado toast, I suppose?
You don't own a worldwide monopoly that pays massive amounts of money to politicians.
McDonald's isn't gay as fuck?
McDonald's is trash.
Yeah, but there's not avocado, is it?
Yeah.
That's really freaking gay, though.
Sign of the work.
Yeah. Avocado toast. So progressive.
You should be allowed to punch anybody who asks you for avocado toast in the face.
Yeah, I mean they're already like blacklisted in my view.
Yeah, you don't have to make that for breakfast, do you?
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay.
If you do, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
There are fucking standards I adhere to, okay?
If they ask you to do that at work, you should be able to demand some sort of like the workers' unions are very. The Norwegian workers' unions are strong enough to protect you against having to make avocado toast, I think.
Yeah.
I just say that I'm allergic to avocados, so I don't have to touch the shit.
Yeah. Probably just give you gloves though.
Yeah.
So maybe
our welfare agency is giving $750 per week to people who lost 20 hours or more of work per week, $450 per week to those who had lost between 8 and 20 hours, and for everyone and for $200 for people on income support payments, including job seeker parenting payments or the age pension. They'll get an extra $200 if they've lost at least 8 hours of work, costing us millions and millions of dollars in taxpayer funds rather than just letting people work. Oh, student of history says, my president has apparently been bullied into the statement, Americans in Kabul, we will get you home. What country are you from, student?
He's American, isn't he? I believe.
Maybe. But I didn't know Biden gave a shit about getting Americans home. Yankee Doodle. Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, where's the value in that?
I didn't know Biden was capable of stringing together a sentence like that.
I mean, Maybe consuming all the fallen Afghans from the air in his ice cream did a
Yeah.
little thing to jog his brain.
Yeah. Soon if history says I have the right to own guns on paper, and Fractal says, of course he doesn't, he just needs to say the right things. Yeah, that sounds all about right. So, in news that is completely unrelated to the lockdowns and couldn't possibly have anything to do with them, Australian dollar sinks to 10-month low. ASX drops for its 5th day in a row.
Of course.
No, 88411. 8411. Yeah, no worries. Dunno. Long day.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry, I was still in chat there.
Yeah. So, the local currency has slumped to its weakest level since early November. It's also dropped 7% since the year began. I wonder if that could have anything to do with economic stagnation from lockdowns.
No, can't see how that would be. Can't see how that would be connected.
You're right, must be dirty, filthy racism.
It's always racism. Racism's always the answer.
Yep.
Strange.
Right, so
Totalize everything.
we've finally gone to the Friday Sydney update. Sydney lockdown extended for 1 month as New South Wales records 644 COVID-19 cases and 4 deaths.
Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
If you're an evil totalitarian that makes Hitler look like a pussy, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
So yes, the Greater Sydney's COVID-19 lockdown has been extended until the end of September, and a raft of new restrictions, including a fucking cocking curfew, will be introduced after New South Wales records 644 new infections. It means the lockdown, which has already lasted for 8 weeks, will run for at least 13.
Nice.
And I'm sure that won't have any impact whatsoever on the participation rate.
God damn it.
Starting to feel a bit resetty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And of course, in the local government areas of concern, you can only exercise outdoors for 1 hour per day from Monday.
God damn it.
You
I
know,
mean,
that
this
rule
isn't
would-
even
that
funny
rule would be-
anymore.
That rule would be better if it wasn't that you could exercise outside for 1 hour. That it changed it to you must exercise outside.
Like,
for 1 hour.
honestly, if you were going to
At
make
least-
an order
at least that
about
would
law
be-
about exercise, that'd at least be logical.
Right.
Yeah,
health
at least
squads.
at least that might bring some dividends to the population.
Yeah, like,
Over
no,
time.
yeah. So here we go. New South Wales Chief Health Officer Kerry Chant Goebbels said the evidence around the efficacy of curfews was mixed, but did not want to leave any stone unturned. Jesus fucking Christ. She says, I do not want to be staying here every day announcing deaths. Have you considered not doing that then? Like, just crazy fucking thought. What if we just stopped worrying about it?
Again, I think you're asking of way too much.
Yep. Okay, so childcare workers and disability workers who live and work in the 12 local government areas must have their first vaccination dose by August 30. From the same date, authorised workers from an area of concern who work outside their local government area will only be permitted to work if rapid antigen testing, which can produce a result in 15 minutes, is implemented at their workplace, or if they've had their first vaccine. But we just don't have any vaccine mandates.
Okay.
Odd.
Yeah, New South Wales Police have also been granted additional powers to enforce the new curfew restrictions, including being able to designate a person to self-isolate for 2 weeks. So a police officer can imprison you for 2 weeks.
Fucking hell.
Without you needing any kind of test to prove that you were sick or anything like that.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely not going to be abused at all, is it?
Yep. If someone enters an LGR of concern without excuse, not only will they be fined, they'll be sent home and they will have to self-isolate for 14 days. There you go.
14.
14-day house arrest Mandatory fucking imprisonment without trial for fucking traveling in your own fucking country.
So fucking stupid. That is so fucking stupid.
That's amazing.
That's
Oh,
awful.
No.
God.
It's stunning that you've been able, like, no other government has, no actual totalitarian government has ever done anything as totalitarian as that.
Like, I think you were legitimately right.
Like, name me another first world country where just a police officer can put you into house arrest for 2 weeks without having to provide any kind of evidence of any wrongdoing.
England?
We can't do it here.
Scotland?
No.
No, they at least have to get. They at least
thinking.
They at least have to get a corrupt, incompetent, useless piece of shit traitorous judge to agree to it.
True.
But any dumb fuck cop on his first day on the fucking street can put people under house arrest for 2 weeks.
Mm.
I
can't see how that's going to be legal in the long term.
Like, fuck me dead, they're not even pretending to be concerned about legality at this point. But
I
it's
don't
like,
even think they can spell that word.
yep.
Yeah, big
Yeah,
word.
man.
for them.
And that's not even the dumbest thing that they get to do now. Police officers will also have the power to lock down apartment blocks which they consider a COVID-19 risk before health authorities come in to do their assessments.
Really?
What?
So the police can put your entire fucking building under house arrest if they fucking feel like it. With
this
no evidence
actually
whatsoever
used.
fucking ever.
What is the sign? Tell me, is it a Star of David by any chance? Just wondering.
Somebody walked past the building, somebody coughs out of a window, that whole building is locked down.
What's
Case it has
going
COVID.
on?
Yeah, someone coughs on this fucking sidewalk, walks into the building. 5 seconds later, 100 police around the fucking building.
Every bit of student accommodation in the country locked down.
Yep.
So,
Oh.
what's keeping the people from rising up?
Every
They
building
took
that
it-
a cop's ex-
In 1996, the government got a guy to go shoot up a bunch of people in Tasmania, and then they took all their guns away.
Ah, almost as if it was
I mean,
planned.
You don't need
Every-
F-15s to overthrow the American army.
every building that has a cop's ex-girlfriend in it locked down.
Yep.
Why not
every-
use
every
fucking
building with a-
emus? Use emus. The ultimate weapon. Emus. Use them.
Every building that has somebody that a cop has an argument with or doesn't like. I mean, like that is just an absolute recipe for fucking abuse. It's fucking unbelievable. You'll be 2 decades picking out these abuse cases from the cops.
Accountability is something they don't seem to get anymore.
Seems to be a foreign concept indeed.
I was under orders. Yes, we had a whole lecture with Jordan Peterson about who would you be during the Nazi Empire? Like, would you be able to say no to the orders given from above? Would you go out a hero?
But I
in
wouldn't have wanted to.
solidarity and a firing squad?
We all know that the Australian police would just get in line to get a shiny new Hugo Boss outfit.
Yep, they
I
got.
said earlier,
Our police are going to look really fancy with their double lightning bolts on their collars.
It'll be like it wouldn't be lightning bolt. It'd be more like, I don't know, like a kangaroo holding a wallaby or something.
So, what were the deaths that got us in?
Double boxing gloves. Of course, it's double boxing gloves.
Of course. So, what are the deaths that got us into this fucking mess? Well, there's been 4. A woman in her 80s, a man in his 80s, a man in his 70s, after being infected at the fucking hospital where he died, and then a woman in her 80s. And both those men had received 1 dose of AstraZeneca.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Robert Longshore says, police aren't public health trained though. Fuck, I'm gonna like a swap out my bully then, seeing as they have the ability to pull the knowledge out of his ass. Meanwhile, in New Zealand, they're extending their nationwide lockdown as the COVID outbreak spreads to Wellington.
But of course,
Yep.
as you would.
Yep. They'll extend their nationwide lockdown for another 4 days after recording 11 cases of COVID-19.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What's the total number of cases in New Zealand? 31.
Right.
Well, that is about half their population, so.
Well, half their population that doesn't fuck sheep, but the rest of their population. Trim, I think we can hear Zelda talking to us.
It's not Zelda, it's Fi.
Well, whoever the fuck it is, if they're not you, tell them to shut the fuck up.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
You show them.
Yeah, I'll show him the fucking digital thingy on a computer screen, I
On
guess.
some bus in middle of public transport. Oh, shut the fuck up! I'm having a live stream over here.
Actually, that's the reason why I didn't call you while I was in a cab.
Just the cabbie's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Again, it's Norway's cheapest fucking cab. I'm not risking his hire.
You have to be careful in Norwegian cabs anyway, because there's always a small possibility that it's the fucking Prime Minister who's driving.
Oh, yeah, that fucking commercial still fucking cracks me up.
Oh, he fucking did it, didn't he? He actually did it. He spent a couple of days driving a cab in Oslo.
Wow.
There's actually a commercial that was during the Olympics where this one guy was like, I'm not into the Olympics, and suddenly you have like Arnold Schwarzenegger just fucking turning around from the fucking cab along with another like a fucking torpedo, and threatens a guy in his life for not being interested in cheering on a Norwegian team. We take winter sports very seriously in Norway.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So, let's do some math, shall we?
No.
Well, I'll do some math for you then. So, what's 31 into 5,129,130? Well, it happens to be 0.0000604% of the population of New Zealand have COVID.
Wow. That's
I mean, that is a lot, though.
fuck.
Yeah,
That's a rounding error.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
boy.
Jacinda's promised zero COVID, and she fucking means it.
Yep, because the Australia and New Zealand still legitimately believe that achieving zero COVID is possible. Well, so they reckon.
It is quite amusing that you put a young liberal woman in charge, and she immediately turns authoritarian. First opportunity. The most authoritarian a human could possibly be. I'm protecting lives by destroying every life.
Reminds me of that article about that from that dumb idiot before about all socialists are actually right-wing dictators. No. Every socialist who gets power becomes a dictator immediately. Not because they're right-wing, because they're socialist.
What's best for all of you? That's all.
Oh, apparently we're also on top of Bing.
Oh no.
Really?
Oh.
Well, you've ruined it now.
Cortana's favorite search engine.
Who was on Bing looking for us? If somebody in this Discord has been using Bing, you're fucking
I'm
banned.
telling you, they are an agent. They must be working for some sort of intelligence agency.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, at least that
Definitely.
agent has tastes.
Yep. So the
Yeah.
so the top site is our website.
Oh.
Then
Yes.
then so the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top results are us.
That's great.
I love it.
And then, of course, we're literally every fucking search result. Every
That's
fucking
brilliant.
video result, except the two at the bottom that are Big Man Tyrone.
Based.
Have you seen the video of Big Man Tyrone getting his citizenship? It's beautiful.
No, I haven't.
Citizenship where? In America?
I think it's British. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
I'm not sure, but I remember he does he was singing the national anthem so well, and he was just like, "I love England. I love the Queen."
Hooray! I fucking love that guy so much.
The only problem is to get British citizenship, he must have given up his kek. Citizenship, you can't. Brits can't have.
No. You can pretend to give it up. I'm pretty sure he'll never give up the kek.
Yeah, having being from Kakistan is a spiritual identity.
Yeah. It transcends beyond moral and physical comprehensions.
I'm still disappointed I couldn't get those guys from Sealand.
As I said, we are assuming that
a real thing.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh.
I mean, I
One
feel
day.
I feel like
Actually.
the state of being a Kakistani is like being an Islamist, only less pedo. Much less
but I mean,
pedo.
in the same way as it's the same way as the Palestinians looking for their own land. We need ours.
Yeah. I know.
This
Maybe we can
land.
maybe we can get all the Kakistanis together, and then go on a crusade into Afghanistan.
You nearly said jihad. You were gonna say jihad.
I nearly did, because I was thinking holy war. If we declare a holy war on Islam and then take over Afghanistan, then we can have their oil.
Why not just say Jihad? Jihad.
We could do the Dutch tactic and just make land out of it.
Crusade. Well, that works too. Okay, what sounds better, Jihad or Crusade?
They all
Croissant
sound
more upper class.
yes.
Yeah, croissant. Ah, it sounds like croissant, only weird.
Yeah.
Croissant.
Croissant.
Yeah.
God, it sounds gay.
So out of this massive number of 31 cases in New Zealand, 5 of them are one fucking family.
Oh God.
Of course they are.
I mean, who knew that one family could get the same disease? Oh no! Shut the country down.
Yeah,
One
absolutely.
family closing down the whole state.
Oh God.
No, it's one case closing down the whole fucking country.
It's ridiculous.
I can't do anything but laugh, okay? Fuck me.
But that's okay. So if you can't work and you're stuck on the unemployment because you can't work, so if you can't afford any food, what do? Well, you just starve because the police have shut down a food bank in Victoria because there were too many people.
Oh God.
Really?
That's a terrible idea.
Yep.
Why?
Maybe it's just secret genius.
Because
maybe,
Hitler was a
kinda?
fucking pussy, that's why, Anglo.
Yeah.
Yeah. It disappoints me. Like a food bank, a staple of virtue among a community to actually serve the lesser and more unfortunate, and the fucking establishment comes along and shuts it down.
Yep. From Food Bank Victoria, which is
Shut it down because too many people are using it.
Yeah. We've got to shut down the food bank because too many people need food because we've shat on them.
Because we can't have nice things.
No. We can't even have the fucking necessities of life. Like, what was the adage? How many missed meals is it from to fucking revolution? It's like 5 or something?
Is it?
3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even less time to wait. Lovely.
So Food Bank Victoria is checkmark verified, and they say, "We are so sorry. The level of demand for our services was so overwhelming and traffic grew so large, reaching as far as the Westgate Bridge. We're advised by the police that our drive-through became an issue of public safety and we had to close up early."
What, do the masks and vaccine not work?
Well, apparently
Wow.
their excuse is that the traffic was causing a danger.
Well, I mean, large amounts of cars on the road are a problem, but not when they're moving 5 miles per hour every 10 minutes.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a response. Why is lining up to get a vaccine considered safe and manageable in order to save lives? However, food lines in order to save lives can't be managed. Therefore, we sacrifice lives. I'm so confused.
Oh boy.
That's just no.
Painful. That's what it is.
So I'm assuming the food banks in Australia are still set up like voluntarily, right?
Yeah, they're charities.
Okay, right. Yeah, so actual people gone out their way to not get money to set this shit up, and their hours of work has just been thrown away because the establishment decided, oh, this could be dangerous, but we don't know it will be.
But the traffic is extra dangerous today, so you have to fucking go home and starve.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Prime Knight asks, when does the cost of safety matter more than food and rights? Well, apparently 5:38 p.m. on August the 20th, 2021. There's your
I'll be
fucking
specific.
answer.
Jesus.
Well, that's the time of the tweet, Trim.
It's... How? Like, I could never imagine this ever happening, but Australia has proven me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, who would have ever thought that a highly developed nation could have turned to closing down food banks because they're dangerous in a year and a half?
Closing down the food banks is probably far more dangerous to people's stomachs and livelihoods.
I mean, does it really matter? We got fucking grandstanding to do, guys. Really important grandstanding to do.
Well, at the rate,
Starving them with coronavirus.
apparently so. If he got coronavirus, yeah, he died because of starvation because they closed the food bank. But that's okay. If he'd got COVID, it would have been worse for him.
Well, it makes the government look worse.
I mean,
Because
it's
it means
still
they're
a
not
COVID
handling
death.
it well.
It still counts as a COVID death, guys.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
in Australia, don't they record it differently?
In Australia, nationally, we call it. We actually record it in a sane manner, which is why if you look at New South Wales, that 15-year-old we covered earlier who died of fucking meningitis, in New South Wales, he's a COVID death, but nationally he's not. Because nationally, it's only a COVID death if they test positive and there isn't an immediate obvious cause. Nationally, they looked at it and went, Jesus fucking Christ, even we're not stupid enough to pretend that the guy with meningitis died of fucking COVID.
Give him a minute. Just give him a fucking minute.
Right, so that's everything I had on COVID. Now let's look at how society is going in Australia, shall we?
Of course.
Here we go. Teen jailed over violent home invasion, ram raid, multiple burglaries, and $10,000 jewelry theft in Broome. A 14-year-old boy who played a leading role in a violent crime wave across Broome hung his head in shame as the magistrate admonished his atrocious criminal record and behaviour. The boy, who cannot be named for legal reasons, has a 12-page criminal record,
Fucking hell.
including leading a violent home invasion where a woman was threatened with a pair of scissors and a ram raid on the Broome post office alongside 6 juvenile accomplices. Would you like to guess his race?
Orange?
No. You have 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count.
Eskimo.
Yeah. No.
Ugandan? A knuckle? Ugandan knuckle? He knows that way.
No.
Oh god.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's. I still can't believe, like.
I still can't believe that meme is dead. It's glorious.
Right. So, the 14-year-old had already spent more than a year of his life in custody, including 84 days from these offences. He said he wants me to tell you I have no friends in Jarrington. Jess Broome, Ms. Williams said on her client's behalf. My mum doesn't really look after me. They drink every day. If I do get out, I'll try my best to be on good behaviour. I want to be out for Christmas in the community. So, let's see what Jarrington is, shall we?
Yes.
Jarrington is a medium-sized Aboriginal community. I
Are
fucking...
you still just on lockdown stuff?
Oh,
You're
no.
Still talking about lockdown.
We're talking about how you can have a 14-page criminal record by the time you're 14. Turns out if your mum's an alcoholic piece of shit, and you live in a medium-sized Aboriginal community...
What's a medium-sized Aboriginal community? They're like 8 people.
Like 16
Max
people,
20.
I think.
It's not-
397, apparently.
Oh.
So one household.
Yeah.
I mean, one Iranian household.
So...
Oh, no. Gypsy household. Sorry.
Wow, Aborigine, Gypsy.
Yep. And, of
Well,
course...
Gypsies at least have a bit more style. I know, because I've been working with a gypsy this entire fucking trip.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I feel sorry for you.
Yeah. So...
He was a good guy, actually.
Well, like
So-
a Romanian or?
Yeah, an actual Romanian. Though he tried to curse me a lot.
They get him to teach you some swearing. They have the best swearing. It's
Yeah, a
fucking
lot of
brilliant.
swearing, but he didn't curse like in cussing. He actually tried to gypsy curse me.
No, but the Romanian swearing is the best swearing. So like I cursed the dog that fucked your mother.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, those insults like that, yeah.
Romanian swearing's top tier.
Yeah. Right, so the lawyer for this useless piece of shit criminal said the boy suffered from fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Gee, I wonder how he got that.
What? It's just very precocious child. Out drinking.
Sounds very normal to me.
Yeah, well, hey, during sentencing at the Broome Children's Court, the court heard the boy's most recent offending began just after midnight on June 1st. Right, because what the fuck was he doing out there?
Having fun with his friends,
Yep.
maybe?
Well, depending on your definition of fun, he and 6 friends entered the backyard of a home in KU Beach. They cut a hole in the home's rear fly screen and stole around $10,000 worth of jewelry, a phone, and a 100-year-old irreplaceable pearl necklace. They then proceeded to nearby Fong Wei, where they approached an occupied caravan. Upon noticing a single woman was the van's only occupant, the court heard the boys suggested they do a home invasion. They forced their way into the caravan, where one of the boys menaced the woman with a pair of scissors, threatening to kill her if she did not tell them where her money was. They made off with $1,000 in cash, her car keys, and purse before proceeding to break into the petrol station at the Boulevard shopping center, stealing around $100 worth of drinks and confectionery. They then committed 4 more burglaries and home invasions.
So, did you say Aborigine or Afghanistani?
Aborigine.
Are you sure it's not a? Are you sure that's not a gypsy?
Yeah, gypsies can't commit that much crime.
Don't underestimate the gypsies, dude.
Well, they'd probably be drunk on something by then.
Oh, you got a point.
Yeah.
Bunch of
14-year-olds.
Rama petrol sniffers, if you ask me.
These 14-year-olds, they've got some get up and go, you know? I mean, these kids should be being, you know, their energy should be being directed into something useful. They're not lazy, feckless millennials. They're out
Like
there
building
fucking...
canals.
Well, they're not millennials fapping away in their fucking mother's basements. Those boys are out and getting what they need.
Yeah.
A career criminality.
Yeah. Well, this shithead...
It's just the execution that's gone a bit wrong. That's all. It's just...
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, so this little dropkick has, at 14, has 71 offences on a 12-page criminal record, with 15 of those believed to be burglaries. In addition to the June crime spree, he was also sentenced over a ram raid on Broom's post office in March, a breach of bail, which saw him climb a pole and break into the second-story bedroom of a house in Coral Beach, and several other break-ins and car thefts.
That's
I mean, this guy just needs to be in one of our military programs. That's all.
Yep. Police said he represented a clear danger to the community. About time the police got something right. He's the ringleader of that group. He leads the group to the houses, and that's been brought to the court's attention on many occasions. Sergeant Owen said the boy continued to offend, lacked empathy, and his offending had skyrocketed. Yes, because he's never been fucking punished properly. He said the boy had refused to engage with any diversionary programs or alternative education opportunities.
Should put him in a Gurkha regiment.
So, how much time do you get for all these crimes? Well,
None.
6 months.
Minutes.
But they're backdating his sentence to June 1st, so will be eligible for release in November.
This kid
Makes
has
sense to
no
me.
future if he has that sort of criminal record.
Oh, he's got a future. He'll be in and out of prison for the next 50 years until he dies of a drug overdose in the watch house in Broome, at which point he'll be a death in custody and Black Lives Matter be on the streets shrieking.
Again.
The upshot is at least he's had an opportunity to get some decent training in this last 6 months. You know,
Yeah.
he'll be much better at doing crimes now.
I wonder what kind of slogans the BLM people are gonna use this time. Hey, hey, ho, ho, or yo, yo, whoa, whoa.
Well, let's fucking find out, shall we?
Oh, wonderful!
Got anything interesting? Yeah, here we go. Here's an example of some of the bullshit that comes up. Police should not be criticised over the drowning death of Aboriginal man, inquest told. The South Australian coroner has been told police should not be criticised over the drowning of an Aboriginal man while he was being pursued by officers. This idiot, 36, was warned for breaching bail and assault when police tried to arrest him in 2017. He ran to the beach and entered the water after police showed that he was surrounded. Soon after that, he disappeared and drowned. Student of history asks, how did he drown? By running into water. Yeah.
There's a joke, but
There's a stereotype there somewhere.
yeah, there's a stereotype, and I remember during the times of Vines, that was really popular with King Buck, you know, with the pools and stuff.
Yeah, that's right, student
I
of
miss
history.
those.
He ran into the ocean and drowned, and it's the police's fault.
Oh, of course.
At least they can... Yeah. So, at least someone sane said the fact... The fact that he was being pursued by police near water does not mean police should have withdrawn and discontinued the pursuit. The obvious alternative available to him was to have surrendered.
Makes sense to me.
Oh, here we go.
Yes?
Counsel for Mr. Cooper's family, Jerry Bowen, said it was strange that the deceased was so desperate to escape police when he had been in custody many times previously. Custody for this man was a way of life, Mr. Bowen said. Jesus fucking me, Christ!
Fucking hell.
Just no. Please don't. Don't tell me people are this fucking retarded.
They are!
God. I can't fucking believe it. I don't want to believe it. Ugh. Whatever. Fuck it. Just fuck it.
That's
Yeah, here we go. Here's an example of this shit. Deaths in custody at Capricornia Correctional Center. In the past 17 years, there have been 18 inmate deaths at the facility.
Hmm.
Can you imagine? That is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's no.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, just constant fucking whining. Yeah, here we go. First look, NITV to present powerful deaths in custody documentary Incarceration Nation. The ad for this is unfucking believable. It lays bare the story of continued systemic injustice and inequality experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples on their own land. Not their land.
They probably stole it from somebody else who stole from them again.
Yep. Here we go. While representing 3.3% of the Australian population, Indigenous men make up 27% of prisoners and Indigenous women constitute 34% of prisoners. And that's white people's fault. Approximately 65% of incarcerated children aged between 10 and 13 in Australia are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples, while Indigenous youth make up 55% of Australia's youth prison population. In the last... From 1991 to 2021...
Go on.
There have been 478 Indigenous deaths in custody. Right, so that's a 30-year period. So what if we take 478 and divide it by 30? 15.93. 15.93 Aboriginal deaths in custody a year over the last 30 years, despite the fact that they make up 27% of prisoners. Robert Longshore says, fuck, that's a bigger ratio than 1350. Yes, and this is only the ones incarcerated. As we established in our previous fucking article, they don't get incarcerated at fucking all, compared to the amount of crime they commit. So let's take 15.93 and divide that by 12 to see how many die per month. 1.3.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Yeah. So, 1.3 Aboriginals die in custody per month. And despite making up 27% of male prisoners and 34% of female prisoners, only 1.3 of them die per month in custody. And note that in custody includes if the police chased them for a bit, stopped, they then drove off for another 4 hours, crashed and died, that's a death in custody. and include in that statistic.
Wow. So basically, the police just have to look at them weirdly, and that's custody.
Almost literally.
Well, at least he's almost. Small mercies, I guess.
Like, these idiots make BLM look like they've got a fucking point.
That is never a good thing. Oh yeah, speaking of BLM, I saw in the buffet, there was this one dude who wore a BLM shirt. One of our guests was wearing a BLM shirt. Am I losing connection again?
No, we can hear you.
No.
Grim just had to step away for a second. Yeah, that's what I've got for you for fucking today. So, do you
Wonderful.
do you cunts want to watch the trailer for that show?
I'm not. I don't have the YouTubes on and stuff open. I'm basically
Okay,
talking to
we'll
you
leave it
through
for
the phone.
later. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or you can watch it and you can show me tomorrow or some shit.
Yeah, well, we'll get around to it later. At some
Yeah.
point, but it's... Well, Robert Longshore asks, what are the death rates of non-Aboriginals in custody? Well, let's find out, shall we?
15.
I...
I'm just pulling something out of my ass here, okay?
Yeah, here we go. Let's have a look at some data.
Ta-da!
Yeah. So, chapter 3.3, I believe, is the one we want to look at. Here we go. The proportion of deaths in police and prison custody was similar for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Exactly the same rate. There you go, Robert
wonderful.
Longshore. The ratio of death rate of Aboriginals to non-Aboriginals in custody, exactly the same. Well, close enough.
Is this one a case where I could just say 30 and 50?
Basically, because when you compare the deaths to the percentage of the country, it's much higher. But when you compare the absolute percentages, of course, it's pretty much the same. Oh, here we go.
Wonderful.
Indigenous people were more likely to die from natural causes, while non-Indigenous people were more likely to die from gunshot and drug overdoses. So there you go. Not only are they dying at equal rates, the Indigenous people are dying from natural causes.
But that's racist. Natural causes shouldn't affect the yuckamuckamers. Is that
Yeah.
what we're going for?
Right, so here we go. Deaths per 100,000 of the general population. So the death rate for Indigenous people was 5.65 per 100,000. The rate for non-Aboriginal people was 0.3 per 100,000. The ratio of those rates indicates that Aboriginal people were 16.5 times more likely to die in custody. But let's have a look at another table. So
Ooh, tables.
that is death rates per general populace. Let's have a look into, I think it was table 4. Was it table 4? Doesn't say. Hold on, I need to double check again. Death rates per custodial population. Here we go. So, this is the death rate in prison custody per prison population. So, rate per 1,000 prison population for 1990. 2.94 Aboriginal, 2.2 non-Aboriginal. 1991, 3.69 per 1,000 Aboriginal, 2.41 for non-Aboriginal. 1992, 0.9 per 1,000 for Aboriginal, 2.55 for non-Aboriginal. Total over 1990 to 1995, 3.38 per 1,000 for Aboriginal, 2.69 for non-Aboriginal. It's almost as if it's got nothing to do with race. Oh, wait. It's almost as if it's got nothing to do with institutionalized racism. Maybe it has to do with how often they come into contact with police. Maybe it has to do with the arrest and imprisonment rates.
No. Now you're trying to make sense. It's totally racism. It's totally racism.
Arrest, imprisonment, most serious offence. Indigenous people were 17.3 times more likely to be arrested than non-Indigenous people. Indigenous people are twice as likely as non-Indigenous people to be arrested in circumstances where assault occasioning no harm is most serious offence.
Sure, can you just say Indigenous people in an insulting way? Because I'm starting to real tired of that fucking word.
It'd get me. It's probably not worth it.
I don't mean like a slur, just like some. I mean, you can call a white guy a honky. That isn't bad, is it?
Well, let's not risk anything, shall we, Trim?
All right.
Because we're already talking about ultra sensitive subjects, so let's not take a risk.
Yeah. Would hate to pick nickels. No.
Yeah, there we go. It's almost as if generations of alcohol abuse, poor behavior, and not actually punishing people because punishing them for breaking the law is racist leads to massive overrepresentation compared to general population.
Really?
Anyway, that is all I've got from Australia turning into the dumbest fucking country on the face of the earth. Ever.
God damn it. Oh boy.
Hey, let's have a look at the article from BBC. Why Aboriginal people are still dying in police custody. That's the title. Is it because humans die and occasionally humans are in prison? So therefore, occasionally some humans in prison die there.
I'm thinking it's gonna be racism.
Oh, clearly. That's must be it. Couldn't possibly be anything else.
No, because that would be impossible. It can only be racism, guys. Only racism.
Yeah, so, well, let's have a look at what the definition of a death in custody is. So, death wherever occurring of a person who is in prison custody or police custody or detention as a juvenile. So, it includes death wherever occurring of a person whose death is caused by or contributed to by traumatic injury sustained or by lack of proper care whilst in custody or detention. The death wherever occurring of a person who dies or is fatally injured in the process of police or prison officers attempting to detain that person, and the death wherever occurring of a person who dies or is fatally injured in the process of that person escaping or attempting to escape from prison custody or police custody. Therefore, deaths in custody include deaths in institutional settings such as police van, police or prison cell, or in a hospital after transfer from a custodial authority. It also includes death from police pursuits such as police car chases or gunshot by police or deceased when police are attempting arrest.
God damn it.
So that 1.3 per month includes people who die from their own inability to control a car at speed, or who shoot themselves when the police catch them, or who commit suicide in prison.
Of course. I mean,
yet,
Tim Drake, Robin being a surprise homosexual makes more sense than this.
All right. Anyone else got anything to chat about? Let's see if... Capstasher. Oh, yes. Let's have a look at what an insurrection really is.
Go on.
I believe someone posted in news. Here we go. From Reuters. Exclusive. FBI finds scant evidence US Capitol attack was coordinated.
By who?
Anyone.
Themselves?
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of evidence that they were involved.
It was coordinated. Yeah, it was very vague. Nice, thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, the FBI hasn't found any evidence that that the Capitol incident was coordinated.
But the Legos.
Yeah.
The Legos don't lie.
The Legos.
I don't even... How do you fucking manage that leap of logic? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. And then they go on to repeat the standard lies. 4 people died and another died the following day. Yeah, 3 people died of completely unrelated causes and 1 was murdered by the police.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Biden vows to mobilize every resource to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies. It's a bit fucking late, Biden. Jesus fucking Christ.
At least he's trying and not fucking over the American people on a daily basis.
Citation needed.
Well, I'm trying to be positive here.
Well, I'm positive that Biden's a war criminal. Against his own people.
That he is. I'm not denying that.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
You gotta see, man. Come on, man. I want to stiff the children.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Last week, last week's best take had to be Cuomo saying, "I'm not pervert. I'm just Italian," and everyone was like, "Yeah, I'm somewhat of an Italian
Oh
myself."
God. Yeah, let's look back to last week, Solomon, where the world wasn't anywhere near as bad as it is now.
How quick it moves.
Like, actually, let me jump on at the good old Sultans of Shadilay website, and we will do a quick look back at what last week was like. If the website would like to load today. Which apparently it does not want to.
Quite fast for me.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be the fact they've got like 100 tabs open.
Oh, I've got way more.
I lost count of my tabs.
I have so many, they actually go off the screen and I can't click on them anymore.
How many of them are cultured, shall we say?
Not many, actually. Only 2.
Huh.
The rest are all YouTube.
Well, the good news is I'm reasonably...
YouTube and culture content, that's me.
Well, yeah, I would expect nothing less.
Yep, I forgot to
change
the publication date on that. Whoops.
See, I'll send it in a live show. Just look how many tabs. It's fucking unreal.
Yeah, so last week we were talking about positive things like chlorine gas making furries sick and swords and mask mandates. You know, positive things.
Yeah.
Kind of side note, while we're here, I'll fix... Honestly, it's unfucking believable just how much the world has changed in a week.
Yeah. Well, do you remember was it like 2 weeks to flatten the curve?
What is it? It's like week 80 of 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
We're over a year from the beginning
it's
of it.
Almost 2 years now, actually. So 2 weeks means 2 years to flatten a curve that was unnecessary to flatten.
2 years into 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
That's just no.
Yeah, Primed. We did see the sword you got from the market last week. We liked it. It was very cool.
Oh yeah, that sword. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was badass.
There we go. Now they've fixed one of my many fuck ups. Let's do a quick look through of something slightly more positive. Trim did an article many months ago now. And let's have a quick look.
Oh yeah, the Transformer one?
Yes, that's right, Trim. You wrote an article.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I wrote it, but you made it readable.
Yeah, so here's an example of some of the shit that we talk about. Why Transformers are LGBTQ+. Full explanation of why the robots cannot logically be straight and would all be queer. Every last one of them.
Yeah, totally the gay.
I'd highly recommend reading the article.
It basically just started off as a rant piece, and then I just went all out on it.
Yeah, I don't mean, it was all right for a rant piece. If it had been in any language I spoke, it would have been an improvement. But
it's a work in progress.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Transformers student of history.
Trans.
Stressing the trans part. Anyway. Does anyone else have anything we should look into?
Not really, no.
No.
No, I got nothing. Yeah, what was about? I haven't seen today's Lotus Eaters. What was today's thing?
Fuck, here we go. So the OnlyFans thoughts are in a panic because
Oh, wonderful!
sexually explicit content is apparently going out the window.
Mhm.
And
Wait, so the thing that makes
Victory.
OnlyFans money is not being
Oh
removed?
no,
But
they
honestly-
prefer teasing more actually.
yeah,
Oh,
honestly,
okay.
it's probably for the best since Rachel
I hope
Dolezal
so.
launched a foot fetish account. Did you hear that, Trim?
What?
Rachel Dolezal launched a foot fetish account.
What?
Are you putting
That
one
does
on,
sound-
or does that just legitimately not make sense to you?
I don't
I'll
want
find
it to be real.
Well, it is.
Unfortunately, it is.
It's.
Oh, I did not need to know that. I shouldn't have asked. This is the kind of knowledge that mortals should not find. Oh, God.
Yeah. The second segment was on the Gurkhas getting a raw deal from the British government.
No
And-
surprise there.
Yep, and segment 3 was a Western Muslim feminist telling us that the Taliban don't know what Sharia is.
Because I trust feminists to know about Islam.
Make perfect sense. Let me guess. She's labor too, right?
I don't know, but she's probably some progressive idiot.
I mean, ugh.
Well, you'd have to be an idiot to write what she did.
Well, I mean, she basically said that she knows what Allah meant better than Allah.
All I really needed was just, just to. Oh shit. Sorry, really tired. Yeah. What time is it? I woke up around. Oh shit! I've been awake for like 20 hours now.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I've been working and shit.
Yeah, but for 20 hours.
Yeah. How am I still awake right now?
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't passed out already.
Oh yeah, I said I would do it until I passed out, right? So I'm almost there. So if we're planning to close soon, that'll be cool. For once, I'm able to be with you guys until the end.
Wait,
Yeah.
Trim, haven't you been on every single episode of The Sultans?
I think there was one I didn't.
You've missed like
Bezek,
one.
was there- Yeah,
Wasn't it
That's-
legit last week?
I think it was.
Oh,
I
yeah,
did
you
drop by
mentioned
I did drop by quickly though.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Well, so
Well,
you've technically been in for at least for all of them.
Yes, that's actually
That's-
one of my goals. I want
That
to
is
be in
impressive.
everyone, even if for just a small chat.
Oh,
I don't have many accomplishments to my name, but I at least want that.
Dedication.
Speaking of Trim, how has your art career been doing?
My artery.
Your art career.
Oh yeah, my art career. I've finished Harry's commission. He was rather happy with it, so I'm happy with that.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and a colleague of mine ordered a commission from me as well.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm going to draw a Porsche 911 and cross it with a Scorpion.
Oh god, that's gonna be
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. I am actually liking how it's turning out. Basically, just removing the wheels, adding claws, and a fucking scorpion tail.
So it's
man.
an insectoid transformer.
Basically like Scorponok from Transformers Energon, only more actual scorpion and less digging machine. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this one on so many levels.
Hmm.
Sounds interesting.
Now, okay, so to tie in with the article we've got up from National Review, Prime Knight says that according to Jack Posobiec, Millie is privately telling people he wants Trump back.
Bloody hell.
Yep,
Wow.
and that is the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Army General Mark Milley.
Fucking do
Wait,
it.
the guy who basically admitted to be somewhat of a communist?
I don't know. Was that the guy?
Wait, is this the...
Guy who was talking to us about white rage?
I don't know, was it?
It is. It is. Prime Knight says he's the white rage guy.
Oh, God. They...
Yeah, so...
See, no, they never believe anything they say.
Yeah, so the article says Milley and Austin should resign. Is anyone in the US government accountable anymore? No.
I'd be surprised if it were. I mean, the only actually based Florida man and Ted Cruz and based Texas man.
Yeah. It's utterly ridiculous. Like, what a fucking shambles the world is in.
Yeah. No thanks to the Dems. Just saying.
Yeah. No thanks to China. No thanks to the Australian Nazi Party.
Or the Scottish Nazi Party.
Yeah,
Well,
SMP, such a bad abbreviation.
What kind of idiot would put the word socialist and national in their fucking name?
After World War II.
Yeah.
People who are really, really, really into that sort of thing. Oh, I didn't want that
The
happen.
behavior is odd.
Oh wow, even National Review is like something is wrong with the president. What is President Biden doing? The truth stand Biden's lies about Afghanistan. I didn't know National Review was based.
Wow.
Yeah, Black Rifle Coffee CEO sets the record to try and Afghan interpreters. They love America. Oh boy.
We love democracy.
Hmm.
I just want to say, I'm just gonna call bullshit on that one.
Fair enough.
Student History says, well, right now everyone is shitting on the Biden regime. I mean, you have to be a fucking idiot not to. And then,
I mean, it's low-hanging fruit, really low-hanging fruit, and yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it because I'm a lazy piece of shit.
Yeah, and I think in relation to the question of like what kind of idiot would have the word national or socialist in their name, it's someone who thinks the Nazis were right-wing would. Which, as we've established, crazy leftists do.
Yes.
Not really surprising, to be honest.
Honestly, what an absolute abomination.
We are in clown world.
Like, yes, but in clown world, the clown's Sig Heil.
Yeah.
Well, instead of the Mario sound, you have a more of a honky version of Erika.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah. Student of History says, well, when you manage to cock it up bad enough that there is bipartisan condemnation of the handling of Afghanistan. Yeah.
I don't know anybody in real life who actually believes they did it right, because or ever wanting to go back, because it's shown it was an absolute disaster.
Like, how could you fuck anything up that badly?
It's
Never
impressive.
underestimate the ability to fuck something up.
I just wanted to see if the ABC had anything interesting up. No, but they do have how the Taliban played Trump and weaved a web of influence across Afghanistan. Really? Who believes that?
So they're trying to hype up the Taliban?
Yay!
No, even after all this, but Orange Man bad.
Of course he is.
So even when you have to choose between the Taliban and Trump, they're still choosing goddamn Trump to go against.
Yep. Here we go. Victoria police allege man impersonated COVID-19 inspector and demanded sex from woman. The guy looks like he's a tweaker. Like a low-class tweaker. Like the kind of tweaker that makes crackheads look like functional members of society.
That's impressive.
Oh shit! I worked with one of those people.
Yep. A man hired to help contact tracers in Victoria stalked a woman who was in isolation, turned up to her home and demanded sex. Oh, here we go. What's his name? His name is Abdul Fattah Amarawal. Gee.
He had a sexual crisis, didn't you know?
Yep.
Why the fuck even keep going at this point? I mean, people are. I don't think I'm a racist, but people keep saying that I am apparently. So why go against what everybody say at this point? Because I'm really getting tired of it.
No, it's just don't listen to their opinions. They're probably wrong.
Yeah, but come on. If being a logical human being is racist, then I guess I'm as racist as you can get.
Look, let's be real. These days, racist means believe in punishing criminals and anti-authoritarian.
Yeah, so I guess we're really fucking racist then.
Honestly.
El racismos.
These days, if I read that someone's a racist, I'm more likely to think, oh, they're a functional member of society who isn't actually racist.
It's just a slander term from the establishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means nothing now. In fact,
I remember back in the day when that... I remember back in the day when that word had meaning.
Yeah.
You know?
Same. But nowadays it's lost all its meaning, so the new one they're turning to is anti-vaxxer.
Well, it's like Joe Rogan said, the more you use a word, the less power it has. Just keep saying the N-word and it means nothing.
Yep.
Well, it's not exactly what he said, but... just don't accredit actual meaning to something because you don't want to make it actually be used against you. That's the thing. People who aren't actually racist, who still are offended by being called a racist, should just grow a pair and just admit, well, it means nothing to me because their definition is retarded.
Yeah.
Fascinating times we live in.
Yes.
You know, guys, have you seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, or rather specifically the second saga?
No, not seen it, but I've at least seen memes of it. Here we go.
Yeah.
The House Negro story.
Ah.
Oh God!
Hey, you said the power word. Shame.
No, that's not the power word.
For black in Spanish.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
They don't know what it is.
Yep.
Negro.
Aisha Kanom claims discrimination after Leeds Beckett accused her of using racist language in tweets. I'm sorry, but in what universe is House Negro not a racist term?
Mine.
But yeah, apparently the decision was discriminatory because of her belief in critical race theory and black radicalism.
What a surprise.
She also called someone a coconut, like, which I assume means brown on the outside, white on the inside.
Yeah, that's what I gathered too. What are you if you're the opposite? White on the outside, black on the inside. Trans race?
Crackhead.
Well, we're all pink on the inside.
Yeah. Technically, we're all bone white on the inside.
Oh, what about our bone marrow?
Oh, shit. That's actually... Is that pink or is it red?
It's like orangey brown, isn't it?
Depends on how you cook it. Not that I have any experience with human bone marrow, but...
Yet.
Well... semantics.
I've watched enough.
I mean,
crime
how...
shows.
It just depends on how you classify human is all.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear.
So it's okay to cook French.
Well, French people cook easy. What?
Well, they're not people.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as it's not a person, it's okay. Okay, this is taking a turn I did not expect.
Maybe you should end it there, Trim, before we all
Yeah.
fall into this hole you're digging.
Too tired. No control of what I'm saying. I'm
Just like a
excused.
bicycle.
Yay! Ride the bicycle of Trim. Have fun.
No, I'm too tired.
Sorry, trying.
Uh,
That sounds really rapey.
we don't need to talk about that.
Trim, are you
Oh,
the
man, now
term
you remind-
bicycle?
Now you remind me of a fucking scene from a movie called Kill Bulio.
Never heard of that.
Is it some kind of
basically-
rip on Kill Bill?
Yes, it's a rip on Kill Bill, Norwegian Kill Bill. Basically, it's a Sami guy who gets like shot in the head during a marriage.
Oh god.
Yeah, and it's not his bride. It's basically his like prized white reindeer. And people just come and fucking off both everyone in this fucking family and the reindeer. And he is lying like comatose. And then a doctor brings in a guy who is very obviously he's not going the straight road, let's say that. And he's not the kind of leftist kind of gay. He's the, leather bound, motorcycle owning, hard kind of gay. So the doctor just goes in, bored as fuck, gets money from the guy. It's like, well, and if you hurt him, I'll get fired and you lose access. And then he was like, do you need Vaseline? Then the gay guy just brings out a fucking pack of butters like, I have myself.
What the
And
fuck
then
did you watch?
It's Norwegian fucking humor. And basically, then you just see as the guy just starts on Bulio, we don't see any action, thank God, but you see how his dream is interpreted, and you see him go on a bicycle ride without the seat.
Oh god!
Just search Kill Bulio 1 rape dream or some shit.
That sounds very interesting.
Also, there's a guy who in the movie gets his hand cut off, and in the sequel has a prosthetic arm, one dedicated to jacking off.
Oh god. Are you sure you weren't watching any sort of porno?
No, it's stupid humor. Have you heard about right, that word isn't it's called svidd knee gear, right? Narrow, right? The black guy word that is not allowed to say, right? Only in Norwegian it is like burnt. So svidd N-word. Basically a Norwegian kind of edgy humor. Stupid as fuck, but it's so funny. Yeah, include Sami people as well. Everybody likes to shit on those guys for some reason. It is so stupid, but I fucking love it. Yeah, actually, there's a black kid there who goes around. He has a piss pot on his head. And he also gets high on eating shrooms. Let's see. I'm just gonna save this and go to bed now. I am not even fucking present in mind or anything right now.
Well, it's a good time. We've just hit the 6-hour mark.
Oh my god.
Oh, cool.
Hell.
Well then, should we cut it now, or should I just drop off in disgrace once more?
I think we might cut it down. We're out of
Yeah.
stuff, and allegedly
Yeah.
I have to do stuff today, so...
Yeah.
It's night where I am.
Yeah. Okay, we will call it there. Thanks for joining me, guys. And Student of
Pleasure.
History says, good night, Trim. Sleep and get some of that weird fermented fish.
Thank you, and no, I don't eat sour herring. I've been
Yeah.
serving a lot of it, though.
Yeah, so good night,
You get
everybody in
yourself some
chat.
Good sardines, they're way better.
It's been good to have you.
Yeah. Shadilay.
Shadilay,
Shadilay.
everyone.